Welcome back, Queen. You'd go out more if you had people like you and Rita go with. I mean, Vegas is a place you got to go with people, but not too many people. Go to Vegas and a party no greater than 4. You know why? Because if you show up at a party of 6, then you're the bastards who are clogging up major walking thoroughfares when you could have found someplace off to the side to stand. I'm amazed it took me this long to bring that up. Okay, listen, tourists in Vegas. Every single time a party of 6 clogs up a major walkway, I desperately want... Please stop making me think those thoughts. You're horrible. They passed new fine law. Yeah, I'm not talking about the walkways. I'm talking about literally everywhere else. Queen Pib, in stereo where available. And where not available, it's not in stereo. There's nothing we can do about that, so don't blame us. We have no control over it. Call your internet service provider if there's some sort of a problem, or the local Twitch server. But if they're not giving you stereo and you want stereo, that's your problem, not ours. Don't bug us. Complain to your congressman or Newt Gingrich, like I'm sure he'd care. Ha! But we don't want to get any letters. Understand? Good.
Viewer's discretion is advised.
Oh my god, that was so graphic. The Homo Goblin. Oh, I love that guy. He's such a great guy. How do keep shooting all the Nazis? Big mystery. Who could say? From the... We weren't ready. Oh. Stop it. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Nobody now police now. Come on, the twins can stay in their assigned seating.
It's about time we said goodnight.
Pair of sevens for you. Pair of sevens for you. What do you do? Do you split? Do you hit? Doesn't matter. You lose each time. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Queen Pip is filmed on location with the Queen of Retro Game Broadcasting. All shows are broadcast 4 nights a week in a court of Pib.
Can you believe it's been a week since you've heard that burp? Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good day so far. Ooh.
Happy Saturday, Queen. Hope you had an amazing week away.
I had a pretty good time off, but don't get me wrong. I was really excited to get back in this show. I almost went live early tonight. Ben's Merlin, thank you to 31 months. Welcome back. So for liability purposes, I did say that we'd be taking a couple shows off. I never said there wasn't a trip involved. I never said that I wasn't gonna go anywhere. That being said, I obviously can't go to Vegas every single time I'm taking a stream break because it'll be really easy to figure out where the hell I'm going. So I'm gonna have to change it up every so often. You know that tele-surveillance Players Club ad where it's like, hey, get yourself the Players Club card and go to places like Atlantic City, Las Vegas, Lake Tahoe, Reno, the Caribbean. I'll have to go in any one of those other spots. Let's start from the top and make it drop. So we got here bright and early on a actually a Just Chatting Saturday night. We don't really hang out in Just Chatting, so the mods do have shoot to kill orders on any weirdos that show up. We'll talk about this in a little while as well. By the way, unseen detail that doesn't really work out on the camera, but would work out in person. These earrings say fuck it, but you know, when we're from here, you can't really see it, but they say fuck it.
Hi PB, love this fit less than 3 pin B7.
Tiarki, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Having a fem day at work on a Friday, I'll have to wear those earrings. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Start from the top and work my way down here. I see Chef ravaging Marvel display salad, crazy 2 shades, natural 20 honey, very pink penguin, Zilla Devil. Welcome on in. Hello, Midnight Wolf, Angel Yumu as well. Yeah, Queenie's back. Tell a friend. Damn right. Fortune Cup looks like it'll be a problem to you. Oh, we'll get to that later on here. Let's see what else we got. Of course, we got the Ruby Snowdrop. We got Midnight Wolf is still saying, hey, my return has you grounded. Hey, like I said, it's nice to take a break off and recharge, but I'm always happiest when I'm sitting in the chair talking into the electric stick. What can I say? Hardness, what was it? Not hardness. What is it? Distance? What is it makes the heart grow? Whatever it is makes my breast grow larger. Absence makes the breast grow larger. That's exactly what it is. I almost wore this over to Ted Spot. We'll have a look at that in a minute here. Starring role, welcome on in. Arthak as well. Very Pink Penguin's already into the sauce because spring training began. I can respect that. Hey, Kitsune Koji and Odd Child as well. Mike from Canmore, thank you for the 59 months. Welcome back. Hello, Ghoul as well. Peace on away and a cold drink in hand. Hell yes. See who else we got. It's always good to be in a sexy mood. You're damn right, Kitsune Koji. El Henlo Kami Mommy as well. Stormy24, Divan Individual, Stupid Spice, welcome on in. Rainbow Blob, how you doing? We should do live from the bar again soon. Yeah, when it's not so cold out. Problem is, this show broadcasts from a basement, and you think sometimes it's difficult keeping a closed room warm. Oh boy, let me tell you about my open concept basement, and that's not a euphemism. Both of them are very roomy, very inviting, can hold a lot, and lots of really great fun things take place in there, but that's beside the point. It's a lot easier. It's a lot harder to keep one warmer than the other. Yes, I am talking about my asshole. You're welcome. Where's Banzai Merlin? Thank you for the resub as well. Elizabeth Lumen, how you doing? Hope a nice break off. You damn right it's Star and Roll. Hina Waffles, enjoy the lurk. Krabby Pabby, well, Krabby Patty. Oh, come on. Krabby Pabby. Well, that could work as an alternative name. Hey, Stella Soapbox as well. You hope the hoodie keeps my clavicle warm. Yeah, I bought it while I was wherever it is I was. We'll talk about the hoodie soon here. Just put on a pair of glasses like Clark Kent. Oh, yeah. I guess I have these here. It's not actually no. Wait, no. I have the Clark Kent glasses right here. Actually, now that you mention it, for like, yeah, there you go. I got them right here. I almost brought them to Vegas with me, but I figured I'd look too much like your dad if I did that. Though I did look like your dad while I was in Vegas, but again, we'll get to that as well. Still scrolling here. Hello, Pinnacle Peach Summit. The tea in Trish's tea time looks like Irish's tea time. Irish's? Well, the thing about that is, well, I mean, I get where you're coming from with that. It's meant to be a parody of the InfoWars logo, so I could see why you would think that, but I think it looks good enough from here. And there, I think we're all got up. Basements in some places in the country can double as meat lockers in the winter. Well, I'm glad it's not just me saying that. Many people are saying. All right, so I deliberately did not tell you anything about this trip when we were leading up to it because as the person on the internet, you'd be surprised how often weird things could happen if I compromised my operational security by saying exactly what I'm doing and exactly where I'm doing it. So I was intentionally being a little bit coy about it, but as you've doubtlessly figured out from the intro graphics and very subsequent skis and statements made in my Discord, Rio and I did indeed take a trip to Las Vegas. We hadn't been there since last March, and travel for us this year is going to be a little bit weird because we didn't travel too much last year because some bullshit that was going on, which is what it is. There was stuff that kind of prevented us from doing things in the spring, and then late summer and early fall was a little bit weird as well, so we didn't really take a lot of trips. And this year, it's going to be a little bit of the same story as well, because I got lots of PTO, but Rio kind of got fucked over by a job thing, so she doesn't have as much PTO this year. So I imagine I envisioned 2 trips, probably one to the old country, and then one to somewhere fun. And we're like, fuck, let's go to Las Vegas. If it's probably the only trip that doesn't involve going back to the old country this year, let's wild out a little bit. Because, I mean, if you figure you're taking 3 or 4 trips, maybe you'd spread the stuff around. But, I mean, hey, if you're only going to one extravagant place once, hey, why not let your head down letting a couple other things. So, as seemingly has become the Queen Pib channel tradition, yes, once we get going, I will tell you all about the trip, and you can live your Vegas dream. I'll say you can live your vicarious Vegas trip dreams through me, but actually, given the economy, maybe you can vicariously live your eating a breakfast burrito with eggs in it through me. Maybe that's a thing that can happen instead. And we're not going to be doing Pib Madness this evening because it's a non-standard broadcast. It's a special presentation. So we'll resume Pib Madness tomorrow when we resume playing Resident Evil Director's Cut. And, maybe tomorrow we'll talk about things that would have been talked about normally tonight, about all the dumb bullshit that's happened in the world since I last sat in the chair. But tonight, we'll focus on happier things. Namely, me going to Las Vegas. Like I said, I can assure you, I can go back to talk about all the dumb and depressing things in this world real easy, but tonight we'll give it a little bit of a break. And again, no Pib Madness. That'll start tomorrow. Also, I didn't make any of the Elite 8 graphics. I was like, wow, what's the other reason? Oh yeah, what match did we even do? Pib, you didn't prepare any of the Elite 8 graphics. Oh yeah, that's also why we're not doing it. Oh, I know what I'm working on tomorrow then. Bullshit, nothing's been happening. You have no clue about what's been referring to. What, you mean like the plane crash you found out about while I was playing blackjack at the Mandalay Bay? Yeah, that was a weird thing to look over and go, what the hell do you mean another plane crash? Jesus Christ. Okay, so we'll be talking about one. Okay, we'll talk about one depressing thing throughout the show. But only because it loops into the narrative of where I went. Hey, Push as well, welcome on in. Now, if this recap wraps early, we do have a game ready to go. In the event of that, I think we got Casino Kid or something running on the Nintendo right now. Pretty sure it's playing right now. Yeah, it sounds like it's actually been playing for the last several hours. So we got that as an option. But tell you what, while we get to the old recap and setting the stage, we'll take our usual little commercial break and we come back. We'll take a little trip. We'll be right back.
Come on down to Kunkelman Chevrolet. We now have Jaguars. We have Panther bodies. We have Fox bodies. We have Cougars. Whether you just inherited a fat stack of California cabbage from a dearly departed relative, or you just got your first big boy job at your dad's paper refinery and need to show former classmates you're making career money at 19, let us talk you into something unreasonably fast for just $99,999.29.25. Any make, any model, it's all the exact same price at Kunkelman Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Oldsmobile, Suzuki, Harley Davidson. We have used cars, we have luxury cars, we have LS swap power wheels, we have divorce. Infidelity is a choice, Rebecca, and you gave me no option but to choose it. Cure your loneliness with a weapons-grade dose of acceleration and treat the Turnpike as your own personal Nürburgring. Because speeding tickets are more affordable than ever and the points just fall off like brisket from the bone. At least that's what our friend who took the LSAT tells us. Lose your right to federal assistance at Kunkelman Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Tesla, Duesenberg, Pete Davidson. Come down to the only unregistered used car dealership with supercharged power and sales associates with names like Jason, Raymond, and Shane. Come get these withering handshakes and coffee so hot you can't drink it, with powdered creamer so lumpy it rests at the bottom of the cup like sunken treasure. Find the X and dig up savings at Kunkelman Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Hyundai, Suzuki, Kia, Jaguar, but not Ford or Land Rover. When you're gone off that perk 30 and have a handle of wild turkey and the spousal support check comes through in the mail, you just got a hit on eHarmony and insurance approved your Cialis prescription, that's when you know it's time to treat yourself to a Jaguar F-Type so you can join your problematic army of professional condom forgetters. That price is so rock bottom they bust through the Earth's core, come out the other side and go sky high again. We know where you live! At Kunkelman Chevrolet, but with Riz. There's no half-assing here. This is double cheeks, fully loaded, ready to make it clap like the plane just landed. So clear your search history and burn anything you don't want used against you and come on down to Kunkelman Chevrolet. Buick, GMC, Oldsmobile, Land Rover, but not Jaguar. Ford, Suzuki, Ford, Tesla, Jaguar, but never Land Rover, Chrysler, Ridge Racer, Ford a third time. Off Route 425, 25, 29, Harrisburg.
Hi. How you doing? Come here often? Apparently I do. All right, for anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogart. You may also call me Trish. I'm the queen of the retro, the queen of the ways that he old, and your time on this channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, and indeed fat booty channel is, of course, and is always well-wasted. Welcome on in. Pizzo, thank you very much for the 19 months. Welcome back. By the way, I don't know if this will incentivize anyone to use the Prime subs on me or not, but I made a cute little decision that other than obviously this example pointing it out, because obviously there's no way for me to point out without saying it, whenever someone does the Prime sub, I'm just going to treat it like a regular one, because, you know, why double up on the vernacular, you know? So as far as I'm concerned, Pizza is a regular sub, and it's all right, and it's entitled to all the rights and privileges there too. Namely me calling it a regular sub. I put the broad in broadcasted a hole in wholesome H for my own hubris, and though these breasticles may be fake, the retro is real. That's a real... Wait, hang on a second. Let's go over here. That's a real Nintendo, and it's hooked up in a real dumbest manner to make it look and sound as bad as it used to. And if there is time this evening, we might actually play it. But the reason why we're actually here this evening is I went on a little trip to a little town called, what was that place called again? Oh yeah, the Valley. Oh wait, I'm sorry, Las Vegas. That's what Las Vegas means. It's you translate it from Spanish, it's called the Valley. So, you got that for you. And that's what we'll do. By the way, everyone's asking about the hoodies, so I'm going to jump ahead to a part that would only be found out if you got here at the end. It was on sale at a store. You may be able to guess which one after you see it. And it's this little crop hoodie. I'm like, well, if Mike made a cute outfit for both the show and if I ever come back to the city and I bring the titties with me. So to spoil what the reason why it's more notable than just the really cute front is also the really cute back. Hey, I've bought dumber things for $35. So I think it was $35. I mean, it couldn't have been that expensive. I wouldn't go more than $40 for a bit. So there you go. Like I said. Also, it bears repeating here that...
Well, she got a great ass. And you got your head all the way up it.
So true, Mr. Pacino bestie. That was the weird thing, too. On the flight back, the guy sitting across in the aisle from us was actually watching Heat on his iPad. Unfortunately, he had resumed it past the point where Al Pacino does that line, so I couldn't exactly scream out the thing while he was hearing it, so I missed that particular part of the movie. Anyway, so... Oh, hang on. Someone's testing my theory here. By the way, those are yoga pants on the screen, by the way. Just to be clear about that.
Pin B win, pin B win, pin B win.
Bruce, thank you much for the 18-month resub. Welcome back. Yeah, I figured it'd make a cute outfit for the show. You know, cute by my standards, which is still, big fat tittied, but maybe with a 5% increase in modesty. And, I got like a bunch of like high-waisted, very cheeky pleather pants. I figured it would go nicely with one of those as well, in case like I said, on a subsequent trip to visit, if the Tatas were to come with me. But, all right, well, I suppose you can see the picture. I've gone and cloned the picture that was behind me here. So I guess I could start playing the dumb mute. Let's do a sound check here. Of course, I have a lovely little playlist to accompany our discussion about a show I can only call Another Trip to Las Vegas. Las Vegas, as you may be aware, is a town where a whole bunch of people fly in on the, to quote Bobby De Niro, it's a town where millions of suckers fly in on their own dime and leave behind billions of dollars. And I decided I was going to become part of that statistic. By the way, I did not really get drunk when I was in Las Vegas. I had a couple of drinks, got a nice buzz, but never got saucy, so I'm not saying I'm going to make up for that tonight. But I figured if I was in Las Vegas, I should have myself somebody Jack Daniels Sinatra Select. And the ice cubes have been melting in it for about the last 30 minutes, so I'd say it's just about ready to drink. Ooh, that's good. Jack Daniels. Ooh.
I hope your trip was great. Welcome back.
It was very lovely, Sassaris. Thank you for the 31-month resub. Welcome back. And I'm going to tell you all about it. What else was I going to mention? Oh yeah, Jack Daniels. No longer tastes of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which means when a bottle is empty, I ain't replacing it. I mean, I'm not going to pour it out. I already have it. I may as well drink it. I'm just not going to replace the bottle when the time comes. But this ain't basic Jack Daniels. This is the Jack Daniels Sinatra Select. This is like $200 a bottle. And it is good. I don't know if it's $200 good, but it is good. Pip, put it down. You already had like 3 sips. Yeah, you're right. Let's not get too pissed already. That's the thing. If I pour that back up, I ain't put more of that in there. There's a theory when you're drinking. Past a certain point, you may as well drink the cheap shit because at that point, you're just wasting it anyway. Let's see it. You don't waste booze, you just re-up. Exactly. No, keep going. No, I'll switch to the Crown Royal after that. So, the pictures you will be seeing this evening, except for this one here, are presented in the order they were taken. Not all pictures have been featured. However, I believe I have... How many pictures and videos and things have I queued up here? I think the answer is 261, but let me double check that here just from a stats perspective here. I have queued up, 264 visual things. Okay, yeah, 264. And when we were deciding that we were only probably going to be able to take one trip that, didn't involve going back to the old country this year, we were like, let's go to Las Vegas. And we picked the timetable of February 16th to February 20th. It's an interesting time. Prices were reasonably good. I mean, airfare is what airfare is, but you got 2 major factors were in play here. One, the Super Bowl was, the weekend previous, so prices were already down, and the hockey team was going to be out of town. So if you remember, Las Vegas is a hockey team, the Golden Knights, And because that Four Nations hockey tournament's going on, by the way, fucking go Canada. I believe it's now called the Gulf of Connor McDavid. I believe that's what it's called now. I think Canada's actually seized the naming rights for the Gulf formerly known as, it's the Gulf of Mexico. I'm telling a joke, obviously. But Canada's temporarily seized the naming rights. And, we'll give it back in a day and we're done. Because, we're Canadians. We're modest. Usually. The wild thing is that you was in Vegas for your sister's wedding this past weekend, Shipston and I know. Well, technically, we got in Sunday night. So, that's the other thing, too, is... Now, I mentioned this at the top of the broadcast, but it bears repeating. Being a person on the internet... You'd be surprised how easy it is for, let's say, people with an agenda to reverse engineer what you're doing and show up and be weird. So that's why we didn't say anywhere we were going before we went there. This information is based off of, let's say, past incidents. So a lot of the things I do are proactive. This was actually a reactive policy. Pong La Pong, thank you for the 2 whole ass years. This would be the part where I say, what is it, resub day? But I haven't been live in a week. Yeah, you gotta, exactly, Pizzo. You gotta protect yourself first and foremost. You can't help anyone else with the oxygen mask before you help yourself. Hey, Druff the Wolf as well, welcome on in. So, yeah, 2 major things were working in our favor. Super Bowl was done, and the hockey team was out of town. And some of the shows were out of town as well. So that was why we picked that particular time frame. And, as you can doubtlessly guess, the casino resort we selected to use as home base for this was the Park MGM. The Park MGM, formerly known as the Monte Carlo, is a no-smoking venue on the Las Vegas Strip. It is the only property on the Las Vegas Strip with a strict no-smoking policy. So that means you go inside, the place does not smell like cigarettes at all. Just smells like, alcohol, Italian food, and regret. But it doesn't smell like cigarettes, which... I don't generally mind the taste and the smell of cigarettes. If anything, it just reminds me of the French side of my family. I'm gonna turn that down a smidge here. Because, the joke is you put the cigarette in your hands and suddenly you'll become very French. So it just reminds me of that part of my heritage. But, it doesn't agree with Rio. And she's always wanted to stay here. And I wanted to make sure they weren't just doing the things I wanted to do, but that we did the things she wanted to do as well. So we stayed at the Park MGM. It's, which meant that this trip was going to be a little bit more slanted towards the south side of Las Vegas Boulevard and very much within Mr. MGM's ecosystem. I believe 1.5 nights of our stay were actually comp, which meant they were free. Now, thing being, operators of casinos will do that because they figure once you're in town, they can get your money. Because they don't offer those things to locals because if things go south, the local just get in their car and flee. The tourist is stuck. So that's why, they're willing to, comp the room, comp other things because they know they're going to get your money anyway. As they say in the movie Casino, it's all been done to get your money. Well, one of the nice best couples, Kitsune and Koji. I mean, we're one of the couples, but thank you. And they did, you're guessing. Well, not to spoil, we were up. We were actually even or up 3 of the 4 days. Pib, what happened on the other day? Shut up. We'll get to that later. A Vegas trip can be affordable if you know how to play the game. Very true, very true. All right, so like I said, we selected the Park MGM. South side of the Strip. On one side, it's flanked by New York, New York. Then it's got the Aria next to it and the MGM Grand across the street. Now, this obviously isn't the first picture I took. I just shoved it to the front because I figured I would start with where the hell we were staying. All right, get the old mouse in here. For those of you who like to get pissed off whenever a mouse cursor is on the screen, this is your night. Because it's going to be on the screen a lot, and there's not much I can do about that, so you're going to have to deal. I say hi to your cats, by the way. I hear they love chasing those. Head up the buffets, load up on all the crab and prime rib. I decided to not do any of the buffets this time around. I'm trying to preserve this girlish figure, after all. Spoon is pleased, I'll bet. All right. First picture I took was on the cab ride in here. I mean, normally you would not be able to see the Mandalay Bay, the rebranded Delano, now the W, the Luxor, and the Excalibur there, because this is the giant smoldering hole where the Tropicana used to be. Yes, between the last trip we were there and now, the Tropicana Casino Resort is no longer with us. It was demolished, apparently, to make way for a baseball stadium that is, let me just say, in no hurry of materializing. Supposedly, the Oakland Athletics are going to move to Las Vegas, but there's been no movement on that front. So, who's to say where the hell that goes? But yeah, ordinarily, you would not be able to see those other properties there. A lot of those names I just rattled off, Excalibur, Luxor, Mandalay Bay, you're going to hear those a lot this evening here. What have we got over here? Who have we got here? All right, Anglais, s'il vous plaît. Oh, come on, and let's see. Oh, never mind that. Never mind, mods did their thing. I did tell the mods, because we don't normally do just chatting. I said, when in doubt, just do your business. You know, better to ask forgiveness than whatever the other one is. You feel the need to point out the Tropicana was demolished for a baseball stadium when the Tropicana Baseball Stadium in Tampa was also demolished just by weather. Yeah, that was the other thing too. That was weird that both of those happened in the same week. That was very strange. Because, yeah, like, Florida had that big hurricane, and then there was perforations in the whole of the Tropicana Stadium where the Tampa Bay Rays play. It was a very weird coincidence, but a coincidence nonetheless. All right, what else do we got here? Let's keep things moving here. This is the inside lobby of the... What is this place again? Peb, you're not going to turn around and flash chat, are you? Me? What? No, of course not. What was this? What was this hotel called again? Oh, the Park MG. Oh, okay. It was the Park MGM. Okay. By the way, MGM Reward Resorts. Hey, you ever want to do business? I did actually put my business email back on my link tree. So if you want to talk, email me. So yeah, one of the things you're gonna figure out pretty quickly about the Park MGM, on top of it having been, as I told you, a no smoking venue, is that it has kind of a laid-back vibe. They're very big on sort of like lots of like soft greens color scheme. And I would not describe the property as trying to be eco-friendly, because no property that has 2,000 slot machines operating at any time can honestly describe itself as eco-friendly. But they were kind of going for a more laid-back approach. Now, bearing in mind, this is also the casino rebranded from the Monte Carlo. So the original design of the joint was based around the Monte Carlo Casino in wherever the that is. So yeah, the lobby actually has, like I said, all these tree roots in here. And no, I didn't touch the tree roots. I did touch some things while I was in Vegas, but not tree roots. But yeah, we'll get to that. Leading into the park part of the name. Well, the reason behind why it's called Park MGM is the sort of the pavilion next to the property has a couple of restaurants, beer gardens, and it also has T-Mobile Arena. And the area was collectively known as the Park. So they were like, we're underutilizing this property, the Monte Carlo. Why don't we name it Park MGM and make it non-smoking? Like, perfect. And I mean, it worked on me. We stayed there. Monaco. Yeah, that sounds about right. So then, yeah, this is the front lobby. You could stay up there if you were a schmuck and you wanted to wait in line. They also had a self-check-in. Self-check-in was very nice, very nice. Got in there, argued with the app for about 3 minutes, and then a minute later I had a room key. It was wonderful, which will become a plot point later. So yeah, if you're looking for like a home base on the Las Vegas Strip that can just as easily be full of people, but you know, maybe isn't as obnoxious or out there as the other properties, you can't go too wrong with the Park MGM. By the way, hashtag not sponsored. Though the room, one of the nights was comped, but it had nothing to do with me being a streamer. It was just me being a degenerate gambler. Here's Rio wearing her mask in the lobby. Very lovely. Some of her, I wasn't the only one taking pictures. She took some too. And we were not masked for all of the trip. We obviously were masked for the airplane rides because, I mean, look, I'm flying from one side of the United States to the other. I'm wearing a fucking mask. Hey, Bonbon, welcome on in. Cab rides. If we were going to find ourselves on a deuce bus, we'd have masked there too. Now, obviously, you're going to see some pictures in which we are not masked. Is what it is. I am saying that in most of these properties, they have very good ventilation. We generally do not tend to cavort around large groups of other people. But at the end of the day, it was ultimately still taking a risk. Now, a couple days out, I feel fine. I'll make sure I take a COVID test before I go back to work. But near as I can tell, Rio and I are doing just fine. But like I said, we will be testing. We are isolated. We've stayed at home ever since we got home. I just wanted to put that out there because I still believe that by and large, people should be masking. Even though in some of these pictures, I may not be the greatest advocate for that. But suffice to say, if I know I'm going to be in close quarters with the same people for more than 5 minutes, I do mask. I just want to make that abundantly clear. Okay? Good. You have some wonderful photos of the Monte Carlo in flames back in 2008 when you were driving to work. Oh shit! Was that when they did? Wait. Because yeah, I know the Monte Carlo had that fire on the top floors. Was that the fire? Or was that a different fire? By the way, O2, welcome on in. Because yeah, true story. I'll go back a couple of pictures here. The top floor of the Park MGM is referred to as the Nomad. You're not allowed to be mad up there. And the trick behind that is the Park MGM had a fire on the top floors. It wasn't a huge fire. No one was killed. Not like that MGM Grand Fire from the 80s. But it's sort of a hotel within the hotel, so the top floors have fancier rooms than the ones the regular schmucks are in. So that's what so they were like, the fire happened. They're like, fuck, we can't use these floors anymore. Like, what if we just renovated them? And that's what they did. So they figured, well, those rooms had to be redone anyway. What if they made them fancier? Bada bing, bada boom. So if you're wondering why it says Nomad up on the top, it's not trying to get you to have good vibes. It's just that's what the top floors are called. Anyway, next picture. This was actually the view from our hotel room. We elected for a strip side view, and I have some pictures, I think, at a hotel room coming up after this. But anytime you open up the window, boom. There's the MGM Grand. There's New York, New York. There's whatever the hell that is. It's, and yes, before anyone gets confused, because I know Rio was asking the same question too. Is it green or am I just losing my mind? No, the MGM Grand is green. But as you can see, we had a very lovely view of the Las Vegas Strip. Yeah, the flyover. Also, apparently have a Ross Dress for Less, because, you know, when you're traveling to Vegas, you know what the big place that everyone wants to go to is the Ross Dress for Less. Look, there's a whole lot of things that we were in Vegas like, I'm not doing that. We have that at home. And I was like, what do I need to get blackout drunk for? I can do that at home. And also not get tossed, flossed, robbed. You understand what I'm driving at here. You need to get some cheap underwear. You aren't afraid to get all messed up. Hey, exactly. That's what the Ross is for. But yeah, the Vegas Strip does also have some malls. Then, of course, New York is over there. Again, MGM Grand in New York will show up repeatedly in photos here because this trip was a lot more south side of the Strip centric. Oh, there's also Marshalls down there, too, in case. I think for the reason what that's for is, help, I flew to Las Vegas, but my luggage didn't make the trip. Hey, go over the Marshalls to get fancy clothes from various Las Vegas area closeouts. This show is going to be more of an open-ended discussion than anything else. Like, that was the thing, was the news story that came out a couple of weeks ago that said, with all these tariffs coming in and, affecting clothing, because I'm pretty sure this thing was made, actually, this thing might have said, I don't know if this was made in China, but I'm just going to assume it was, that the tariffs aren't actually going to affect places like TJ Maxx and Marshalls, because what those places do is they buy in bulk from places that are just doing closeouts. It's like, no, actually, this is great for us. We won't be affected by it at all. Though I would still expect them to jack up prices anyway. What else we got next year? We got, now the rooms at the Park MGM, they seem a little small. I mean, they're not gigantic, but you wouldn't get away with having 3 people in one of these rooms. It would, unless you had them sleep over on the cuck couch. You could have done that. The rooms were a little on the small side. The gold rooms we stayed at the Flamingo last year, obviously much larger, but again, it's just a home base. It's just a place to, get some sleep. If there is one complaint I do have, as they go on over here as well, very lovely bed, by the way. The walls were a little paper thin. You could definitely hear what was going on in other rooms. I don't think I heard anyone having sex, but let's just say if one of us was getting drilled, I think like the adjacent rooms next to us, the ultimate other floors would have heard it. Clearly, I've never spoken to a furry about how many people can fit in a room. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying I don't recommend it. Like, there was one point where I was talking to Rio and I said, all right, I got the room safe set up. I'll tell you the password later. These are thin walls. However, I did put in I always wear earplugs when I sleep. And weirdly enough, I had really great sleeps all the time I was there. It was wild. I don't normally sleep that good in Vegas, but here I slept like a baby. The bed was very nice. Very nice. As you can see, the rooms are kind of low-key as well. They lead into sort of the white and soft green, whatever piss-ass color. Puke green, I think is what I've tried calling it. I like how I keep... here's how I know these tits are big, right? Like, I'm trying to keep the fringe of this crop. Like, I could wear the thing all the way down, but then you wouldn't be able to see my titties, and who wants to live in a world that can't see that? So I keep pulling it down so you can see the fringe. The problem is they start creeping back up because the titties are too big. So like every 5 minutes, I gotta pull the thing back down so you can see it, and then 5 minutes later, it's ridden all the way up and it gets covered. Your guest room is that color? Your guest room is the entire Park MGM? Wow. And this is the bathroom. It's a bathroom. It's a very nice shower. Again, no complaints. Very nice, very nice. Rio loves that shaded green. She does. She really does. That's why I had to get her a 20. The interesting thing is, oh shit, QSMB TV. Thank you for the tip, Pete. Welcome on in. Wrote something in chat, but chat's popping. Give me 2 seconds here. Fuck, did it hold? Come on. This room is making night moves by Bob Seger popping it. Night moves! Oh, I can fucking hear that. I can fucking hear that. Hello, Bomball as well. Welcome on. And the titties are not too big. Never say that about your titties again. I do actually have an alternative titty bib. I've only ever worn on the show once, where they're like comically huge, but they weigh a ton. So I've literally only ever worn them once. Maybe I'll have to wear them again sometime. Thank you very much for the tippy. One thing I want to make sure everyone knows about the tip jar. The tip jar goes exclusively into show purchases. That money never touches my bank account. Except I did empty out the tip jar last week when we raided into Pope Corky's show because he was doing a stream for Trans Lifeline. And I emptied all 150 bucks or so that was in that towards his fundraiser for Trans Lifeline. So basically, if you tipped me in like the previous month, you actually paid Trans Lifeline. So congratulations. Hey, Herb Emoji and Silvco Rival as well. Welcome on in as well. Enjoy the lurky work. All right. You wish you could take a day off with your chest like a titty bib? Yeah, I know. That's why I don't act like my experience is universal with these things. So yeah, it's a shower. It's very nice. There's one thing I didn't do, and it's because I didn't bring it with me. I didn't bring like the sort of thing you could suction cup to the wall and then. I didn't get around to doing that. Maybe next trip. USMB TV, thank you for gifting a sub to Ashnish Photo. Not only did I go to Trans Lifeline, but one of his goal incentives was getting a tattoo in support, so it's a twofer. Oh, hell yes. Can't wait till yours don't come up. I know, for sure. I can hardly wait. You have to play in Yakuza 0 the whole week to prepare for Pirate Yakuza. Man, this music sounds familiar. Yeah, no kidding. All right, so I mentioned that for this trip, I was going to look more like your dad. And, I decided to, just for a couple of days, let's look like your dad. Take the gender slider and ram it all the way over to the M side for a little while. Just because, I look good. I look good no matter what the hell I wear. But I figured, let's jam it all the way over to the M side for a treat. So, get used to a lot of that. So you got, some very nice shoes, some slacks, a shirt, tasteful jacket. Where are my 2.5 kids? They're over at the Excalibur. They're over at the Excalibur doing things they shouldn't be doing. But anyway, I just figured if I took, get used to seeing a lot of selfies, I guess is what I'm driving at here. I also love that when lighting is poor, I don't look my age. And when lighting isn't poor, I look my age. But anyway, here's us. The lighting is not poor, so I look my age. Did I admire any lawns? Just the one on top of my head. Yeah, the 2.5 kids in question. I know the even individual.
Never thought I'd love to hear that sound.
All of you relax. This is a matter of inconvenient timing, that's all. Police action was inevitable. And as it happens, necessary, so...
Amalgamate and Raiders, hello, welcome on in. I'm Queen Pib, Patricia Bogart. You may also call me Trish, Queen of the Retro, Queen of the Ways of the Old, and... Normally we'd be playing video games this evening, but I was just in Las Vegas, so I'm recapping a trip. Don't worry, you ain't missed much. We literally just got started on that. Amalgamate, thank you so much for coming on by with you folks. An extra special beautiful tonight? Why, thank you. I just recounted how we got into town on February 16th and we were staying at the Park MGM. And we did not have a lot of time to waste once we got in there. There was a food truck we had dinner at in the Park MGM, and then our happy asses had to run over to the MGM Grand really quick and get onto the Las Vegas monorail. We had plans that evening, and we had to move. So this is us posing for a selfie outside our stop for where we're going. And you can see the Link Casino Resort in the back, and as you can see, I look like your dad. I'm your dad. Go to your room. You've been screwing off in church too much. No, you can't stay up. You have communion class. Or confirmation class, whatever the f it is. I ain't religious. I don't know what any of this is. So, of course, you know, me and Rio, and of course, Rio's an absolute cutie. Absolute cutie. We all love her. I love her very much. I get to wake up next to her every day. I'm so blessed. Yay! Big fan of that, by the way. Highly recommend. Only to me, though. Highly exclusive. So there, we took that selfie real quick, and we had to move. And this might be more pertinent. This information, this shot here may be more pertinent to anyone who attended TwitchCon Las Vegas and may have been staying at the Link, Harrah's, or Casino Royale. They fixed the downward escalator. Used to be, if you wanted to get from the upper floor that had the monorail exit to the main floor of the casino, you had to take stairs or an elevator. They actually finally got the escalator running, so yay! Congratulations, Harrah's! Basic infrastructure, we love to see it. You're doing a great job over there. Anyway, the reason why we had to keep moving is because this is where our evening plans were. The Venetian Casino Resort. This place looks expensive, and believe me, it is. If you've seen the film Rat Race, that's where this movie starts in, the Venetian. Very fancy pants place. I'm told it's based off of Venetian blinds. Actually, if you care to look, you can see the Venetian over here and the marquee sign for the Venetian. But if you care to look over here, actually, you'll see the Palazzo, so called because it's named for famed international opera singer and the man who saved Queen Elizabeth II, Enrico Palazzo. I believe it's named for that guy. So, congratulations on getting one of the finest casino resorts in Las Vegas named after you, bud. Hey, Striker Eureka, welcome on in. Yeah, these are good pictures. Rio and I, we were due for new phones, and I kind of felt like this whole tariff business was definitely going to happen, so we sprung for a pair of Google Pixels, which, don't get me wrong, Google, very evil company, but apparently they figured out how to take pictures. By the way, I did pin that message in our Discord about some weird sniffer program Google was putting on the phone, so if you're in the Discord and you check the pins in Gen Chat and you have an Android device and you look at it on your Android device, apparently you can remove some stupid thing Google put on phones. But anyway, so we had to get over to Venetian because we had plans. What plans? Well, this isn't the plans, but I mean, she looks fucking amazing, doesn't she? I mean, look, I clean up good, but I mean, without her, there is no me. So we must sit here and we must adorn Rio with all of the gravitas. She's beauty and she's grace. I'm not finishing that sentence. Cute as a button. I know. She's modest, but she knows she's got it going on. Anyway, before we do what we were doing, so I'm kind of a 21. I'm sort of a blackjack junkie. Rio's bigger on the slots, and yes, the most powerful. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, they are the most. Her and I have the most powerful chests on Twitch. I'm not gonna sit here and dwell on it for too long, but I agree. Anyway, I'm more of a table games idiot, which means I tend to lose all the money, which means Rio's job is to win it back. And spoiler alert, she does a pretty good job with that throughout the trip. I believe this is her at the Venetian turning $40 into $60 from the looks of things here on a top dollar machine on a 2,500. So yeah, that's basically what happened there. She has quite a few dubs in the time that we are there. Top dollar is an interesting machine. Depending on what version you're playing, if you get for fucking no, don't motion of. Hang on a minute here. Forgot some of these things I have to manually zoom in here. You get this on the third reel, and what happens is like a mini game plays where they give you 4 offers, and it lights up these various things here, which as you can see are 100. This one never happens, but you have like 20 credits, 50 credits, whatever the hell. Then of course that's based off whatever denom you did. In this case, we did 25 because we didn't want to bankrupt ourselves on night 1. Technically not even night 1. I call this night 0. Yeah, perfect couple. One loses money at the casino, one wins it back. Exactly. That's right. Yeah, someone has to be the breadwinner, and her ability to win bread's a lot better than mine. But anyway, the reason. Oh, also, apparently they still had their they had the little Valentine's Day / You're gonna notice in a lot of these casino resorts have Year of the Snake things going up for Chinese New Year. I didn't really get a big picture, I think, of the one at the Venetian, but you can kind of make out a little bit of it over here. And obviously the whole love thing, and there's a dragon, snake, whatever the piss that thing is. As you can see. Now, this is technically the Venetian and the Palazzo are sister properties. This is based... Oh, the love is permanent. Goes to show how much time I spent in the Venetian. See, the funny thing is we wanted to start this trip with the Venetian because usually we don't get to the Venetian until the Ascended trips, and we're so bushed at that point, we don't want to do anything. It's like we go there, we buy a fucking cannoli, and then we're like, all right, I want to go back to the hotel room and pass out. So we're like, why don't we start at the Venetian this time? That policy worked out pretty good. Anyway, hey, Gimmick Puppet and Pastel Dreams, by the way, welcome on. LA Twi, I did not say your name and hello, but hey, how you doing? Now, the reason why we had the rush is because we were seeing Data Von Teese. I believe Rio told me that this was the showroom where Christina Aguilera also had her residency at the Venetian at some point here. But yes, we wanted to see Data Von Teese. And the only night we were going to be able to do that was the night we got in town. So like I said, we were on a timetable. We had to go do that. Now, I have a couple pictures of the venue. I do not have pictures of the show. I will get to why in a little bit. But I wanted a couple pictures of this iconic venue. Like a couple other things I had to do, like... it's not a business trip, and I'm like, what if I got like really cool backdrops and shit I could use for like pinups and things in a show? So I was like, I need to get a couple solid pictures of this venue, just because. So this was it, but kind of before the place filled up, and the very cute looking fake bubbles that ascend and come up and down from the ceiling. The Dita Von Teese marquee back there. The little runway there where they were doing all kinds of fun things. If you know who Dita Von Teese is, then you can probably figure out why there will be no pictures. Yeah, that's true. A lot of places, Diva Individual in Vegas, very much embracing bisexual lighting. This isn't the only place on the little trip that's going to do that. But yes, Dita Von Teese is a world-renowned burlesque artist who is heralded with ushering in a return of the burlesque art form, hence why she is colloquially known as the Queen of Burlesque. True story, she also was on an episode of CSI, which takes place in Las Vegas, and an episode from 2011. And true story, the character Dita Von Teese played was called Rita Von Squeeze. I swear to God, I'm not making that up. Anyway, here's us. I'm your dad, hanging out with your mom, and we look pretty good. Like I said, I wanted to make sure I took lots of pictures, lots of selfies, especially ones that show off my gray hair. You may note that the hair on the top of my head is very short. I did buzz the top of my head a couple of weeks ago, because every couple of years, I kind of got to buzz the thing off and start from scratch. So the hair now is very short, but don't worry, it'll grow back. Don't worry, I'll look like that bitch in no time. But if you're wondering what was the deal with that, yeah, I gave myself a buzz, and well, not an alcoholic buzz, but later on in the trip I did. So again, very lovely picture of the venue here, and your gray looks quite pale though. Hope mine comes through similarly. Yeah, I mean, I am doing better than my dad was at that age. I want to say by 37, it was pretty solidly gray. Mine's starting to pick up speed though. Like I think there's a part on like this side of my head that's developing a little bit of a skunk stripe, and I'm here for it. But anyway, like I said, I took a couple more pictures of the venue. I don't think there definitely was not an empty seat in the house by the time it got going here, and this was our seat. We were basically like 1 or 2 rows away from the center of the catwalk, or whatever the fuck you call it, the ramp, walkway, cat ramp, whatever the fuck, the thing Trump almost tripped going up and down. There's no way I can make it down that ramp without falling on my ass. I can't. I think Rio ordered some kind of tea. I'm not really a tea fan, so she'll have to tell you what she ordered here. It's very foamy. And because it had already been a long day, I just went with a non-alcoholic Heineken. And it was a sparkling green tea, yes. Okay. And again, an alcohol, a near beer Heineken. Quite tasty, actually. Again, one of the things I resolved to do on this trip was not get drunk. I could get tipsy, I could get a buzz. I didn't want to get drunk. And especially on night 1, we were already night 0, we were already kind of exhausted. I went with an alcohol-free beer. $10. You're going to notice the pricing like that in Vegas here. Love all the disco balls at different heights like crystals. Yeah, there was an actual disco ball up there too. I think I have one more picture. Oh no, I'll just leave the camera right here because of our view here. Now, again, Dita Von Teese is a burlesque artist, so her show, believe it or not, is actually a comedy stand-up. It was great. Bill Burr was there as sort of a guest. He popped out and he talked about the prices of things over at Caesar's Palace, and they actually sang a duet. It was quite wild. Wait. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. It was a burlesque show. Bill Burr was not there in any capacity. So, it was the burlesque show. Note the presence of a little stage right here. Occasionally, we were front row for some shenanigans. Now, thanks for paying for our school system with your trip. You're welcome, Jenny. Always happy to pay education taxes wherever I am and wherever I go. So, the Dita Von Teese show, like some shows in Vegas, does not permit you to take pictures. And they say as much when the show's about to start. So no one's allowed to whip out their phone and go clickety click click click. Which is just as well, because had I been able to take pictures, I don't think I'd be able to show any of them to you anyway. Because most of the things were of I mean, yeah, I could have shown off the dudes, because that's the thing. Burlesque also tends to be very queer as well, so there were dudes in this thing too. Very nice looking dudes in various degrees of dressed and undressed. Very fabulous. The fact there was one part in the show, like you could tell when they were doing like secondary acts, because Dita Von Teese and the stage are all, they're changing for the next act or whatever it is. So when the curtains close, they have like little other sets that are taking place on the little ramp and in front of the curtain. And it was like one part where it's like 3 guys just wearing like slacks who looked like they were dressed like they were like, I don't know, what up, you Dukes, Marquis of Queensberry people from like 1920s or something. So they're all having like a rival ballroom dancing off or something like that. You very much like, if the show didn't feel gay to you at that point, it definitely would have by then. But yes, a lot of the show centered around Dita Von Teese and the various other femme presenters showing off their butts and having nipple tassels on. Now, the tassels never came off. So, it wasn't like it was a strip show or anything. Not that there would have been any problem with it had it been. But yeah, most of the setups were, everyone frolicking around and waiting for Dita Von Teese to show off her nipple tassels. And before anyone asks, yes, it did end with the martini glass. Because what other way could the show have ended? So, Dita Von Teese, The Venetian, highly recommend. In addition to being, a very queer show, there was another part of the show I really liked as well. Like, how the trope of like the Vegas show is like every, if you watch like fucking Showgirls or Casino, like the implication is like all the dancers have to be like, have like eating disorders because, show business is hell. They had a couple of, and what's the term I should use for this here? They had, normal fucking women in the show, including the supermodels, and, they looked great. In fact, they got some of the louder pops in the audience. Some bigger people, and look great. Go figure. Yes, all bodies were well represented at the Dita Von Teese show. And like I said, they got some of the loudest cat calls in the audience. So yeah, there you go. Why is the audio looping? I do have this on a bit of a playlist. Amazed you with the tassels don't fall off. Well, those adhesives and stuff like that. Yes, curves are always appreciated. They looked amazing. That's the thing. Like, so many people like, I could never do what you do. And let me tell you what the secret is here, folks. The secret is confidence. You act like something belongs on you, and people will believe it. You act like you're that bitch. You act like something belongs on you. You should be doing what you're doing, and other people will believe that. That's what it is. And if you don't have confidence, just pretend you do. It'll come naturally. But yeah, I have a 20-minute looping playlist because I figured I'd put vaguely casino-ish music on. It's basically a bunch of tracks from like Yakuza games and Virtual Casino. There you go. Honestly, right, yes. You would scream so hard. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, they looked amazing. And it wasn't, they're holding court with everyone else in the show. They're doing the same dance moves. Like, we love to see that kind of, we love to see it. Yeah, stop thinking that you're shit. Start thinking you're the shit. Exactly. So yeah. Your side hiccuped. Oh, is that what it is? So yeah, like I said, it was a wonderful show. Couldn't take pictures, but at the same time, these are also people bearing it all. So I feel like it's the sort of thing you should only really get to see if you were paying for it anyway. It would be it would be unethical to show them to you. I guess that's the larger point. It would be unethical. That's not to say that, chat has the money to fly to Vegas and go to the Venetian and see Dita Von Teese. I'm just saying, you got to respect that sometimes. There's things you got to do. And then, also forcing people to be in the moment is great, TBA. Just taking the show and experience. Right, yes. Like, your phone doesn't have to be out for every goddamn thing. Anyway, I bombed out at the tables previously at the Venetian, and then after the show, I actually turned around and did quite well, as you can see. Now, one thing y'all may have figured out about me, given the fact that I sold a bunch of you replica casino chips for a, fictitious joint. I like casino chips and I like collecting them. I did not keep this one, but I figured since I wasn't going to keep it, I should take a picture of it. So this is me recovering the $100 I put down on the table and then keeping everything else as profit. You kind of wish more shows were phone free. The interesting thing about that Tiny Gay Party Hats is there is a venue at the Bellagio called Pinky Ring. I guess it's Bruno Mars's joint or something like that. And I believe they actually confiscate your phones before you go in there. The chip almost looks 3D printed. Well, that's the thing about these chips is most of the ones there is, they usually etch like the name of the joint into it. This one actually has like a lot of the $100 chips in Vegas have like glitter embedded into them as well. So if that's what it's looking like, that's actually what it is. Bomba says, you've also read that the act of taking the picture can interrupt your brain making a memory of the event. If it's true. No, I believe it. I believe it. I completely believe it. Absolutely. You're a shorter person. Having people holding their phones up recording above their heads is frustrating. Right, exactly. Yeah, I'm with you on that. But yeah, this is me recovering my blackjack investment. Boom. Yay. You do not feel comfortable having your phone confiscated, but you're happy to put your phone away. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know if they confiscate it or if they just tell you to get the fuck out if they see the phone. I don't actually know. I didn't go in there, but I like the more places are like, dude, put the fucking phone away. Just put the memories in your head. That could be what it is. Anyway. So once we were done, we stepped outside for a little bit. This is, we're standing in the pavilion of the Venetian in Palazzo. Across the street is Treasure Island. If you've seen Miss Congeniality 2, that's where the climax takes place. Didn't go in there this time. It's a nice property. It's owned by a Trump sycophant, but then, aren't they fucking all? It's actually one of the more affordable joints in the strip. I think they still have free parking. I think. And that's one of the joints so you can actually get the resort fee waived. So, con, owned by a Trump sycophant. Pro, actually has value and one of the best. Like a lot of the places have Cirque du Soleil shows. Word on the street is that the one at Treasure Island is actually the best. So, make of that what you will. Is Dita a permanent show? Dita is presently a permanent show. Did we see the Mirage Volcano show? We'll see about that.
Never thought I'd love to hear that sound.
All of you relax. This is a matter of inconvenient timing, that's all. Police action was inevitable. And
Trinette and Raiders, hello, welcome on in. Welcome on in, Trinette and Raiders. I'm Queen Pib, Patricia Bogart. You may also call me Trish, Queen of the Retro, Queen of the Ways of the Old, and your time on this channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boob, and fat booty channel is, of course, and is always well wasted. Welcome on in. What was you up to over there? Please check out Trina. She plays some of the most wonderful strategy RPGs and tactical ones out there. And whenever I need that fix, I know exactly where to go. Check the demo, please, and freaking thank you. We're going over my most recent trip to Las Vegas, chatting about how shitty New Jersey is. Please keep doing that. I don't do that for operational security reasons, but please do spread the truth to the people. How does the view of the city look without the Tropicana? Weird. We got more pictures of that later. Trina, we got a lot of raid targets out there, and we're always thankful when we choose spend on little old me. Thank you, Switch, for coming on by with your folks. Hey, Robbie Bear as well. Welcome on in. To quickly recap, we got into town. We're staying at the Park MGM. We saw Dita Von Teese. Lots of tits, lots of butts, lots of body positivity, lots of all body types being represented. Very gay. Won my money back at the 21 table, real and money on the slots. This is Treasure Island, and if you're curious about tonight's outfit, I'm wearing this one because I bought it at the Park MGM, and it's a cute crop hoodie that was on sale, and I figured it'd be a cute outfit, and if I ever went to Vegas and I brought the titties, I could pair with like some high-waisted pants. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But anyway, so that's what it looks like from the back. So yeah, that's Treasure Island. Like I said, we didn't go there this time, but Mystere is allegedly one of the best Cirque du Soleil shows on the Las Vegas Strip. And another little picture of, the Venetian standing on one of the bridges. You can see Harrah's back here, which is the nearest Caesars joint, which on the Strip is past Casino Royale, which we'll have a picture of shortly. Over here is Caesar's Palace. And they still have the marquee sign for the Mirage up, but it won't be there for long. And Very Pink Penguin apparently wants me to show something off here. I could open cans with those buns. It's been known to happen. Very Pink Penguin wants me to show something off. See, now if I'd worn the thing like this, I'd have just, done, this, but they're already out, so that won't work as an option. All right, so you want me to show something off here. All right, you want me to show off this large, wonderful, voluptuous, world famous, terms of service compliant lion? Wait, what? What the hell is this doing here? You're not Giuseppe. What the hell happened? What the fuck is the lion from the MGM Grand doing here? Let's try that again. And the lion better not have eaten Giuseppe. Oh, let's try that again. You want me to show off this large, wonderful, voluptuous, world famous, terms of service compliant, Ted? Huh? His name's Giuseppe. What happens when we squeeze my Ted? He's adorable. We love you so much. Mwah. Yeah, he took a Vegas trip too. Midnight Wolf did the Mubbles redemption, but could the mod team actually refund that? Normally I would go for it, but then we won't be able to get through the entire trip recap. Just make sure you hit reject and not complete. Thank you. Don't mark it as complete, otherwise we're on the hook. Make sure it's marked as rejected. But anyway, Caesar's Palace is back there. It's okay, Midnight Wolf. Just redeem it tomorrow. Refund it. Good. Excellent. So, we'll get to what that line's doing here later. So, another little selfie, Rhea looks amazing. Well, I'm there too, I guess. Yeah, make sure we're taking lots of selfies, because I think that was something we didn't do last time. We didn't take enough selfies, so I'm making sure I correct that this time. What do we got after this? We got, okay, so this is a little walk down memory lane. This joint is between Harrah's and the Venetian. So if I go back a couple of pictures, so we're standing on the Venetian. Harrah's is over there. Harrah's is a Caesars, a casino. In between the two of them is a little joint called Casino Royale. And we stayed there. It's a Best Western, actually. And we stayed there for TwitchCon Vegas. And we figured we would stop by there just for funsies. It's a very small venue. They don't have table games anymore. But it's sort of a little bit more of a modest place to hang out. Was 007 there? Actually, yes. I don't know if you can see it from here, though. They did have, I want to say, like, somewhere back here, they did actually have a James Bond machine, and I won, like, $60 off of it. Yeah, the Casino Royale and the Jockey Club keeping it OG, exactly. But yeah, they got, like, machines with, like, lower denoms. You can play 25-cent... You can play actual 25-cent Wheel of Fortune here, which means it's like $2.50 a spin, but That's better than going literally anywhere else, and it's $10 a spin. So you can play 250 Wheel of Fortune. They actually have affordable restaurants in the joint. They have, now they're $3.49 hot dogs. They got a Pizza Hut. They got a Subway. They actually have a White Castle attached to it as well. The drinks at the sports bar are very affordable, and very nice place, very nice little place to hang out. And I figured we had to go back, we had to stop by there and have a look. No resort fees, but it is the Best Western, so, you know, if you have Best Western points, you can use them there. Yes, White Castle, the pride of Ohio. There is also a CVS and a Denny's attached to the joint. I do recall taking Portia and Gigi there for a meal. It was very lovely. It's a very nice joint. Not smoke-free. I'll tell you that much. Only the Park MGM is on this trip is smoke-free. But I just figured we'd stop in there, have a little fun, and then piss the fuck off. This is the MGM Grand. We had to take the monorail from Harrah's Link back to MGM Grand because that was the closest way to get back to Park MGM. This is outside Morimoto in the MGM Grand. I guess he's a chef of some renown. I guess. What food do people who've lost a lot of money eat? Probably the $3.49 hot dogs at Casino Royale. Yes, Rhea was wearing her lovely pink outfit. She actually wore that at TwitchCon Vegas as well. And, you know, very pink, pretty trees here. A very pink, pretty Rio. We love her. I kept telling Rio, you know, if you want me to go to a Japanese restaurant, we can do that. I'll try anything once. I mean, I tried anal, see where that got me. Once you unlock the power of your booty, the sky's the limit. But anyway, and this, I believe, is back at home base Park MGM. I can tell because of the design of the ceiling. You'll see in later pictures. But as you can see, this is based off of one of our favorite game shows on Game Show Night.
Wait a minute!
This is indeed a slot machine based on Press Your Luck. And Rio apparently won at least, I don't know how much she won on that. I feel it was like at least 20, 30 bucks off. Oh, I won that one. Okay, so somebody won on the fucking thing. One of us won on this damn thing. We won the minor at least, which is like 10 bucks, and then not the minor, the mini. Like, so you're gonna notice some of these machines, they have progressive jackpots here, and they kind of scale based off of people putting money into the machine. The mini is usually like 10 bucks. The minor is usually twice whatever that is, and it goes up for the major, the mega, the ultra, the grand, and the epic. The epic, I believe, it's more of like a nationwide lottery, to be completely honest. Isn't Press Your Luck a description of all gambling? Again, I will use this moment to remind you that one of the times we did Game Show Night, we were playing Press Your Luck. We were live on TikTok. We did get suspended briefly on TikTok because they thought I was gambling. It's like, no, this is a simulated game show for the Wii. I'm not playing the fucking Press Your Luck machine. But yes, apparently we won some money on that thing, so that was pretty cool. We got our bonus, or whatever the piss it is. Anyway, now we've officially made it to day one. We completed day 0. We have made it to day 1. This is the view from our hotel room. The MGM Grand, still green, but it's not lit up, so it's, you know, more of a minor green. As you can see, the Ross Dressed for Less is still there, as well as the Marshalls. So that's everything's right where you left it. If you were concerned about that, don't worry. It's all still there. It's good. It's good. You don't have to be concerned about that at all. Yeah, good Lord, day 0 was packed full. I know. Was it hot there? No, it was actually quite pleasant. It was like, once the sun came out around noon or so, it was like 60, 65 degrees, and occasionally there was a breeze. It was very lovely. I mean, you kind of needed like a coat at night. But I mean, it's Vegas. Sometimes, it's the middle of the desert. You kind of do need that. But no, during the day it was very nice. Not overly hot. I mean, you could have worn a jacket if you wanted to, but no, it was very pleasant. It was very nice it's February. It stands to reason. I prefer to visit Vegas, when it's in this time of year. Of course, it makes getting it home rough because it's freezing when you get back, but it's very nice. Our winters are amazing. Every other time is hell. See, that's the other reason why I can't go to Vegas in the summer. All of the pools have a no Speedos and thongs policy for the dudes. It's like, those are all I own. That's why I don't bother with it in the summer. I know, it's very unfair, I know. Nah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? This giant ass that just means this giant ass left to go to Atlantic City instead. Pib, they're probably just districted. Yeah, but it's Jersey, who gives a f? Anyway, what do we got next here? Alright, so I look good in every one of them. Damn right, Blue Dragon Shaman. You've been here for a hot minute, as well as Drew. Welcome on in. So day one was a little bit more South Strip centric because in the various times in Las Vegas, we've never gone south of the Excalibur. Now, as you're going to find out throughout our time here, the Excalibur is very quickly becoming my favorite property because it's where we won the most money. We took a lot of money out of this place. Also, they sold a very nice zip hoodie for like $40. I was like, there's no way I can't not buy this. I mean, a zip hoodie with the logo of the joint for $40. I mean, that's cheaper than the crap I sell on Fourth Wall. I can't not buy it, but yes. If you recall the end of Casino, this is one of the places the Bobby De Niro character is screaming about. And I got a funny story about the Excalibur, but I'll tell it later. But Excalibur, as you can see, it was built in like early 90s. So that when it was built, it had the most rooms of any hotel in the world until the MGM Grand was constructed right across the street. Very Arthurian legend themed, as you can see. We were thinking to do the Tournament of Kings dinner show, but we never quite got around to it. We got some pictures of the inside coming up shortly. The thing that's going to be weird is for the next 3 venues, you're not going to see a lot of external shots until night, because the thing about this section of the strip is they have underground tunnels and walkways going from property to property, so you don't have to step outside. So like if it's the blistering summer heat and you want to go from the Excalibur to the Luxor to the Mandalay Bay, you don't have to step outside to do it. So it's going to be a hot minute before you'll see outside pictures of those venues. South side of Strip is ugly as hell. I mean, it has some very nice places in it, but okay, we'll get to that. So, again, and there's the marquee of the Excalibur, and like I said, it's got the Tournament of Kings dinner show, which is very nice, but we didn't get around to it this time, and some year we will. And I tell this joke every single time I take a picture of this sign, and I'm going to tell it again. The Australian Bee Gees, or as they're also known, because the Bee Gees were Australian, the Bee Gees. But it's not actually the Bee Gees, it's a tribute band. Like my rule to this point, and you know, that could always change once, if for whatever reason Vegas dries up of things I want to do. No tribute bands. I don't do tribute bands. I'm sorry. I want to see. Look, if Barry Manilow and Wayne Newton are still alive and performing, they get the priority. I have seen both of those performers in Vegas, though. Wonderful shows, I must say. Yeah, there are enough actual original artists there. Exactly. I mean, that's not to take away from the Australian Bee Gees. I'm sure they do a great job. It's just not top priority if I'm in town for a few days, you know? Yeah, Mr. New Vegas himself. Exactly. I was watching an episode of The Amazing Race where this was when Wayne Newton had his residency, I assume, at the MGM Grand. And one of the legs of the race was you had to find a hotel room, and he was in it. But they didn't tell you he was in it. You realized it when you got in there. And there was one team that said, "Oh my God!" and they didn't know who he was. And I was like, I want to reach through the TV and smack both of you. A lot of boy bands performing in Vegas these days. I know, because that's the thing. The millennials, some of us have money, and as such, like, all right, we gotta stop doing. I mean, we'll still do the old rockers, and we'll still do the country shows. You know, all the fucking rich rednecks will come here and spend the money, but we gotta do some stuff for the millennials. Are they like the Australian Pink Floyd? Yeah, something like that. And one thing you're going to learn very quickly about Rio is Hot Flaming Pots is her machine. She sees a hot Flaming Pots machine and she goes right to it. What about millennial rednecks? I don't know. You'll figure it out. Honestly, you're probably at the MGM Grand at that point, to be completely honest. Or Caesars. Oh, I got a Caesars story, but I'll tell that later. But yeah, here's Rio winning off of a $100 buy-in, $231. So technically, $131. So, like I said, we won a lot of money at the Excalibur, and this wasn't the only hit. Because I think there's one later. I think there might be a picture after this. Here's her winning $588. And I believe this was a continuation of this one. So, now, look, please bear advised, it's called gambling for a reason. Nothing is guaranteed. That being said, we have never had a losing event ever with this machine. Now, that's not to say if you see this machine, go play it. I'm just saying how it's been for us. I know at some point this machine's gonna go, I fucking had it with you. And there was a point in this trip where it very nearly got to be that case, but we'll get to that point. I'm just saying, we've never lost money on this machine. But again, your mileage may vary. Viewers' discretion is advised. This does not mean this machine is a guaranteed cash machine. I'm just saying. So, right away, we're up like $800 at the Excalibur. Rio winning cars to help the Griswolds be able to drive home. I know, she's Mrs. Papa Giorgio herself. Anyway, we'll have exterior pictures of it later, but this is the Luxor. Remember what Qui-Gon Jinn said, whenever you gamble, my friend, eventually you'll lose. Yeah, we'll get to that point. Don't worry, we did leave about $1,000 behind, but that represented about maybe 38% of the total money we brought with us. But anyway, this is the inside of the Luxor. You may have noticed the extremely odd atrium size. It's given, you ever play SimCity 2000? You know the Darko arcology? The one that looked like a xenomorph or something was giving off weird, creepy vibes. It's basically the Luxor. I think we have a couple of pictures of stuff here. Do we make money or lose money? We lost money, but, you know, that's the way it goes. But, you know, we left the town with memories, souvenirs, and we had a good time. Don't worry, in a long enough timeline, Vegas got some of that money back. I'm just saying the Excalibur is so far the place where we win the most money. And don't worry, I got more point pictures of that place later. So yeah, the Luxor, and here's a picture of us going, oh my God, we're in the Luxor. So I think I have a better picture. Okay, so this is the Luxor atrium has like two floors. Like the bottom floor is the casino floor. Which is, you know, the slot machines, the table games, the sports book, all of those things. And this is the second floor. It's got the Titanic showroom, some other stuff. And as you can see, it is actually the largest atrium in the world, which is to say the largest sort of closed area thing that has shit in or something like that. Now, one thing that is particularly strange about the Luxor, and I mean, I joke and I say, oh my god, this is Dolodar's favorite place. And that was one of the reasons we had to go there, because Dolodar, she's my emote artist, so many of the emotes they have that are, you know, works of art, they were made by Dolodar, and she actually hates the Luxor. So when I sent her a large order of Bet Pib chips, because I mean she designed the logo with its own, like most of them, so I figured she could have a bunch for free. I included my Luxor chip as a shitpost, but I only had one Luxor chip, so I gave her my only Luxor chips. Like, well, we gotta go to the Luxor because I gotta, you know, replace that chip. And suffice to say, I did. But she hates the Luxor, and Rio kind of hated it as well. And I don't blame her. I mean, I can get it, because the problem is twofold. It's kind of dimly lit, and this is where the story's gonna get a little dark. You're hella nostalgic for the Luxor? Hey, Regal Roadkill, welcome on in. The one time he was in Vegas when he was 12, he stayed at the Luxor. Now, to be clear, the Luxor also has 2 additional hotel towers that are not part of the pyramid. So there's like 2 hotel towers that are sort of flank the pyramid. So if you were to stay at the Luxor, you don't have to stay in the pyramid. But yes, all of these floors you're seeing up here are hotel rooms, and the elevator goes on an angle. So it's basically like Mass Effect. And the reason why the Luxor kind of gives people dark vibes is because, can you see where a story like this is going? Hey, Zach as well, welcome on in. I texted Zach about something during his trip. We haven't got to that point, but I'll get to it soonish here. Someone died. Well, that's the thing, Tiny Gay Party Hats. If you're woefully depressed and you bet the company payroll and you're staying in one of these floors, then, you know, your mind's not in a good place. Sometimes it does happen. Not while we were there, and they generally don't really publicize it when it happens because that's bad for tourism. But yes, there have been people who have felt compelled to leap over that, and that's why the floor is all trampolines now. I mean, it should be. Skill shot if you land on the obelisk. Okay, but like if you land on that thing and hang on to it like you're the Prince of Persia or something, I mean, that should immediately win you like the grand jackpot on the Wheel of Fortune. I'm just saying. Obviously, the Queen Pip show does not recommend doing that. When it comes to going up in those floors of the Luxor, the Queen Pip show says don't jump over them. Let me make that abundantly clear. The Queen Pip show says no. But yeah, we'll have pictures of the outside of the Luxor later. This was... Now, the Luxor and the Excalibur had 2 of my favorite machines. This is a penny slot. An actual, proper penny slot. Not like that Hot Pots thing that we made a shitload of monies on. But this was a machine where legitimately, if you wanted to, you could play 2-cent denominations on 5 lines. So each pull could have been 10 cents. Now, you wouldn't win much, but if all you wanted to do was see the bright shiny lights, hear the sounds, and see the reel spin, you could have sat at that thing with a $20 bill for hours. Now, you probably wouldn't be able to do the Steph Sterling Krabby Granny Drinky Winky because the The cocktail waitresses probably aren't going to bring you a drink if you're playing 10 cents a spin. But at the Excalibur and the Luxor, the two machines, legitimately, you could get a spin in for like 20 cents. And as you can see, I won 2,500 credits. Which, let's see here. I'm going to pull up my calculator here. Let's see. 2,500 multiplied by 5 cents is... That can't be right. Hang on here. 2,500 times 0.05 cents. No, 2 cents. Why am I thinking 5 cents? 2 cents. Apparently, I may have won $50 off this machine. If I'm doing my math correctly here. So yeah, I may have won $50. Because I was playing at 2 cent I was playing at 2 cent denoms. Oh no, what it was that I wagered 50 credits. So really I made money off this machine when I shouldn't have. What does play 75 credits mean? It's if you were to max bet on the machine, and that's probably what I did. Every once in a while, I'll usually low roll I will low roll the lowest denom. But every once in a while, I will hit that max bet button. Max bet on many of these, every slot machine has a max bet button. And what that does is like you can set your wager. You could play like the low denom, the middle denom, the high denom. Maybe you play some of the lines. Maybe you play all the lines. Maybe you don't play the multiplier. Max bet throttles out everything. And for once, I like to pretend I'm Charlie. Not Charlie. I like to pretend I'm Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and scream, "Wild card!" and mash the max bet button, and it actually worked out on that machine. So I won like $50 off of it. Which was not part of the plan. Yeah, hell yeah, free $50 is free $50. I'll take it. And eventually we wandered over the Mandalay Bay. Like I said, we'll have pictures of the outside in a little bit here. I did very well at the 21 table. Since I wasn't going to keep this $100 chip, I wanted to take a picture of it. Because, I wanted to remember the time I held the $100 chip at the Mandalay Bay. We'll discuss the Mandalay Bay a little bit more, why it's a notable prop in a bit here. But the problem is, like, some of these chips... Here's the problem, like the chips get a little dirty. So like this thing's got the same thing where it's got like glitter embedded into it, but it kind of needs to be cleaned up a little bit. So usually when I bring chips home, I will take like hand soap and a toothbrush and I'll clean them. This one, if I had brought it home with me, definitely would have needed that treatment. But I did gangbusters at the Mandalay Bay. Like, again, I'm a degenerate. I like collecting casino chips. So my goal at any joint was to slap a $100 table down at the $100 bill down at the 21 table. And the way it would go is I'd play a couple of hands, and I was bombing out. I would typify the dealer, walk away, and just keep the chips I had and just accept that $100 was dead. But if things worked out well, I would take the money and run, cash in the initial investment, and keep the chips as a souvenir. So at the Mandalay Bay, I was up like $80, and then I cashed the fuck out. And the guy next to me said, and that's the thing, when you're especially at like a high roller joint or a fancier joint in Las Vegas, you see people from all over the world, people from business conventions, people from Europe. And the guy looked at me and he said, taking the money and run, said, "Yeah, I'm getting out of here while the getting's good." How many hands has that chip been in? I shudder to think about it. Also, the Mandalay Bay is where I found out about the plane crash at Toronto Pearson. Like, a lot of these casinos also have like TVs in them, and they usually play like sports games because, they have the sports betting. They have all like BetMGM, Caesars Sportsbook, DraftKings, all the usuals. And of course, Mandalay Bay is an MGM property, so they're very big on pushing the BetMGM. And that was where I found out on TV that, the Pearson crash, which was where the plane was upside down. Thankfully, no fatalities. But I looked at that, and all the times I've watched air crash documentaries, I've already made a solid guess as to what happened. By the way, to all the people who love me, I survived 4 rides on planes this week. And to all my haters, I'm sorry the airplanes couldn't kill me. To all my haters, I'm sorry. I know you crossed your fingers, but sorry, I lived. Deal with it. Much like the gambling, sometimes I do know when to quit. But yeah, speaking of that crash, I mean, we don't know for sure what happened, but here's my best guess, right? You're like, how the fuck does an airplane end up upside down other than a Denzel Washington movie? Here's what I would guess happened, right? So they're on approach at Toronto Pearson. Conditions are shitty. And what happens, the problem is, and this is a kind of crash that's happened before, is here's the plane. Pretend my thumb and my pinky are the wings, all right? And, here's the ground. So it comes down, but maybe it's coming in too fast. Like, the landing gear's got shock absorbers in it, but you can't just land a thing like you're being rough to it, like you're going at my butthole or something. So what happens is if it lands too hard, the plane will bounce. And the problem is if the pilot's not expecting that bounce, what can happen is the plane starts to teeter. So it bounces, and what happens is lift is becoming a problem at that point because they've intentionally slowed the plane down for landing. But if they came in at too steep an angle, this also happens like a FedEx jet like a while ago, as it comes in, it bounces, lift is compromised, the plane starts to bank, and the problem is if the wing touches the ground, the wing cannot support the weight of the plane. So if the wing touches ground, wing is destroyed at that point, physics takes over, and that's how the plane ends up upside down. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened. The TSB, the Transportation Safety Board in Canada, probably in coordination with the American NTSB, will investigate the incident and find out what happened. But were I a betting person, and as you can see, I tend to be, that would be what I would put my money on. I'm just saying. Yeah, shit was on fire and people walked out of there. Oh yeah, the lawsuits for that are going to be tremendous. Yeah, there's like some convention that says you can sue, international convention that says that you can sue airlines for like $300,000. So take Delta to the cleaners, please. Anyway, moving on here. This is one of the other sections inside the Mandalay Bay. The Mandalay Bay is probably the fanciest place on the south side of the strip. Sorry, MGM Grand. The Mandalay Bay is a very upscale casino resort. It has a convention center. It has, I think, don't quote me on this, I think it's got the arena where the Las Vegas Aces play. I think. You read they all got paid $30K from the airlines, no strings attached. That was the thing. Delta was said, hey, we're offering everyone $30K, no strings attached. And I'm like, don't fucking take it. They say there's no strings attached. They're saying there's no strings attached, but there's strings attached. There's gotta be. Hodl on that one big fucking time. But yeah, $30K, but I'm like, don't fucking take it. Don't fucking take it. Take him to the cleaners. But yeah, this is the inside of Mandalay Bay. As you can see, it looks a lot fancier than Casino Royale. You can see some of the table games actually over here, actually. You know, slot machines, all that stuff, and I don't know, some foliage stuff. This is some restaurant by some Wolfgang fuck guy or something like that. I don't think they were open at the time we went through, but I was like, Rio, you want to go eat dinner? And I'm like, do you want to go broke already? I was hungry, but Rio did not want us to go in there. She you know what? She's a modest broad. Well, in truth, not to spoil parts of this trip recap here, we had a reservation at the Bellagio the next night, so we knew we were heading for an expensive night then, so we figured we would wait. Oh, 2 hours in. I suppose this is normally where we take the BRB. I suppose we could do that real quick here. We're gonna take about okay, here's what we're gonna do. Just because we've been live for 2 hours, and I could power through it, but I know some of you kind of rely on it to take take a piss break or something. So we'll take it anyway. We're gonna take about a 2.5 minute break. I'm going to top up my bevy, and when we return, we'll continue talking about our trip. We'll be right back.
Do you wish you could drive in the left lane and just hang out there for the entirety of your commute? And then cut across 2 lanes of grad students in Yaris's because you're about to miss your exit? Student loans. Do you wish you could flip off a grandmother of 3 for daring to go 50 in a 55? Get off the road, Ethel. Do you wish you could ask for and receive roadhead? You want to be bold. You want to be fearless. You want your limits to have no limits. You need the fucking audacity. The audacity. Change lanes. Leave the turn signal on. Take up 2 spots. If you're at a Whole Foods, take up 4. And see if the power of whole grains gave Quinoa Kendall enough of a spine to do something about it. The fucking audacity smells like the hope of a more punchable tomorrow, of kicking your neighbor down an endless MC Escher staircase without fear of being sued, because anybody who'd willingly live next to you for 15 years should know better than to let coolant leak from his Ford Fusion onto your freshly seeded Kentucky bluegrass. The audacity is a proprietary blend of vetiver, sandalwood, and road rage sweat. Essential oils, not on your life. Sandalwood is an essential oil. We use differential oils. To have the audacity is to remain flammable at all times. See that red light up ahead? Don't you dare coast to it. You get over there like it's 1982 Kathleen Turner calling you over for a bit of How's the Weather in Bald Knob, Arkansas. That's a real place. Go first at every 4-way stop. Go west on an eastbound 1-way street. Never let them know your next move. Turn signals are for apple polishing doormats. And stop worrying about the law. Cops need to remember who pays their salary. Yes, officer, a single bungee cord is plenty to secure this queen-sized Serta mattress to my Honda Fit. In fact, when it comes to securing my load, your wife can fill you in on all the details. Hey! Let go! Let go of me! I have rights! I'm a sovereign citizen! Am I being detained? As a free person, I do not recognize the authority of your jurisdiction! Remanded to the custody of the state awaiting trial. Don't let Big Auto tell you how to live your life. Unlock the nerve. Unlock the power. Unlock the audacity.
There, we're back. Hope you had a nice piss. Hope you topped up your bevy. I did. This all says like 6 ice cubes in it. So that's good to know. Also, remember when I said I was only going to use to have 1 drink out of the $200 Jack Daniels? I wasn't kidding. This isn't Jack Daniels. This is Canadian Club. So this is 6 or 7 ice cubes in there. I'm going to wait a while for it to melt. Anyway, I'm Queen Pib. Norman is the whole speech that goes here, but I got a big trip to get through, and I want to complete the show as the one shot, so I'm going to skip the usual speech I give. We're just going to get right back into the action. One thing I am going to point out, since we are 2 hours into broadcast, this show may go late, and if you're the sort of person who wanted to hear about the entire trip, but you got to dip out at some point, this VOD will probably make great morning viewing. So if you are, enveloped in the narrative, but you can't stay the whole show, I wholly encourage you to watch the VOD on Twitch. I also post them on YouTube, but I got a bit of a backlog I got to get through. So, you can obviously watch this the next day as well. Gandalf the Grey.
Do not let me show you down much.
Oh, don't you worry about that. Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. For the curious who got in here late, I'm wearing a hoodie that I bought from the Park MGM. It's a femme crop hoodie. It's not cropped this high, but just figured I'd let it ride up a little bit here. This is what the back of it looks like. So I figured it'd be cute for a drag look, and also if I brought the tatas with me to Vegas on a future trip and slid the gender slider from M all the way over to F, it'd be part of a cute outfit. So I figured I could do worse than buying that. I'm telling you, there is an alternate universe where I'm the spokesperson for BetMGM instead of Jamie Foxx. I'm just saying. And to recap, for anyone who got here late, we did a trip in Vegas. That's why we're off the last couple of days. We stayed at the Park MGM. As you can see, VR commanders attested that they love the Park MGM. The Park MGM is a little bit more of it's still busy, but it's not as ostentatious and out there as the other Vegas properties on the Strip. And it is cigarette free. No smoking. Genuine no smoking venture. Rio's always wanted to stay there, and as you've seen how wonderful that dame is, I ain't gonna say no to her. Also, for the West Coast crowd coming in and staring at my yoga pants.
Because she got a great ass, and you got your head all the way up it.
Anyway, back to the show here. Anyway, we were previously looking at a restaurant inside the Mandalay Bay, one of these Wolfgang Puck ones, or as Chad said, the Karama by Full Gang Puck rim shot. Yeah, the Park MGM's quite nice. I would actually consider staying there again if Mr. MGM continues to be generous with the comps. I think we had one of the nights we stayed was comped because of our play, or lack thereof. And I think the other one was deeply discounted. So I want to say our stay for 4 4 nights was 600, almost just shy $700. Not bad at all. Anyway, this is more of the casino floor at the Mandalay Bay. As you can see, it's fancy. There's a sign up here that says for the Michael Jackson 1 Theater. They have a Cirque show for Michael Jackson. We considered seeing it, but we were on a roll. We didn't get around to it. But I'm told that their Michael Jackson show is quite excellent. As always, awesome looks. Why, thank you, VR Commander. All right, this is where we actually chose to eat. This is the House of Blues at the Mandalay Bay. It's a restaurant. It exists. We ordered, we were a little hungry, but not for a full meal. Our thing in Vegas usually is when we go to work, because it's expensive, but it's also a lot. It's, trying to watch my figure here, I've actually lost a little bit of weight. I'd like to keep it off. Spoiler alert, I did. So usually what we do, we go somewhere is we split an entree and then we usually get our own drink or something. But here we split an appetizer, we split a plate of nachos, and I decided to go meatless because I figured, a plate of nachos with cheese sauce. I don't mean nacho cheese, I mean cheese sauce. I figured I'd be stocked up plenty on that without adding on the brisket. Also, I was gonna have some hoity-toity drink, but the waiter recommended a hurricane, so I had that instead. And I can't remember what the Rio had, but the Rio. No, Rio, not the Rio. The Rio is the hotel casino. She had something with berries. It was quite delicious. Now, the problem with having a plate of nachos that is regular cheese sauce on it and not nacho cheese, she had a blackberry mojito. What, like the device? She had a blackberry mojito. It was actually quite delicious. We know we let each other sip each other's bevies because, you know, we've been married for like what 12, 13 years. We've exchanged worse than spit. I'll have you know she, but you don't need to hear about that. Have I played the new Yakuza yet? No, Subasa, but Rio is actually, if there's a solid chance she's powering through infinite wealth right now so she can start it. But yeah, the problem with traditional regular cheese sauce, not nacho cheese, is it tends to get nasty when it cools off. So we didn't finish the whole thing, but you know, it provided enough food. So we were happy at that. And this, I think, this is weird. Like, you're going to notice if you're in like one of these places that they have like a high limit room for slots. And I don't think that's what this is. But it was weird. Like, they created like a separate room for like the automated craps, blackjack, and roulette games. So if you're not familiar with these are games where you can like simulate table games, and they just go off like a main screen, and you punch in whatever it is you're doing on the console. So we got the bubble craps there, which is actually quite popular in blackjack. They just gave a whole room away to that, I guess. I'm wondering if maybe at some point that was a poker room and they moved it. Because that's what happens sometimes is they have a poker room, as I like to call them, the PvP zones. Because the thing you have to remember about poker is a game where you're playing against other players, not the house. The house just hosts it and takes a percentage of the winnings. So sometimes they move these things around depending on how fancy they want their poker room to be. And I'm guessing at one point, maybe that was their poker room. You think it was a former high limit room? Yeah, one or the other at least. Anyway, here's Rio winning how much? Or no, she's just playing. I don't know what the hell this thing is called, but she was playing a machine, and I'm pretty sure she won at some point. It's what she does. You hate PvP, you're a solo player. Now, here's one thing you may be wondering, right? Oh my God! Why'd you take a picture of a slot machine at that angle? Oh my God, there could be personally identifiable information in there. No, there isn't. I took it out with a Sharpie. Now you'll never know that Rio's real name is Sylvia Wiss. Anyway, as you can see, this was a little bit more of a casual day. Because, you know, we went hardcore on day 0, so day 1 was a little bit more casual here. Anyway, this is a walkway between the Mandalay Bay and the convention center. Now, the Mandalay Bay, like many casino resorts in Las Vegas, its hotel tower is sort of, I wouldn't say triangle shaped, but if you see what my fingers are doing right now, like you can imagine one section of rooms here, one section of rooms here, one section of rooms here. So sometimes they're like shaped like a, whatever the piss you would call that, a peace sign without the circle, or sometimes it's like a plus. What the fuck am I doing with my hands? You know what a plus looks like. But I noticed from this angle that it kind of looked like a dick. So I had to take a picture of it from that angle. But as you can see, I mean, you know, it's got like gold windows and shit, so it's a fancy place. Hey, Leanna, welcome on. And so I just figured I'd take this picture of the Mandalay Bay wall. It looked like a penis. All you can think of is the upside down peace sign from Deadly Premonition. Exactly, Sassarus. And here's a picture of us taking a selfie in front of the implied penis. As you can see, I'm remarking on how tall it is. It's very tall. In fact, when the finale for a season of The Amazing Race was filmed on the Las Vegas Strip, one of the events they had to do was they had to rappel face forward down the side of the Mandalay Bay. Now, the Mandalay Bay, you may also remember it from many notable boxing matches have taken place there. In fact, if you've seen Rocky VI, aka Rocky Balboa, the Mandalay Bay is where the main event of the film, aka Rocky Balboa versus Mason the Line Dixon, takes place. So the Mandalay Bay, like other properties in Las Vegas, has hosted prize fights. So that's another reason why the property is notable. Because, you know, it's a big fancy pants hoity-toity place. So they hold such things. Now, The one thing the Mandalay Bay is many of these casino resorts have themes, and the Mandalay Bay sort of has like a South Seas vibe to it. Like, you know, the Luxor and the Excalibur were a little bit more obvious. The Luxor and the Excalibur represented neoconservative imperialism and the remains of the day. Wait, shit, I got that wrong. The Egyptian city of Luxor and Arthurian legend, respectively. I always get those mixed up. Anyway, Mandalay Bay has more of a South Seas vibe, and as part of that, the Mandalay Bay does maintain an aquarium. So we figured for funsies, we would go inside the Mandalay Bay Aquarium. It was about 40 bucks a ticket, which sounds expensive, but it's Vegas, so that's actually pretty affordable. We were there like early afternoon, so, you know, so many animals were just kind of vibing, which, I mean, honestly, this guy's a mood. I respect it. I respect what's going on here. I respect you putting as much effort in as necessary, and I appreciate it. And I know I will issue, you know, the usual spiel here. Are legitimate arguments to be made against zoos and things of this nature. The mission of the Mandalay Bay Aquarium allegedly is to, you know, not only bring awareness to the issue, but help with repopulation. You can take that for what you will. That's the life just sunning on a rock, exactly. But yes, I know there are legitimate arguments to be made against zoos and things of that nature, so I just wanted to put that out there. You know, we're being fair and balanced and impartial on the Queen Pib Show. Or whatever the hell you want to call it. It does look so happy. Like, I'm reminded of the section from the Dragnet film where they're at the LA Zoo and, you know, Tom Hanks is yelling at Dan Aykroyd. What, you think these animals were out in the wild jockeying for position, screaming, take me, I want to live on damn cement? That line is aged like fine wine. Anyway, here's Sneck doing the same thing. I was like, can you give me a little blub, 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 blub? Come on, it's the year of the snake after all. The snake's like, no, f you, I'm vibing. Like, okay, I can appreciate that, because if not for this class, you'd kill me. I don't know, some kind of anaconda. I reached a point where I was like, maybe I should take pictures of the little marquee next to the thing and say what the fuck I'm looking at. I did not get to that point at this point yet, so Snack here is just enjoying himself herself behind the glass. And here's one of these things that killed Steve Irwin. I don't know, some kind of ray. I think I actually took a picture of the thing that tells me what this is. We'll find out what that is shortly here. So as you can see, a lot of aquatic things. A lot of things you'd see in Animal Crossing. One of these rays is a fish next to him. As you can see, the fish is kind of a mood. I was like, look, I'm going to have the same policy here I have at art museums. When I have an opportunity to do so, take a nice up-close picture. Sometimes you get a solid reaction shot. And yeah, Fishy's just doing the shift semicolon and a D. I think I got a couple other pictures like that in this reel too. Like, that's the thing. You want a reaction picture? Go to any art museum that's got like Renaissance era paintings and such. Go up close to any of the faces, just go click. You get a perfect reaction picture every time. Anyway. And then, you know, more of those rays. They're vibing. It's Motoro Stingray. Ah, there you go. Thanks, Pip, for taking that picture. Thanks, Pip, for remembering to take a picture of the fucking thing you're taking a picture of so you could remember what the hell it was. Thanks, I really appreciate that. Yeah, past Pib and future Pib's back. And I mean, what a back it is. Am I right or am I right? Can you believe I sent an email to MGM Resorts saying, hey, I'm online micro-influencer. Can I wander around one of your joints wearing my outfit, and I never heard back from them. Can you believe that? Next time I'll just do it without asking permission. Anyway, I can't remember what this thing is, but I know for a fact it's in Animal Crossing. I know because I've got a tank in my town that I haven't looked at in years that has that thing in it. So I don't remember what that is. I just know it's in Animal Crossing. I know that's in Animal Crossing. Liz thinks it's an arowana. I'll take your word for it. By the way, welcome on in. I'm guessing. Again, I just know that thing's in Animal Crossing. I know. Yeah, that's the fucking thing from Animal Crossing. Liz, Rio is backing up Liz on the naming, so that's good to know. Good to know. Thank you very much for saving our backs. And what wonderful backs they are. This is a lizard. It's a prehensile-tailed skink. And as you can see, it's just having a little nap, and we just took a little picture of it, let it enjoy its nap. You love looking at people's trips photos you've been lurking? Oh, I appreciate that. So yeah, it's a prehensile-tailed skink. Prehensile-tailed skinks are the largest species of skinks. Oh, good. That still doesn't answer my question. What the f*** is a skink? You're a big baby. Unlike most reptiles, these skinks do not lay eggs, but young are born live. Females nourish developing young with a placenta. Almost all births are single offspring, and the newly born lizard is huge with a length of 11 inches. About a third the size of their mom. Jesus Christ, hope the daddies are so nice to them. Yeah, not the skink shaming. I know. Like I said, this would have been about 1:30 local time, give or take. And I mean, I'm not the kind of fucking jackass who's gonna pound on a glass and say, hey, wake up. Not one of those fucking dicks. So I'm like, oh my God, if it's EP, I'm gonna let it be EP. But yeah, today I didn't actually read this. I just took the picture and said, I'll reference it later. But yeah, I didn't know they were live born. So there you go. Again, I know most lizards and amphibians or whatever the fuck called, they're usually eggs, but that's a live born. Those things better get to have baby showers. Wonder how those baby showers go. Maybe they eat their husbands. Nature! Goulet. Love it. You get looks and learning on this show. I know. By the way, has anyone noticed the really cute roulette watch I'm wearing? I very rarely wear it because it's a butterfly clasp, and I kind of hate butterfly clasps, but it's roulette. You don't normally get to see it because sometimes I do with the Vegas showgirl look, and then the cuff the jacket kind of covers it up, but you can actually kind of see it tonight. Very nice. Anyway, moving on from my impeccable fashion sense here. Like I said, go up close to any fish, you get a great reaction picture. I think I actually seen this guy in Alien 3 for the Genesis. Weren't there the occasional ones there was giant xenomorphs peeking out from the wall and doing projectile shots, or am I thinking of a different game? I think this guy actually was in Alien 3 for the Genesis. I'll have to play Alien 3 for the Genesis again sometime to confirm that. Is sure those baby showers less destructive than gender reveals? No, I agree with you on that one. And they had some sharks, because, I mean, go figure, it's an aquarium. Now, the problem with sharks, even though we had this, fancy-pantsy Google Pixel phone. Google, we may be evil, but at least the camera works good. They're tricky to take pictures of because they're sharks, and sharks famously do not hold still. They did have a hammerhead, like a smaller hammerhead. It wasn't like a giant guy or anything, but they had a hammerhead. This was the best picture of the lot. So I hope, they were zooming. This is the best picture of the little hammerhead I could get. So I hope you all appreciate that. And I couldn't get a solid picture of this one, but I mean, it's got blue lips, so I couldn't not take that picture. Regrettably, I did not think to take a picture of the thing on the wall that would have explained what this thing was, so the name of this queen will woefully go unmentioned. Like, comment, and subscribe if you know what the f this fish is. It's something. I couldn't tell you what the hell it was. Yeah, blue lipstick is the look. I know. I got a couple of blue looks myself. Ooh. Trashy Queen, thank you to 25 months. Welcome back. Stop by for Halloween next time they do a scary weave. Maybe some year. We'll see. A scary weave. I wonder what that's all about. Anyway, let's keep going. I think I got a couple other ones here. Like I said, these fish provide great reaction pictures. I told you. You go up close, you go click. Instant hilarity. Come on. That could be an emote in a Twitch chat if I wanted it to be. Probably won't get around to doing it, but I'm just saying it could be possible. Excuse me for one moment. Get back here, you fuck. Get back here, you bastard. There's a spider on my desk. I'm killing it. I'm gonna make it rain here in Jersey. Where do you think you're going? Hang on a minute here. I'm just killing this little fucker. Oh, you're playing dead, but no, I'm gonna make it concrete here. Oh yeah, he's dead. Can Spoon go after the spider? I'd prefer not. I want to say like 7 or 8 years ago, I think I may have killed a mole on the house on the show live. Chat didn't see it, but it was an event. Anyway, after playing Centipede for 3 hours with your brothers, you've had enough of spiders for the day. I can appreciate that. Anyway, let's keep going here, otherwise we won't be able to finish the damn thing here. Here's a selfie. There's no fish behind us, and Rio made a point of telling me that after I took the selfie. I'm like, there doesn't have to be fish behind us. I'm taking a selfie. I love that broad. She's pretty awesome. And I look like your dad. Anyway, moving on here. I don't remember what they're called. All I remember is I'm pretty sure Frank Drebin stabbed one of these things with a pen and naked gun. Yeah, wasn't that in, you know, the movie with this place? Yeah, lionfish. Yeah, Frank Drebin stabbed one of those things in Vincent Ludwig's office or something like that. Rifa von Fisch. Oh, that's a good name. So I figured I'd take a picture of one of those for the Naked Gun reference. And then here's some jellyfish. The jellyfish. I believe I also may have included a video. The HEVC video extension is required to display this file. And we don't have it. Excuse me. $1? What the fuck? But this play just... Oh, you know what it is? My laptop's got Windows 11. This is Windows 10. That's probably what it is. Okay, well, joke's on you. I have VLC Media Player, you fucking idiots. So, excuse me for a moment here. Joke's on you, Microsoft. I'm not a fucking moron. Anyway, this is a 13-second video of jellyfish that Microsoft wanted me to pay $1 to show you. Fuck you, Microsoft. Look, I get it, Microsoft. No one's paid for Windows since 2003. This is not how you recoup the money. You bought that extension. Did I just call you a moron? No, you were doing threat assessment testing. You were making sure Microsoft wasn't selling viruses. That's all that was. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, Jellyfish said, "You want to show you gotta pay." You know what? I can respect the hustle. Boy, am I so glad I'm a little bit drunk and I came up with that excuse. I love it. AV full. I don't think I said, "Hey, how you doing?" Hey, how you doing? Anyway, this is if my Pokemon isn't too rusty, I believe this is the Staryu. As you can see, he's just kind of hanging out. So I figured it made for a pretty good picture. I didn't have any Pokeballs on me, so I couldn't capture it. It's just well, because I don't think they let you take Pokemon out of here anyway. Yeah, stop, Patrick. That was also the joke Rio made. I think there was like one on the floor. It was like kind of pink looking. So Rio said, "Hey, we found Patrick." How does Microsoft make money legally if they don't sell any Windows? Hey, open up your start menu. Do you see any ads in there? Unless you switch them off, that's one way they make money. Anyway, so yeah, that's Staryu, exactly. It's Patrick, he needs to put his pants on, exactly. And then here's some rays that you could touch. You know, it's one of these little pools where if you wanted to, you could actually put your hands in, touch the little cute little bastards there. We just like to just look at it real quick. We've actually had this experience before. We were in Tampa in 2015 and we went to the Trop there, and they had, I don't know if they still have this, but at the time they had a ray tank that you could touch the rays. So we did that then, so we decided to do that. They are cuties, I know. So we figured we'd just leave those ones alone. And they got the big shark tank, and like I told you, these fuckers do not hold still, so pictures were hard to come by. Here's a shark. It is shark, and it is in motion, as sharks tend to be. They've got the perpetual zoomies. There's one who's just having a nap. That's a shark. I don't remember its name. I know it's also in Animal Crossing. Couldn't tell you what it is. I don't know. I'm gonna just wild guess here. I'm gonna say it's the stiletto shark. I'm sure someone in chat will tell me what it actually is, but that's my that'd be my guess. The saw shark. Actually, I think that's actually the correct answer. Yeah, it's the saw shark. That's what it is. Yeah, he's just chilling out. He's hanging out. At least I assume that's what was happening. Pretty sure he wasn't dead. Anyway, there's some fish there. We're in the shark tank. As you can see, they were also moving, and they were very pretty. I don't know what they are. And we're only on day one at like high noon, so I got to keep this thing moving here. There's the sharks. They're in motion. They actually look quite nice. This was the pretty much the last exhibit in the Mandalay Bay Aquarium. So this is, you know, you pull out all the stops here. So you got a couple more sharks there as well. And they had like one little area afterwards, and if you look real close, there's actually two big fuck off turtles in here. Just, you know, vibing, doing turtle things. We love to see it. Or tortoises, whatever the f they are. Look, I just used the catch-all term turtles, okay? The aquatics in here can split hairs of whether they're turtles or tortoises or ninja turtles or whatever the fuck they are. Y'all can split hairs on that one in the chat. I don't give a fuck. But they're very majestic and very large. It's a sea turtle. Yeah, it's a sea turtle. And I think that's the last picture. I have the aquarium. Just a shark going, hey, how you doing? Any chance you want to stick your hand in here? I won't bite it. Promise. I'm just doing a Family Guy bit at this point. Hey, any chance I could eat you? Promise it won't hurt too much. I'll just eat a little bit of you and then just eat the rest of you. I'll just do a little bit of that if you don't mind. Nom nom. He did give that big toothy smile. We love to see it. I got a funny story about reverse stuff, but that's later in the show. And this, after the, and this is a funny thing that kind of leads into other parts we've noticed throughout our time in Las Vegas. This is a picture I was able to get of the convention center at Mandalay Bay. This is where Zach Bussey, he actually gets 2 mentions in this one. One he knows about, one he doesn't. If he's lurking, your mention will probably happen. Your other mention probably happens in about a half an hour or so. But anyway, this is the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. They were hosting some kind of real estate agent convention at the time. I don't know if I can read that here. I don't know. Maybe that means something to somebody there. But they were hosting real estate agents. Let me tell you, these people were fucking insufferable. We've seen at least 3 of them wearing t-shirts that said, "Think like a CEO." And I can assure you the jokes wrote themselves. And the problem was, like, the convention started on Monday, and it was at the Mandalay Bay, but not all of them were staying at the Mandalay Bay. So they started migrating north towards New York, and the Park MGM were like, "Oh no, they're spreading!" God damn. Fucking somebody caused the housing bubble to burst. They can all go back to wherever the fuck they came from. Did they kick anyone named Luigi? No, but I heard a funny story about him and Eric Adams I need to look into tomorrow morning. But that's for another time. Yeah, the real estate agents broke containment. But anyway, as a joke, I sent this picture to Zach and said, "How come Twitch can't afford to put TwitchCon here?" Because that was the interesting thing that happened when it came out in 2023 that TwitchCon was going to be in Las Vegas. And a lot of Twitch streamers, who I would never accuse of not being well-traveled, like, what the hell do you mean you're holding a convention in Las Vegas? Meanwhile, every corporation, every Evo fan is like, "F*** you talking about? They host the conventions in Las Vegas all the time." Las Vegas is a convention town. They got convention centers up and down the strip. The Bellagio's got one. Westgate's got one. Las Vegas Convention Center. Mandalay Bay's got one. I'm assuming the MGM Grand also has one. Go figure. Lots of people like to hold conventions in Las Vegas on the company dime. But I can see why streamers wouldn't know that because, well, you're not real estate agents. Twitch streamers officially better morally than real estate agents. Depending on who you talk to. Yeah, unless it's going on during the Crispin taint, there's at least one convention going on in Las Vegas. Exactly. So yeah, they're holding a real estate convention there. And this is us getting ready to leave the Mandalay Bay. They had one. Now, this isn't Evil Knievel's bike. It is apparently his fucking kid, and it apparently was for sale. I don't know. Evil Knievel Jr. apparently left this thing over the Mirage volcano on New Year's Eve 2008, I guess. So if you want to buy this thing and, I don't know, do nothing with it, apparently it's for sale. I think this is pictures Rio took for her dad because her dad loves motorcycles. He's one of the guys who, for the longest time, if he went anywhere, he had to go to the Harley store and buy him a t-shirt, and until his wife said, "Could you fucking stop that already? He's got too many t-shirts." As it happens, they're all the same design anyway. They just changed the city name. Anyway, here's the first picture you have of the outside of the Luxor. Don't worry, there'll be more pictures of it later. This is actually from the walkway, I believe, coming from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Yeah, I can't remember. Anyway, here's the top of the Luxor. That'll be more prominent later. Can Relate have bags of t-shirts? I know, Duncan. I got too many t-shirts myself. Oh, come on in. I'm recapping my little trip to Las Vegas here. Normally, I'd be in the retro category, but I can't really call tonight a retro show unless I were to play Casino Kid, but I've got a distinct feeling we're not going to get to that this evening. I'm guessing that's not going to come up. I don't think we're going to have the time. You love this? Excellent. The kid living in his dad's shadow after trying to jump the Caesar's Palace Caesar's Palace fountain. Yeah, he's no Lance Murdoch. Did I do any fancy buffets? No, but we'll get to the fancy stuff. Also, here's the little spoiler alert. There's a Sphinx outside the Luxor. We'll get a better picture of that later. The Hilton Grand Vacations is back there as well. And the Hilton Grand Vacations does not have a casino in it. However, if you've seen Ocean's 13, that's where the casino in the plot of land, the casino in that movie called The Bank occupies, is where the Hilton Grand Vacations is. So Ocean's 13 engages in Hilton Grand Vacations erasure. And here's a giant penis that has the Luxor name on it. Again, better pictures of the Luxor coming later. I don't know why I included both of these things. It's the same f***ing picture. Anyway, here is another giant hole where the Tropicana used to be. We visited the Tropicana on 2 previous trips. In fact, our trip last year was bumped up in timeline because we wanted to get there before the Tropicana turned into a giant hole in the ground. And as you can see, it's a giant hole in the ground. It was demolished to make way, theoretically, for a baseball stadium that it seems they're in no hurry to finance and build. Exactly, Angel Yuma. The Tropicana got pulped. How was it before Hole? I mean, I liked it, but it had the property was kind of going to shit, and you could tell. It had low ceilings, and it kind of looked like a shopping mall, to be completely honest. Rio didn't like it, but, I kind of have a sick sense of humor, so I liked it. By the way, Damage Plushie will come on in. The Tropicana, may it rest in that hole there, was the last of the mob casinos on the Las Vegas Strip. I know the Flamingo was still on the Las Vegas Strip, but they raised that thing and rebuilt it in the 90s, so it's not the same building. So now the oldest property on the Strip is Circus Circus, and one does not simply walk towards Circus Circus. But that's a discussion for another day. Anyway, there's another picture of the Mandalay Bay. You've seen enough of those. Here's a picture of us taking a selfie in front of Excalibur and me having no idea where to look into the camera. Sometimes I just look at the picture instead of remembering I should be looking at the camera. It is what it is. But like I said, the Excalibur quickly turning into my favorite Las Vegas casino because it's where we won the most money. There's the picture of the MGM Grand. One thing if Excalibur rebranded as Game of Thrones, that would work pretty well. I agree. One thing I should have pointed out is I should have pointed out a souvenir. I showed it to you earlier inadvertently. But I actually bought this, I think, on day 0. The MGM Grand. I have to be careful because I've made this mistake twice of picking it up from the head and then dropping it. The MGM Grand sells these replicas of the statue for like $14. And I'm like, really? Is something in Las Vegas this big costs a respectable amount of money? And what it is it's actually like a little piggy bank. So there's like a little slot at the top. You could, I don't know, drop your... I guess you could... Okay, you can't drop... I was thinking you could drop casino chips into it, but clearly that theory's already been busted. You had one job! Statuette Lion Bank I bought from the MGM Grand, and that was the whole casino chips, and the slot in your head doesn't work. So much for that.
The fuck do I do with you now?
I think you're meant to give it to your kids or something. But it's little piggy bank. Again, it's a replica of the statue. It's got the MGM. It's very difficult to see, but there's got the MGM Grand logo in the front. And as you can see, that's where the PiB Grand logo kind of comes from. You know. And it's actually got little... Now, I didn't notice this when I purchased it. I mean, I bought it just because I figured it was a pretty cool statue to have on my useless shelf of dumb things. And I didn't realize it's got like these hooks in it. And Rio didn't point this out to me till like days later. Like when the head comes off, it's actually got... And this is actually pretty cool if you're the sort of person who cares about this sort of thing. The $14 also got you an MGM Grand branded lanyard that you could use for... I don't know, your company badge or whatever the piss. So it's a cute little statue that doubles as a piggy bank, and it also came with a lanyard for $14. That's, I mean, fridge magnets in Las Vegas cost $10. So to get this for $14, this may be one of the best souvenirs you could possibly get in Las Vegas. Just, you know, like I said, don't pick it up from the head because the weight of it will cause it to separate. Like many things in life, don't grip it from the head. Grip it from the base. Then you'll have fun. One thing we did also get when we were at the Luxor here, and I'll show it off later. Actually, I'll show it off when we get to the more pertinent point here. Yeah, his head game isn't very strong, no kidding. Yes, truer words have never been spoken. So true. You think the strap is if you wanted to use it a bag, right? Like if I really wanted to, I could have hung the thing around my neck and had it here, but look, I can only pander to furries so much. Don't worry, furries. You get a mow in the sun later in the show. I promise you, the furries will be seen later in the broadcast. I promise. Anyway, here's me doing a Balatro joke. I'd already done the We Have Caesar's Palace at Home joke and the We Have the Golden Nugget at Home joke, so I was like, how do I get this Balatro machine to accept my jokers? How do I get it to accept my jokers? I mean, I've got Jimbo, the ice cream cone, the hack, throwback, the abstract. How do I get it to accept it? I'm obviously joking. You put them in the money slot over here. Very difficult to get them back, though. You have to hit the attendant button, and then you have to argue with a slot tech and a pit boss. And if you're staying at the joint, they just throw you out. So, yeah, the gaming control board hates this one weird trick. So I was like, I gotta do one joke. So yes, I bought all the jokers you get when you buy a physical copy of Balatro with me just for this one bit. And as it happens, while we were there was actually the 1-year anniversary of Balatro releasing, so it actually seemed quite timely. By the way, Balatro, great game, by the way. I believe this would have been at the MGM Grand now that I mentioned it. Yeah, casinos always seem angry when you bring out tools to the slot machine. Yeah, no kidding. Get very pissed off by that for some reason. I don't know why. Also, here's Rio winning $150.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Man, God, everything is a crap! Welcome to the party, pal!
Dognet and Raiders, hello, welcome on in. Welcome on in, Dognet, Pub Crash, Orion Sirius, your name is William, Strong Badinator. Oh my goodness, what a great name that is. Welcome on in, Moose Dimborg as well, welcome on in. I am Queen Pib, Patricia Bogart. You may also call me Trish, Queen of the Retro, Queen of the Ways that he old in your time on this channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, and fat booty channel is well ways to welcome on in. How fat is this booty, you may ask? It's this fat. Those are yoga pants, by the way, in case anyone's curious here. That's what the back of this is a crop hoodie, but, you know, I'd let the twins be visible, but I figured I should take some pictures of the back. You look disrespectfully, please do, Rotha, you lovely icon, you. Normally on the Saturday night, I would be playing video games, but I spent 4 days in Las Vegas this week, so I'm doing a little bit of a trip recap for you fine, wonderful people. We stayed at the Park MGM. We're still on day 1. I think we're going to be here a while. So if you want to hear about some idiots trip in Las Vegas, stick around. Then please also check out the Dognet. Saw them at TwitchCon Vegas. I mean, let me tell you, sometimes you see someone through the screen, you go, oh, they can't be that big in big life. Let me tell you, Dognet is that big in real life. I can confirm. What is that solid snake phrasing here? The reality does actually live up to the legend. I can assure Dognet's followers. Hey, Tibby Gurr as well, welcome on. Is that a New England accent you hear? Well, sometimes I do like to hang around upstate. Yeah, exactly. New Jersey by way of I am actually Canadian, but you know, the Jersey accent, it's such a natural flow of the tongue, you know? I flatter you. Hey, I just call balls and strikes around here. I just call balls and strikes. I'm just telling it like it is. Anyway, we're still on day 1 here, so like I said, it's quite a bit of a ways here. And I did the obvious Balatro joke. I took the various Balatro cards you get when you buy a physical copy of Balatro with me for a joke. Because in previous years, I took home portable copies of Caesar's Palace for Game Boy, as well as... Oh, hang on here. Oh, do that raid and run, Dognet, but thanks for popping on in. Tibby! Thank you for the fresh sub. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, College Dean was the Jersey girl. Love that for them. But yeah, in previous years, I took a copy of Caesar's Palace for Game Boy, stood in front of one of the statues at Caesar's Palace and went, no, we have Caesar's Palace at home. The last time I took a copy of Golden Nugget DS with me and stood in front of the Golden Nugget and said, no, we have Golden Nugget at home. And then... I could have taken the Microsoft Casino Simulator and stood in front of Treasure Island, but no one would have gotten that reference. And the Mirage wasn't there anymore, so that wouldn't have worked. So this was the next best thing. Anyway, here's my partner Rio, apparently winning $150 at some fucking machine I don't remember. This would be back at the Park MGM, you can tell because of the ceiling. Rothy, thank you very much for the 30 months. Welcome on back. Hope you enjoy that volume discount over there. Yeah, Rio was very much the slot machine whisperer. She was offsetting any of my table game losses. But yeah, the park, we stayed at the Park MGM. There's actually have an external picture of it right here. And we chose this property because we wanted to focus on South Strip, because we hadn't done a whole lot of South Strip, and MGM actually comped like a night and a half. And this is also a property. Now, Las Vegas allows smoking inside of gaming establishments. The Park MGM is a property that is entirely smoke-free. So you cannot smoke inside of this establishment. And I generally can tank secondhand smoke without getting too much of a headache, but Rio's not a big fan of it. You know, I want to make my partner happy, so we stay at the Park MGM. Would unironically consider staying there again. And not just because I bought this hoodie that looks great with my ass. Anyway, here's her winning $140 on whatever the fuck it was she was playing. Some machine. You're gonna notice if you walk around a casino that a lot of the machines are sort of Chinese themed. Like that's like those, I don't know, coins, and some of them very lean into it because this is something you will also learn if you go through a Vegas casino. Chinese people love spending a lot of money in Las Vegas at the baccarat tables. These people got a lot of money. So they're gonna pander to them a little bit. Just a smidge, just a little bitty bit. Yeah, I mean, hey, if they're bringing in the money, go for it. Like, I don't know if I took a picture of it, but at the Bellagio, there's an entire pit that's just Pai Gow and Baccarat. And that's why Resorts, that's the thing. I mean, Resorts World disappoints me for two reasons. One, it's a property for boring people. Two, I wish they'd leaned more into the theming, you know? I really wish they had. Otherwise, maybe Vegas policy wouldn't spend every single video making fun of them. I don't know, just a thought. Here's Rio winning $150 apparently. Though, no, yeah. That's the thing, because you can see. Actually, I'm guessing this is her second win on the machine, because if she'd already won, if she had 100, see, the thing is, the most we would ever put in the machine is $100. So if she's got 182 in credit, and the machine's still tabulating it, she must have won more than that. Like I said, she paid for a lot of this trip just by her winnings. And apparently this is us doing more damage on that exact same machine. Some bonus feature. Apparently if you fill up the quadrants, they get really happy. And that resulted in, $450.74. By the way, I'm going to remind you, chat, it's called gambling. There are no guarantees. Okay, before people get too excited here, because that's the thing. Sometimes you watch slot machine channels or video poker channels on YouTube and influencers and things like that, and sometimes these people don't show their L's. I'm going to tell you right now that I ran the math, and we left about $900 in Las Vegas from a casino perspective. I mean, we left more money in terms of purchases, food, accommodations, and all of that. But we brought $3,500 with us, and we returned with about $2,500 and change. So I will say, we left $900 in terms of purely casino-based antics in Las Vegas. So even though you're staring at a $450 cash-out voucher from the Park MGM, again, assume that we put $100 into the machine, so arguably it's more like $350. We did still leave money behind, so I want to make that abundantly clear that this building, this one right here, and other ones, were not built because the casinos don't know how to make money. That building wasn't built just because someone wanted to build that building. No, from like a collectivist or socialist point of view, like, You know, like in a world without money, be like, oh my God, beautiful things like this could not exist. No, they still exist. People just make them because they want to make them. But this building specifically exists because it made a lot of money off of people like me. So, again, on a long enough timeline, the house always wins. You keep them playing, the longer they play, the more they lose. So I just want to say that even though you're staring at this voucher, it doesn't mean we left up. I mean, if not for one day, we would have left up, but we'll get to that. This is the first picture I have on the reel of the indoor of the New York in Las Vegas. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wait, there's a New York City themed casino in Las Vegas. Yes, there is. If you've seen the Simpsons episode where Homer Simpson and Ned Flanders go to Las Vegas, and they have like they go on the Las Vegas Strip, and obviously it's full of fictitious places. And you see the place that's called Newark? Yes, it's a joke about this place. It's very obviously New York themed, which I can appreciate being from Jersey, and well, I appreciate it somewhat begrudgingly being from Jersey. The themed casinos aren't doing so hot. Well, I was gonna get to this point at some point in the show or two, but I guess now's as good a time as ever. Now that I'm 1.5 whiskeys deep here, like a lot of my TikTok algorithm has a lot of Las Vegas content in it, and a lot of it talks about how strip revenues are down. And what may have finally happened in Las Vegas, this is something I've had conversations with service workers in Las Vegas the various times we've been there. Look, even though, again, look, at the end of the day, I'm a class trader, but at the same time, I can still, you know, talk with the people working there and find out about the conditions and find out what they're dealing with. Like, I'm not saying that's why we went there. Obviously, we went there because I'm a degenerate who has money. But I could still have meaningful conversations with some people. And like some people were like, there were people working there like they were kind of hoping it would let up because like after COVID. Now remember when I say after COVID, there's a giant asterisk attached to it that says, well, after capitalism convinced us to stop giving a shit about COVID. So again, remember the asterisk is there. They were like, everyone went crazy on traveling in Vegas. It skyrocketed. There was like, fuck it, let's go to Vegas, including me. They're like, can it ever like die down at some point? And like from like I want to say it was like from October or November onward, the Vegas bubble may have finally popped. Due to a lot of different reasons, including, you know, the fact that no one's got any fucking money anymore, but resort fees and other nickel and diming stuff on the strip keeps going up. Now, it's important to note that in Las Vegas, you don't have to just go to the strip. You can go to downtown Las Vegas, which is where the better value is at. Arguably, better gambling can be done down there. $5 blackjack, $1 blackjack, 3 to 2 blackjack, $5 craps, $5 roulette, $1 roulette. Cheaper hotel rooms, better values, better meals, cheaper meals can be had in downtown Las Vegas, including but not limited to. I'm not going to include the Golden Nugget in this because the Golden Nugget is still very bougie. Circa, the Four Queens, the Downtown Grand. Other places. You get what I'm driving at here. But yeah, the strip is down because a lot of people figured out, like a lot of the degenerate gamblers figured out that they could just go downtown and get better value. Like, especially at the sports book at Circa, which is like the preeminent sports book, the best physical sports book in all of Vegas. So less and less people are actually going to the Las Vegas Strip. And I mean, we observe this on a couple of days. I mean, the thing is, Rio and I aren't club goers. We don't go to the clubs. We don't party. We're millennials in our late 30s. We want to have fun during the day, and then we go to bed. This is also why during TwitchCon Vegas, 2 things happened. 1, we never went to any of the after parties because we're old and we're crotchety. And 2, this is also how we didn't contract COVID. That's not to say that people who went on those things shouldn't have done that. I mean, you have fun. I'm just saying we didn't catch COVID at TwitchCon Las Vegas. And my understanding is a lot of people caught COVID at TwitchCon Las Vegas. Side note, TwitchCon apparently is all about just people fucking and catching up and fucking other people. And I don't have those compulsions because I'm already with the perfect partner, so I guess half of it doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, you're likely to play poker with a local alcoholic on the strip with a crypto bro, and I'd say, yeah, exactly. Like, if you actually want to sit down and spend an actual full week gambling and you're not kind of loaded like I am, downtown or locals casinos in Las Vegas are a better deal. Like Jerry's Nugget. Vegas Pauly C did a couple of videos about Jerry's Nugget in North Las Vegas. And I mean, you could get from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., you can get steak and eggs for $7. That is unheard of. Like, I see the TikTok in Las Vegas, right? And some guy was bitching about how we got 2 slices of pizza and a beer at Caesar's Palace, and it cost him $34. And I'm like, bro, where the hell do you think you are? You're at Caesar's Palace. Where the hell do you think you are? Have you considered going downtown, you know? Maybe that would be more your thing. Yeah, exactly. If it's Caesar's, you get the salad. But yeah, the strip is getting more and more expensive, and I think a lot of people who, let's say maybe we're on the tail end of being able to afford Las Vegas Strip without completely breaking the bank, I think a lot of people have figured out that they get a better value downtown, so they're either going downtown or they're not even coming to Vegas at all. You was in Las Vegas for a week, didn't you, over there? It's by design, Trashy Queen. I didn't tell anyone I was going because I'm a person on the internet. I don't tell people where I was going. So don't be confused or offended. It's just I don't tell people where I'm going for operational security reasons. But welcome on in. By the way, this VOD will be up on YouTube, so we're doing a trip recap. So if you missed any part of it, you can start from the start and watch the entire thing. I'm going to do the entire thing as a one-shot. And which means I'm probably going to be streaming for about another 3 hours. At this rate. But I think a lot of people are slowly realizing that they've been priced out of the Las Vegas Strip, and that's why the Las Vegas Strip bubble is starting to burst. So that's why it was kind of interesting to see as someone visiting Las Vegas. Because, I mean, I'm a sucker for, like, show business and things like that. It's their good rule of thumb generally to only tell the internet after you go somewhere. Right, exactly. If fans noticed me in Las Vegas, I think I'd be a little weirded out, like if I wasn't intending to be seen. But that's like never happened, so it's not really something I've had to worry about. It's just strictly a hypothetical scenario. But again, I don't tell people where I'm going. And I mean, like I said, I know sometimes it's a safe assumption that whenever Pibby is gone, she's in Las Vegas. But I mean, Telly Savalas rattled off a couple other places in that Players Club card ad. So just because I'm on hiatus doesn't mean I'm in Las Vegas. I could be in Reno, Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe. Ooh, that place sounds tasty. The Caribbean. But anyway, this is New York, New York. It's next to the Park MGM, so we spent a lot of time there. A lot of time was spent in New York, because, I like to see a representation of the place I see across the river, because here at Sea Caucus, you can see New York, depending on where the hell you are. So I dig this property. I like it. And there's one thing I'm going to mention. I'm going to mention it now in case I forget. The beauty of the world. You can't take your eye off. AR Electro, welcome on in. One thing I was hoping to do on this trip, and last time we went to Vegas, we mostly hung out in Caesar's ecosystem, so we didn't do a lot of MGM properties. And I posted this in the Discord, but I'm going to bring it back up here. I was kind of hoping that I could get... At Caesar's joints, they sell a lot of the decks they use in their casinos. And I was kind of hoping that MGM properties would do the same, and for the most part, they don't, which is a shame. Because I really wanted to get decks of cards from New York, New York specifically. And I'll show you why their decks replace the hearts with apples. So I was really hoping to get a bunch of those, because at some point we're going to do a table game show. Now, no money will be involved, but I'll be sitting in front of like a blackjack table and you chat can play, basically. And I was hoping to get 6 decks of those, but regrettably, they don't sell them and I can buy them on eBay, but they're asking a king's ransom. So probably just use these bicycle jumbo cards instead when I get around to doing that. Yeah, like I said, it's really cute and I was hoping to get some, but I guess they don't do that. Oh well, is what it is. All right, back to this big picture of New York. And again, quite a few pictures will be here. Anyway, it is nighttime now. We have this. Now, at the end of that night, I was like, there's something I do want to do. I want to get some nice pictures and footage of a couple of these properties at night, because it's one thing to get pictures of these things during the day, but they look nicer at night. Because at some point, I'm going to do a YouTube video like I used to do. And the people who have been here a very long time know what I'm talking about. I want to do one for Vegas Steak, so I need like some B-roll, and I figured, you're in Vegas, make some fucking B-roll. Don't they cut card corners if they're no longer being used for gamps? Something like that. What? That is correct. Oh, to the zone. I actually have an example right here in the tarot deck. I have this from the trip we made in the Midwest last year. I have this standard index. Basically, a card I think goes into Shuffler, the automatic shuffler. This is from the Potawatomi in Milwaukee. Fine, decent enough casino, but I wouldn't make a trip out of it. And what these casinos do if they sell the decks, they either drill a hole in the center, or they'll usually do like cuts along the edges. And the thing that pisses me off about these Potawatomi decks is they only did cuts along one side, so it's not fucking symmetrical. But they will basically damage the cards in such a way that you couldn't be sitting at the 21 table and then just, or any card game, and just sneak them in. Because then it would be known. They would look at the cut edges and go, we're going to take you out back until you can talk to the nice security guards. They're all ex-cops, so they know how this drill works. In fact, there's a drill over there. They're going to use it on your hand. I'm kidding. They don't do that anymore. They just kill you. Anyway. So yeah, this is the Excalibur. Again, the Excalibur has very quickly become one of our favorite properties because we've won the most money there. If you've seen Casino, this is one of the properties that the Bobby De Niro character is screaming about at the end of the movie because he says it looks like Disneyland. And to be completely honest, the family-friendly era of Las Vegas lasted like 5 minutes. So the ending of Casino where he's screaming about it kind of makes no sense. Good ending, but it still doesn't really make any sense. Never been to the Vegas to the West Coast or anything? I mean, that's why we're doing this travel recap, in case anyone wants to live vicariously through me and my bank account. Yeah, exactly. You can't use the circular saw. The bones chip on it. This is the outside of the Excalibur. It looks very nice. This is the inside of the Excalibur. As you can see, very Arthurian themed. It's got, you know, like trellises and other assorted castle terms in the design of it all. It's very much on theme. I appreciate that they can. Now, the thing is, like a lot of joints like this, so you have, for instance, Treasure Island, like the big 3 sort of family themed casinos on the strip that opened like either late 80s, early 90s. You have Treasure Island that had the pirate ship. You've got the Excalibur, which is Arthurian themed, and then you've got the Luxor. They built these things, and then they realized, a lot of these properties realized they leaned too much into theming and then realized they needed to dial back. Because the problem is if you make a property that's too themed, people think it's like a Disney park, and unless you're like one of these Disney gays, you visit there once, they're like, oh, I never need to do that again. So some of these places dialed back on the branding. I think the Excalibur dialed back on it the least, but like Luxor and Treasure Island, like right after they launched, they went, oh, we fucked up. We need to roll some of this back a little bit. But the Excalibur is one that rolled it back the least, and I respect that. The only reason you know about the Luxor is Chris Angel. I can believe that. Anyway, inside interior shot, another interior shot. There's an empty pit here. But like you can see, you know, the ceiling and the shit going on. It's giving medieval. It's giving Arthurian medieval. And we respect going in hard for the bit on the Queen Pib show. We respect that sort of thing around here. And this is the top of the Luxor. This is where I can finally show off the mini Luxor I bought, because I'm like, if I'm gonna go in the Luxor, I want to buy a fake version of it. So they sell like little pyramid versions of it, of like a shiny gunmetal gray or like a gold, and I went with a gunmetal because it's like I got enough gold on me anyway. This apparently costs $14. So to be clear, you could buy a mini model of the Luxor or this giant statue replica piggy bank of the MGM Grand Lion. Ooh, I am small bean Luxor $14 statue. Roar! I am giant $14 MGM Grand statue. Hear me roar! Furries stay winning. That's not even the furry bit I teased. We haven't even gotten to that bit. The furries just got a bonus. Queen Pib, not a furry, but #1 with furries. Around here, we respect and love the furries. You're queer as all hell. You have a home here. Anyway, the Luxor, as you can see, has a giant fuck-ass light in it that can be seen from all the way back in Los Angeles if you're in an airplane and you stare hard enough. I believe the room with them runs up to like, what, 300, 500 degrees? But it's a big fuck-off light. They have reduced the power of it in years, and when Las Vegas was polled as to whether they'd be okay with them turning off the light, everyone said, no. Leave the light on. So they left the light on. Because otherwise, what's the fucking point of having this weird, creepy property where at any given moment someone can throw themselves over a banister on the inside of the atrium and die? If you're gonna have that constant threat, we want our pretty light. My understanding is it is actually the brightest light in the world. You can check the Wikipedia page for it if you want to call me a liar or not. Anyway, next to the Luxor is this picture of the Mandalay Bay, because I want a picture of the Mandalay Bay at night. I mean, again, hey, that's where Rocky Balboa fought Mason the Line Dixon. In case you're not aware, Rocky VI, the quote-unquote antagonist, was a man, and again, this sounds like a drag name. His name was Mason Dixon, so his nickname was the Line. Because that was the thing in the Civil War, the Mason-Dixon line. Between getting to, like, I don't know, the places who had slavery and the places who had slavery but weren't so obvious about it. You know, that sort of thing. So they called him the Line. You didn't even know there were 6 Rocky movies? I mean, there's 8 if you count Creed and Creed 2, but not Creed 3. He'd stepped out at that point. So yeah, that's the Mandalay Bay. Again, very fancy property. This is, you can see the outline of me in Rio. This is, how many pictures did I give you? Okay, so I wanted to make sure everyone got their feet content. So this is the left paw of the Sphinx outside the Luxor. And that's the left and right paw of the Sphinx outside the Luxor. Even me And Las Vegas is like, I want to make sure the feet degens feel represented. Queen Pib, not a foot person, but #1 with feet people. Completely unrelated. I had to fix my chair. Give me a second here. I gotta make sure this thing is, everything is where it should be here. Allow me to make sure. Everything good? Everything where it should be? The green screen thing is right where it should be? I think it is. Pretty sure. I got a feeling. Alright. Good. Completely unrelated to the previous point. So yeah, two different demographics are being serviced at once, the furries and the feet people. This isn't even the furry thing I teased. And now the furry's like, wait, you've already done like 2 furry things. What was the furry thing you were teasing? This isn't even it. Anyway, this is a picture of, well, as you can see, the Sphinx and the Luxor light beaming into space. This was the picture I wanted to get, and as you can see, I got it, and I'm very happy about having this picture. You may have also noticed, those of you who are with us way the fuck back in the pre-show, I added some B-roll to my Vegas, B-roll of stuff I just took while I was on the ground. And one of it was just, the Luxor light just beaming into space. And there's me and Rio to remind you what I look like when I'm not cleaning up. I'm your dad. Go to your room. You have confirmation class tomorrow. No, you can't go out. That sort of thing. See, this is why. I mean, I'm not the sort of person who gets... I'm not really someone who's, gets hung up on labels, but I mean, if you put a gun to my head and told me, Pib, what the hell are you? I mean, I guess I'd have to say I'm gender fluid. Some days I kind of put it in the middle. Some days I jam it all the way to the F side like I'm doing right now. But I decided for this trip, I want to slap it all the way over to M. Because, I like being M. I like being F, and I like operating in the middle as well. So make of that what you will. And I like the freedom to kind of go between the two because, I mean, I like the M side, I like the F side, I like the middle side. And I also like them so much that I don't want to, not to say that one would ever close any of those doors, but I like to keep them open. So it's what I do. I go where my mood takes me. That sort of thing. Yes, variety is the spice of life. Exactly, Damage Plushy. I look pretty good as a dame. I look pretty good as a dude. I look pretty good just sliding the thing wherever the fuck I want to slide it. So yes, if you told me I had to pick a label, that would legally be it. I just prefer to describe myself as a piece of work. It's like, Pib, what are you? You gay? You buy your pants? I'm a piece of work. Like, that's not a troll response. That's my actual answer. I'm just a piece of work. Someone make me a fucking flag for that. Actually, the flag for that would just be a bottle of scotch and an ace and a queen card. Anyway. Here is Spoon in her natural habitat. I should back up for a second here. Oh, hang on a minute. Thing's being stupid. Come on. So yeah, between the paws of the Sphinx here is the actual little pathway that takes you to the lobby of the Luxor. And these twin Anubises, or Nubi, however you want to pronounce that, are in the little atrium that leads you past the taxi and Uber way that gets you to the lobby of the Luxor. So I was like, I gotta take this picture. This is Spoon. And, I mean, I don't know what Rio's up to right now, but Spoon has basically been sitting like this on her lap for the last 48 hours. So it's a pretty apt representation. You use non-binary as your label, but when people ask you, jokingly say you get a circle around the entire gender spectrum. I think that's a solid, genuine answer. But yeah, like I said, I figured this is Spooner natural habitat, so I would immortalize it here. And this is a little bit more of the atrium at the Luxor. This is obviously past those Anubis statues. Again, they lean into the Egyptian theming. It used to be a lot heavier. I think they had like a little Egyptian Nile ride. But again, this is one of the properties that after it was built, they went, oh, we leaned too hard into the theming, and they dialed it back and got rid of that. However, they do have this little pond that you could throw pennies into, and they're like, don't fucking throw pennies in here. And like, people do it anyway. Anyway, this is still at the Luxor here, because I told you Luxor and the Excalibur have... Actually, this might be the Excalibur at this point now that... Yeah, this is the Excalibur. They have what may be the greatest machine. It don't hit bonus much, but this is a 9-line, 2-cent top dollar machine. That if you were feeling like a cheap bastard... Again, if all you wanted to see was the pretty lights and the reels going by and the beepity boop 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 noise of the machine, you could configure it so each pull of the handle only costs 10 cents. Because that's the thing too, is like the allure of slot machines. I mean, slot machines, you may look and then go, well, I would never engage in gambling. How many of you play video games that got like non-fixed item drops? Like not even just like loot crates, like you play games and where item drops are not fixed, where they're randomized. You've played a slot machine then. You just had a different interface. So a slot machine is just that distilled down to the logical endpoint. And I mean, some of the machines that, you know, we played, that we showed big payouts on, I mean, you could pay $10 to spin on that if you wanted to. But this, 10 cents. If all you wanted was to see the lights and the things, 10 cents. And how sometimes you even made your money back. That sort of thing. Even though you live here, you never gamble. Would you say the slots are looser further south? I wouldn't go that far. I think we had a stupid good run of luck, but like I said, we gave it back at some point. I wouldn't say the south side slots are looser by any stretch. Not in a manner in which I would want to stake my actual money on that beyond, you know, what I did here. Like, I put 20 bucks into this thing, and I think like a half hour later, I think I was down to 15. But I mean, hey, half hour of entertainment costs $5. I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Until very recently, I didn't realize that Steam and Counter-Strike are digital gambling powerhouse. Right, like all those CSGO skins and the gambling and all the stuff associated with that, Sir Hercules. Exactly. So... a lot of things, and like virtually everything now just is gambling. Like Rio had watched a video about that a couple of weeks ago, and I gotta sit down and watch that sometime too. But just literally everything in our lives is gambling now, whether you know it consciously or not. This is just it being overt about it. Anyway, this is the walkway from the Excalibur back to New York, New York. As you can see, well, it looks like New York. I mean, you got the Empire, you got the Empire State Building, you got the Chrysler Building, you got the roller coaster that goes around the entirety of New York City. You didn't know that? Yeah, over the river in New York City, they got a fucking roller coaster that goes through the entire city. Costs like $1,000, but this thing goes from like Central Park, and if it starts out from Central Park, it goes across all the 5 boroughs. That's why it costs $1,000. Rim shot. I'm kidding, obviously. It's called the subway system. Yeah, isn't that called the FDR? Yeah, pretty much. Was that the first time I stayed at Park MGM? Yes, it is. But possibly not the last. This was the view of the MGM Grand from the little walkway between New York, and the Excalibur. As you can see, it's very green. I believe I also took video footage at some point there. So, yeah, 1,009 with congestion pricing. Exactly. So as you can see, there's the MGM Grand there. I think there's like a little bit of the Park MGM over there. There's Excalibur. God damn it. I forgot some of these things I have to fucking... See, the problem is the Google phone, sometimes it takes a picture and sometimes it takes like the 3 seconds around the picture as well. So it's weird. Like sometimes I'm used to, when I'm doing the Windows picture view, I'm used to just double clicking and it zooms in. But I forget anytime there's motion up here, I have to zoom in with the wheel, which disables the motion thing. And then I can just zoom in at random. But if I double tap, it wants to start the video, which it can't do because I didn't pay for the codec. Here's Rio outside the high limit slots room on the start of day 2 of the Park MGM. And as you can see, she looks amazing. Hey Rio, you want to see how amazing you look? I'm only asking because I think I hear her on the stairs. She looks good. Do you want to see how amazing you looked? You looked amazing. That was a really cute look. That was a really cute look. You were serving. You looked amazing. You were serving. She's got wedge heels on too. She looks very nice. I think she's just bombing around. Oh. Oh. Chat, you're getting a guest. I'm not gonna play the music that usually accompanies this, but oh my god.
Oh, she's squirrely.
Oh no, she's squirrely. She's squirrely. Hi, Spoon. How you doing, Spoon? You're loose on Las Vegas Boulevard. We love to see it. The way Spoon has been attached to Rio for the last 48 hours, she has not left Rio alone.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
She's squirrely. She's a kitty. She's a squirrely little kitty.
She's a squirrely little kitty. Hi, honey. Hi, Tato. Tato in here too. Rio, everybody. Here comes Tato. Here comes a tater. Aw, tater boy. He's a little squirrely. He's a shy boy. He's shy except at midnight where he sings a song of his people and he's like, hi, I know you're sleeping, but I'm going to stand on you. Are you sleeping? And I'm like, hey, Tater, what did the four fingers in the open palm say to your butt? Slap? Get the hell out of here. I'm trying to sleep. Anyway, Rio, Spoon, and Tater, everybody. Anyway, as you can see, she's an absolute cutie patootie, and I couldn't ask to be blessed with a better partner. Anyway, for those who aren't familiar, the high limit slots is where the rooms there, they're the machines if you want to put your mortgage payment or your rent payment in there and then immediately see it go bye-bye. I did put 50 bucks into a video poker machine just to say that I did. And I don't have those 50 bucks anymore, so that's how that room goes sometimes. I just wanted to point that out there. This is still inside high limit slot. That was not your nickname in high school. Oh dear. Now, we're finally at day 2 of the trip. We did day 0, day 1, now we're up to day 2. Now, day 2 is a little bit more center north to center strip because we had dinner reservations that night. So one of the goals we had that morning was to do a dry run of how long it would take us to get from Park MGM to the Bellagio. Because we had dinner reservations at the Bellagio. Because you've seen some places we had some food here in Vegas, but we went to a place where you needed a reservation because that place wasn't going to be fucking cheap. And we had a 5:30 dinner reservation, so we want to find out in the morning how long it was going to take us to get there. So, you know, like I said, the Park MGM, a little bit more of a modest property, and again, it's very smoke-free. I would unironically consider staying there again. You've been to a casino in Sonic Adventure? Can you believe I've been streaming for 8 years? We've never played Sonic Adventure 1 or 2. It's a horrible failing. I know at some point this year I do plan to rectify that. That is on the slate for this year. I just want to make that abundantly clear. What else we got here? So the interesting thing about the Park MGM is it has a tram. So the actual Las Vegas monorail is on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard, and it connects from the Park MGM at the south side all the way up to the Sahara. The east side doesn't really have a tram, but doesn't have an equivalent, but MGM does have a tram that goes from the Park MGM to the Aria and its accompanying mall, as well as the Bellagio. And from there, you could see west of Las Vegas Boulevard. And that included the off-strip property known as the Palms. Now, I know now a bunch of you millennials, there's some synapses going in the back of your brain. Those of you who had MTV and you're going, Palms, where do I remember that from? Did you watch The Real World? Because that's where they stayed for one season of The Real World. They were at the Palms. Or as Rio and I have colloquially referred to it as the Plams. But yes, that is Tower 1 and Tower 2 and whatever the piss this is of the Palms. Yes, sadly, I actually watched it a couple of months ago. We have the Paramount Plus. We figured, what the hell? I'm just disappointed how much time they did not spend being gambling degenerates and just spent all fucking each other instead. What season was that? One of the early ones. It was in 4:3 aspect ratio. I want to say it was mid-aughts. Was that the season with the current Secretary of Transportation? I don't think it was, but Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, the Palms is now owned by, it is owned by a tribe now, from what I understand. I don't think it was at the time. Sean Duffy was from season 3. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, it took place there. And I think there's another picture coming up after this. Now, you may be wondering, why is Rio blurry in this picture? Why is she not the center focus? Because in the background is the Rio. The Penn and Teller place. So yeah. Yo, dog. I heard you like Rio. So we put some Rio in your Rio so you can Rio while you Rio. I was like, I can't not take this picture. The problem with like the Rio and the Palms is like, it's a little bit too far to walk, so you'd have to take a cab. So it's like these places, like if you're going there, you're spending the whole day there. Also, and this is to speak to a lot of what happens in Las Vegas. Between the Rio and the Palms, there are a lot of homeless camps. Like, I didn't want to get too real, but I really feel like I can't show you the Palms and the Rio without mentioning there are a lot of homeless camps there. Like, Las Vegas does have, well, it's like anywhere, it's got a big homelessness issue. Because it's Las Vegas. So, one of the other things too. You know, if you see these people, help them out, that sort of thing. You used to live in Reno and the homeless there is really bad, like Vegas. It's crazy. Right, like, you know, one of these things that we honest to God should be fixing, but, you know, we're picking fights with, you know, fucking trans people and shit. Pib, you said this was a happy, uplifting show about your trip to Vegas and you wait till tomorrow. All right, fine, I'll scream about that shit tomorrow instead. We'll be back to regular broadcasting tomorrow. We'll be playing Resident Evil. I'm sure I'll shoot off at the mouth about that while I'm doing that. Anyway, this is where we will be dining later that evening. This is the Mayfair Supper Club inside the Bellagio. If the name the Bellagio is ringing any bells, perhaps you've seen Ocean's 11. That's where the heist took place. The Bellagio is definitely one of the fancier places in Las Vegas, and the Mayfair Supper Club is certainly no exception. This is a picture from inside the windows. Don't worry, you'll see more pictures of it later. You definitely will. This is outside the Bellagio because we figured at that point we had figured out the, how long it would take us to get from Park MGM to Bellagio. Now we could have some fun. You wanted to win a coin token from the Bellagio, so you put money on the first table you could find because you was nervous, which was craps. You turned 20 to 60 in cash out. You got a lot of funny looks, but you got your coin left. Vegas is beautiful and terrifying. You also got a lot of sex worker trading cards handed to you walking around. Yeah, that happens. Food was amazing. No, Vegas is a special place. Love the vacation wrap-ups. I mean, again, like I said, I'm one of the degenerates who likes to collect casino chips, so I understand what you're driving at, weather the weather. Just because you told me that story, I'm gonna spoil part of the ending here. Do I have been taking some pictures of $100 chips? I didn't take a picture of this $100 chip because I'm holding it. This is a $100 chip from New York, New York. We were doing so good, I kept the damn thing. Any day I could travel to Las Vegas, turn this into $100. I kept it. Anyway, this is the view from outside the Bellagio. As you can see the Eiffel Tower. You're like, what the fuck is the Eiffel Tower doing there? They imported it. Took a lot of time, but Las Vegas is like, we want to see the Eiffel Tower, so they literally brought it in piece by piece. The Eiffel, you ever been to Paris? It ain't there no more. It ain't there no more. It was a deal the American government made with the Nazis in 1943. That's how they got it over there. It's, you know how you've seen like so many synergies between the Nazis and the American government today? It started early. Anyway. Yeah, what is this? A saboteur? So we have Paris, which we will be going inside later. That just didn't happen today. And Planet Hollywood, which I don't have a lot of familiarity with, and I've only been inside once. And Planet Hollywood will not be covered in this trip, so no, don't get too attached to the idea of Planet Hollywood. Here's us, looking fancy. Me and all my gray hairs, because I like my gray hairs. I'm not one of these gays who's going to cover up their gray hairs. I'm embracing mine. I love my gray hairs. Besides, whenever I don't like them, I can just put on a wig. Here is basically the same point I've been taking these pictures from. This is an exterior view of the Bellagio. I'm going to point something out later when I have a better picture of the Bellagio. Here is also Caesar's Palace, which is across from the Bellagio. So you basically have one of the primo MGM properties now across from the primo, Caesar's property. And then you've got what remains of the Mirage. You got a Louis Vuitton store there. Treasure Island. Resorts World's back there. There's an eyesore. I hear it's a great place to park your incel Camino. I mean Tesla Cybertruck. Too soon? Too soon? My understanding is he wanted a gaming license, but it was never approved. And it was meant to be built next to a casino that never actually materialized. It was kind of just sitting there. Yeah, he built that joint expecting a casino to be built next door, and then it never happened. So if you're ever wondering if Trump could ever take an L and then have it be immortalized, Let the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas be a signal to that. So you got that going for you, at least. I mean, it exists, but it's not the way he wanted it. Now we are inside Doladar's unironically favorite resort, the Cosmopolitan. It's like very gay. It's literally one of the Bellagio, but like you could be called the Game Award, but in like a flattering way. The Cosmopolitan was also very generous to us when we were here. You could stand in that shoe and take pictures, but I'm like, nah, let's take a picture of the shoe instead. I would just do that. In fact, actually, if we go back over here, it's right there. That's the Cosmopolitan. The Cosmopolitan is next to the Bellagio. So if we ever play casino games, the retro ones, it's literally that joint right there. I deliberately kept the name there because it's the Cosmopolitan. Anyway. Yeah, people are allowed to say the Game Award, call it the Game Award, but, sometimes Switch doesn't have nuance, so sometimes I just say Game Award. Anyway. So this is the Chandelier Bar. We actually hung out there in a little bit, but as you can see, it's... Now, we didn't go up to the second level. We didn't do that. But, obviously, if you're, like, really fucking rich, you could probably go up there and have a really expensive drink. Very fancy schmancy. It was so sparkly. Like, again, if you want to know what the gayest resort on the Strip is, it's the Cosmopolitan. No shot. No question. Like, the one that is just the most queer-coded. Like, I mean, any place in Las Vegas will call you a Game Award, but if you want the one that'll call you a Game Award, but will also be a Game Award, it's the Cosmopolitan. So, I just want to make that clear. Very fancy. And I took a picture of this because they have a pit at the front of the Cosmopolitan. And I'm like, what do you mean you could actually play War at the Cosmopolitan? What? You mean we can actually play War? What are we, 5 years old? War. Like, yeah, what is this? The casino, the downtown casino from fucking Vegas Vacation? Like, what is this for? Oh, I'm really rich and I want to play Baccarat, but I'm too drunk. I think that's the argument for playing War, actually. I would like to play Baccarat, but I've had too many drinks at the Chandelier Bar. Did I play it? No, at the time it was empty. And I think when we went back later at night, no one was playing it. Because, again, if they have Baccarat tables, why would you ever play War? You mean behind it is free bet blackjack? Right, you would play that instead because you get your free double downs. But anyway, I mean, yeah, that's just what the thing looks like. Yeah, imagine being the War dealer. You're like, I'm not saying that any casino would sit down and go, who's the dumbest dealer? Again, I'm not saying they would do that. But this is probably where they would stick them. Anyway, moving on. So you may be wondering why you're seeing all of these chips from the Cosmopolitan on the screen here. I did find myself a very lovely $15 denomination. See, the thing is, like, I'm a sucker for blackjack. I'm not a baccarat. I'm not rich enough to play baccarat. I'm not even rich. I just do well. Baccarat exists as a concept, but it's not something I would ever play. We were there early enough in the morning that we got in at a $15 denomination table before it changed to a $25. Because throughout the day, Las Vegas casinos will have tables and they will increase the minimum bet of the tables as the day goes on. Because you know what? I'm a morning person. At 10 in the morning, you all the degenerates who ordered bottle service at a strip club and will be nursing their hangover until 5 at night. Those people are still asleep. And, I'm here. I'm the cheapskate. I can get in at the cheaper tables because, I'm not that much. I say I'm a degenerate, but by Vegas standards, I'm quite milquetoast. Quite plain Jane by Vegas standards. So I was able to get in a $15 table at the Cosmopolitan before it changed to a $25 table. Now, the thing about these tables is if they change the minimum bet at a table while you're sitting at it, you can still play the previous minimum bet. The increased minimum bet is only for a new person who sits at the table. So if you sat down at 15 and they jack it up to 25, you can still play 15. If you leave the table with your chips and come back, then you'd have to, increase it. And I didn't take a picture of the guy because, I don't think they let you take pictures of this shit. But I do have to give, for what little gravitas I have to give a shout out to the blackjack dealer. I think his name was David at the Cosmopolitan. I think he was the nicest blackjack dealer I've ever dealt with. And at the Cosmo, Dola likes this place. Like the richer places in Las Vegas, you see some interesting characters there. What did I come in on? I initially bought in for 100, bombed out, put another 100 and won it back. But I'll get to that. See, the thing is, like a table game dealer is not necessarily that removed from a Twitch streamer. Our job is to entertain you and in some select circumstances ply money out of you. Now, I'm not as obvious about it. Obviously, I much prefer the fact that you're spending your time here, which frankly is more valuable to you than your money. But their job is to, strike up a conversation, keep you engaged so that you stay at the table. And especially if there's multiple people at the table, if the entire table gets to talking, the people might stick around. And if they, start running out of money or chips, they might buy back in. So that's what happened here. What you meant is they remembered you at 15 when someone else is 25. Yeah, they can keep track of that. Yeah, they can remember that. They're sharp people. They remember these things. And, see, it was especially interesting because the blackjack dealer was Australian. I was Canadian. The couple to our right was British people who live in... What country's got the Alps? Switzerland? Yeah, there were British people who lived in Switzerland. So you had British people who live in Switzerland, an Australian blackjack dealer, and a Canadian. The jokes wrote themselves. We had a lot of very fun conversations with a lot of these people while we were playing the blackjack game. And, look, I've been at joints where the blackjack dealer just slams the cards down. Before you know it, your money is gone. It's like, well, fuck, I guess I'm just going then. But a table you'd be beyond elated to sit at. Exactly. Now, one thing I also do when I'm at a table is I tip the dealer. Unless they're like a really shitty dealer, I tip the dealer. Like what you can do is, if you have a good time, you take a little infinitesimal fraction of your winnings and you toss it at the dealer, and it goes towards either their pool or a combination or a combined tip pool. Is what you do. And like I said, we were here for probably at least 45 minutes, an hour. The time we were there, the fucking British guy ordered like 3 old fashions. Also, the guy told us, don't order the chocolate martini, or there was some other drink. He was like, don't order those. They're made by a machine, but if you order the other stuff, they're made by hand. No, we had a great time. And again, a good blackjack dealer, especially when they're working with a couple of people, will encourage you to stick around and spend more money. But the other thing, too, is the blackjack dealer, much like other table games, they want you to win. You know why they want you to win? Because losers don't tip. Losers lose their money. Winners tip. So at this table, I bought in for 100, and I kind of went. Yeah, let's say I reached the point where continuing to play was not going to be tenable with the resources I had. So I pulled another hundo out of the money clip and bought back in because I was having a good time. I wanted to hang around these people longer and maybe see if I can win my money back. Both of these things were true. I wanted to see if I could win my money back, and frankly, I was having a good time. And as you can see, between these $200 chips here, I won my money back. I won my money back. This is $25.56. This is $63 in chips, and this doesn't include the green chip I tossed to $25 at the dealer. You entertained me, you hosted you well, you facilitated many wonderful conversations. I tip you. I tipped them the $25 chip. That's what I do. What you do, you tip them a share of your winnings. Well, the other thing too is it's not just that they're hosting you, but the dealer will give you tips. If you're not sure what to do, you can ask the dealer. They will give you their opinion. And again, the dealer wants you to win because winners tip. So, I mean, if you find yourself at a table, don't be afraid to ask the dealer and the people around you. They will help you out. I mean, unless they're fucking dicks. But it's the Cosmopolitan. Who could be a dick at the gayest place in Vegas? Well, okay, the gayest place that isn't that nightclub that has the regrettable nickname. Or regrettable actual name. I can't say it because it's a Romani slur. But apparently that place still exists and it's very gay. Anyway. Yeah, they want to keep a happy table. Here's Rio. She's amazing and I love her. And here she is winning $100 on, I think this is a quick hit. I don't know what it is. I just remember the screen had like a lot of ghosting problems. It was very jank. But she had like $100 line hit. It was nuts. We didn't win as much money at the Cosmopolitan as we did at the Excalibur, but I think it was almost a close second. So she won whatever the hell that was. This is a shot from the... now, a couple of pictures ago, I showed you the second floor of the Chandelier Bar at the Cosmopolitan. You can't remember the cute dragon and fucked up screen. Yeah, that's why we picked it. This was a establishing shot of the Chandelier Bar. This is us sitting at the Chandelier Bar. I just, went up and took a picture and went click. And the thing about the Chandelier Bar is you can get a very fancy drink. So I remembered that the gentleman sitting next to me at the blackjack table was ordering the old fashions, and he said they were quite excellent. So when I went to the Chandelier Bar, I ordered myself a bourbon old fashioned. And the thing I love about it is that they got the booze fruit. The best part of any one of these whiskey drinks is the booze fruit, because then when you're done drinking the drink, you eat the booze fruit and it's delicious. And then the thing about the Chandelier Bar, secondary picture here, how dare you call me that? The Chandelier Bar has a row of video poker machines, and they have lights behind them. And the idea is that if you sit at the bar and you coin in enough money, the light behind the machine changes. And if you've coined in enough money, they comp you the drink. So at that point in the day, I was like, all right, I have a couple of drinks. Rio just had a soda. So... yeah, so we low-rolled Balatro, basically. Yeah, we literally low-rolled Balatro. And, just played like quarter denoms or something. I think we played quarter denom max bets. It was $1.25 a spin off of 20 here. And we played it long enough that the drink was comped. Like, when he brought by the tickets, I threw money in the thing. He's like, no, they're comped. You don't have to pay. I was like, all right. Well, I took the 20 back and I left a 10 in there. And I had another drink. And we coined it enough that they comped it again. So I got 2 drinks. And I think we only basically spent $10 as a tip and $10 into the video poker machine. Now, when I say coin in, the thing you have to remember about these machines is you had to do at least $1 bet to get the comp. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm glad Rio knows these things because I didn't. Hang on here. Having a burp. There it goes. So if you put like $20 into a machine, and you ebb and flow. Maybe you go down to 18, 15, then you get this straight, you're up to 25, whatever it is. Even though, like, to you it may feel like you're ebbing and flowing in one direction or the other, but at the end of the day, you're coining in. And that means you're spending money, whether it be the money you put into the machine or the money the machine presented to you in the form of unrealized gains. And if you coined in enough money, they comped the drink. So that's basically what happened. So if enough money went through that machine, I mean, you could play that machine and you could bomb out, or you could play that machine and you could get a royal flush. The point was, if like $20 went through that machine in the form of wagers, so like basically if we were playing $1.25 a hand, so let's say fucking math, somewhere between 5 and 8 hands. I'm gonna say 7 hands. As long as you played 7 hands at $1.25, the drink was free. And you could have, throughout that, maybe you didn't even make any money or lose any money, but the point is you put money into the machine. So that's why they comped it a drink. So when you hear the term coining in, that's kind of what they're referring to. The fact that money went into the machine. It doesn't mean you profited or you lost, but that you made wagers. That sort of thing. Here's Rio winning another $100 on a hot pot. I told you, remember, it's still gambling, but this is basically her machine. I mean, I won $800 on one of these things once, I think. These machines are fucking nuts. I won like the, I think I won the minor. Like I think it was like a $20 minor, and it stacked like 5 times. It was fucking nuts one time I played this machine. So yeah, it's still gambling, but Rio just happens to be the GOAT. I know. I know. So here's her winning more money. Here's me using my grandfather's money clip, and it's holding so much money, I have to bend the thing back into shape at a later time. Because the money clip is like, oh no, ooh, you put too much money in me. Don't worry, it stopped having that problem later on in the week. I just figured I'd immortalize it. Yeah, ooh, too much money, too stuffed, too many hundos. Too many hundos, 50s and 20s and 5s. Ooh. I figured I'd take that picture at that point. This is now, we've left the Cosmopolitan and we are standing outside the Aria and Vidara. The Aria is a, too big. So, yeah, exactly. So yeah, the Aria, god damn it. So the Aria and Vidara. The Aria is a hotel casino, and the Vidara is a crime against vowels. It's spelled V-D-A-R-A, and the building has a very interesting design flaw in that it's one of these buildings that's curved. I all remember, some of you who may, actually, if you're watching from like England, first of all, it's like 4 in the fucking morning. What are you doing here? Also, like, there's like a building in London that if you park near it, like fucking microwaves and kills you. The Vidara has the same problem, where when the sun hits it, it kind of cooks it, the area. So, GG's around that, I suppose. Hey, Funkadella Chica, welcome on in. So, I guess, what I'm guessing is that in December, the Vidara is probably a pretty good pool to hang out in. because the light reflecting off of the mirror laser they've created probably heats the thing up quite nicely. Anyway, as you can see, the statue full of kayaks clearly divided by 0 because they're going in every direction. That's why I take pictures of it anytime I see it. Don't hospitals, the downtown area? Yeah, not to that point. No, they don't. Overall, you guys always go on the plan of what you plan to spend and don't overdo it. Right, yeah, Midnight Wolf, what we do is, we bring a lot of money with us, but we don't bring all of it with us for 2 reasons. 1, we don't want to lose it all in one day, and 2, if we get robbed, we don't want to lose it all. Oh, 2, thank you very much for the tippy. Again, that money goes directly into buying outfits and things for the show. It does not go into the Vegas fund. The business PayPal account has no direct leaning of any kind to my bank account, so none of that goes towards the Vegas fund. I want to make that abundantly clear. Anytime you put in that, it buys outfits. Am I sure? Yes, I'm absolutely certain. It has no connection to my bank account at all. I can show receipts. Anyway, so the Aria was a little less kind to us. But the Aria also has a big statue of Buddha in front of it. And you can tell which parts of it people usually touch because his belly's nice and shiny. As you can tell, Rio is patting it. You may also notice his nipples are a little shiny. That's because... well... I didn't actually touch it. I did not give Buddha purple nurple. I just made it look like I did. I did also threaten to finger blast his belly button. I didn't actually, but I did threaten to do it. Later, I come to find out maybe I actually should have grabbed his nipples because the blackjack table took my hundo some fucking quick. Also, I really do look like your dad right now. I mean, you've got dad glasses, dad shirt, you got a dad watch right there, dad slacks. You can see the wallet in the pocket because I'm not putting it in my ass because... I mean, I can fit a lot of things in there, but that wouldn't fit. Also, 2 reasons. 1, if you perpetually keep your wallet in your butt and you sit down too much, you will legitimately cause back problems. And 2, it's Las Vegas. I'm not getting pickpocketed. Everything important goes in the front pockets. That's the rule. Yeah, sciatica does suck. I agree. Your dad also, yeah, exactly. Dad also paints his nails on. No, it is a nice watch. It's a Seiko Cocktail Time GMT. It's very fancy, very nice. It's nice. Figured I'd get me a nice watch that was on a leather strap, and I figured it'd help enhance the dad look. Anyway, again, many of these casino resorts were also celebrating the Chinese New Year and the Year of the Snake, and I mean, the snake is serving. Those lashes are bigger than the ones I ever bothered to wear. I don't even do lashes anymore, but when I did, they had nothing going. They could not even hold a candle to these lashes, my goodness. Yes, slay, hunty. I know, these snakes are serving. So yeah, like I said, many of these places had little marquees to note the Chinese New Year and the Year of the Snake, so that's what they were doing. And this is just a floor shot of the Aria. So again, we have left the Cosmopolitan and we are inside the Aria, which is very much kind of a sister property to the Cosmopolitan as well, but she's not as popular as the cause. She if this were what was it, 10 Things I Hate About You, this would be the property that Heath Ledger would be going after. I mean, still fabulous, but you know, it's not the Cosmopolitan. But yes, this is the casino. Yes, we are inside a casino. I mean, it's pretty gay, but it's not Cosmopolitan gay. So again, you know, it looks fancy. There's mirrors and stuff and people in it. We didn't play this machine. I just figured she looked amazing. The blessings of the moon. Again, didn't play it, but I figured it was worth a picture. I figured, wow, what in the world of Warcraft is going on here? Yeah, if you're not Cosmopolitan gay. I mean, any amount of gay is gay enough. I mean, I know we're telling jokes, but yes, any gay is the right amount of gay. A lot of divas in the aria, though. I mean, not at 1 in the afternoon, but let me tell you, business sure picked up at some point. I'll tell you that much. Can I put myself next to her? I don't know that I did, though. This is one of the other parts of the aria, and this kind of threw me. Because I couldn't tell if this was a Year of the Snake tribute that they were taking down, or if this was one of those giant flying electrical dragons from Breath of the Wild and Link had just chopped its head off. Because, I mean, look, there's no head back here. There's no head back here. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe you used one of those big fancy pants wind gusts and you floated down and you went, hi-ya! And you chopped his damn head off. Like, I don't know if it fell off, they were taking it down. I really should have asked. Really should have asked about that one. I apologize for not asking someone in the floor about that. And I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom, so I couldn't tell you how the hell that looks. I'm not really a big fan of Gary's mod. Pam! What? It's Breath of the Wild Gary's mod. What the fuck do you want me to tell you? Anyway. I can't remember if this is the aria. I think this is still the aria. Usually the Wheel of Fortune machine is a dirty fucking whore. Usually. But this is the one time the Wheel of Fortune actually worked out for me because I won 420 quarters. Exactly, just like Pat Sajak, exactly. Hey, Matt Shake. Yeah, I won 420 quarters. What was I supposed to do? Not take a fucking picture of it? I had to. Yeah, 420, what a great number. I know. Had to immortalize that dub. Even though 420 quarters, I mean that's a $100 hit, to be honest. 420 credits, that would be $105. So I mean, that's still a pretty solid W. I mean, even if I put, actually, no wait, I remember this one. I remember this machine. I put $100 into it and I played it down. Like throughout various hits, I found myself in a situation where pulls to that machine at 25 credits were $2.50. And basically I put 100 into it and I lost almost all of it. I was down like $1.50, $1.75. Basically, there was still money in the machine, but not enough to do a full spin. Like you could have done it at lower denoms, but then you wouldn't have qualified for the jackpot. Because the problem is with these Wheel of Fortune machines is you have to max bet in order to qualify for the big bonus features. So I'm at like $1.50, $1.75, whatever the fuck it is. And I keep a supply singles on me for two reasons. One, if I'm tipping a cocktail waitress for bringing me a free drink, or two, if I need to buy back into a machine, it would only cost $1. So I pull $1 out of the you know, the money clip you seen earlier. And this machine is just fighting this dollar. It's not taking it. Like, I'm putting it in, it's spitting it back out. Put it, spitting it back. Like, I'm not giving you another fucking dollar. You're gonna take this dollar. Eventually, it takes the dollar. Next spin, bonus. I got all my money back. So while this may look like a $105 win, in reality, it's a $5 win. So that's why you also have to remember when someone shows you a picture like this, it can be deceiving. Again, at quarter denom, that looks like a $105 win. In reality, it's a $5 win. Okay, $5.75. Yeah, basically the sunk cost fallacy. I mean, I didn't think it. I mean, I didn't know it was actually gonna hit. I just figured, put the dollar in. If she goes, she goes. If she don't, I got a giant fucking. I got another sub $1 cash out voucher for the pile I have, and it worked out. So does that, at least. And here's me acknowledging that victory. Also, me covering the part where you would find out that my name is actually Patrice. Like, that's the thing. I was like, Pib, what's your name? It's Patrice. Really? Yeah, it is. So that's where Patricia comes from. Right. Yeah, that was the name my mother gave me, Patrice. So that's obviously what it says. But then, you know, maybe you'd see my MGM name and or number, and then, I don't know, you could steal my comp at the Park MGM. But yeah, 420 credits. We had to acknowledge it, obviously. This is a good pick. I mean, again, it shows off my gray hair is so nice. I don't even mean that to be, you know, moody about it. No, I like my gray hairs. I like my gray hairs. I embrace them. I mean, other people are going to do whatever it is they do. So yeah, there you go. Cash out, $105.75. That was a $5.75 win. So, like I said, sometimes these victories can be deceiving. You ever play at the Diamond Casino in Grand Theft Auto 5? You ever play like the three card poker? You put the 3 bets down, and then it pushes on the whole thing like, oh my god, you won 300 credits. No, you just returned me my wager. I didn't win anything. It was a push. I didn't win anything. It was like, oh my god, you won 300. No, you just returned the 300 to me. That's not a win. It's just a push. Anyway, here's Rio also winning a bunch of money on another goddamn machine. I mean, it says $67, but I feel like it was more than that. But yeah, again, like I said, when she won something, I took a picture. So here's her winning more fucking money. Like I said, this woman right here was offsetting all my table games losses. Even this poor bastard back here is like, oh my god, she won again? I'm not making fun of this guy. I'm just saying he's got the correct expression for what's going on here. Oh my god, she won again? Why can't she be my girl? Like, no, she's mine. Yeah, I'm guessing it was... I wonder if I have another picture. Okay, I don't have another picture of it, but I'm guessing it was more money than that. That's the only picture of it I had. That's the loss prevention guy eyeing me up to make sure I'm not rigging the machines. Yeah, exactly. It's the pit boss. He's having a convo with the person off camera saying, she fucking won again. We have to take you to the room where they cut your hands off. So, the only reason why I took this picture is, yeah, that nail polish ain't gonna buy itself, baby. I know, Dragon Prism, she has very lovely nail polish. I mean, look at the shine going on here. She got more than a few compliments from dealers about this nail polish. She does a very good job. She does a very good job with her nails. Very good job. It's kind of her thing. Anyway, the only reason why I took this picture is because I have this watch by Nubeo, Nubeo. It's like it's an homage to Space Invaders. And I've always been trying to figure out what company they jacked the design from, because like the thing with watches is like they can have designs that are derivative. Like for example, this is an Invicta Speedway. It's basically a rip-off of a Rolex Daytona. So I was looking at this Nubeo and I'm like, I mean, it rips off somebody, I just don't know who it is. So when I saw this, I was like, oh, this must be what's ripping off, because it's got these designs that look like that watch. And then I come home later and I Google them and like, no, these watches cost like $800. So it's like, this is at the crystal shops at R, and I'm like, so are they ripping off this design or not? I'm confused. But apparently these Philip Klein watches, hashtag not sponsored, are apparently affordable. I don't own one, couldn't tell you anything about them other than apparently they cost high three figures. Anyway, here's me winning some fucking money for a change. Apparently I won $73. And from the looks of things here, I was down to $71. So assuming I bought in at 100, that actually represents about a $53 win. So that's not too bad. That's not bad at all, actually. And this would be back at the Park MGM. Again, I can tell because of the ceiling lighting. Because we started out the Bellagio, made our way back to Park MGM because we had to get ready for our dinner reservation. Now, this is a very hard machine to find in Las Vegas because only a couple joints have it. This is the Fortune Cup Derby Deluxe by Konami. It's a horse racy thing. And, again, the photos thing is not supporting the video here, so give me a second. Open with VLC player. So you can see the horsey races are running around. See, I have another video of it that I was using as part of the marquee intro. But yes, there is a horses game you can play. We'll have more information on that later. But yes, there is a horses game that can be played at certain establishments in Las Vegas. That one was at the Bellagio. I believe Caesars also has it. The Link has it. The Horseshoe also has it, I believe. Are any of them actually humans wearing a barrel? I was very disappointed. I don't think Haribo LG was in any of these particular events. But yes, at this point, we've made our way back to the Bellagio. There's Rio wearing a very lovely dress. You'll see more of that later. So at this point, we're in the Bellagio. We have external shots of it later. You'll recognize it if you've played Fallout New Vegas. Because where we're going... So this is a... I don't know if you noticed, but it's now a Whitney Houston slot machine. And I hate that machine. We've never won any money on it. And Whitney Houston may be dead, but she also took $100 from us. And I only took this because I might make an emote out of it. Because when you get the wild on the machine, she just claps. Just with this most dead-eyed expression you've ever seen in your life. And I'm like, one, that's horrifying. Two, that could make a great alternative clap emote. And I figured since, you know, she may be dead, but she took $100, they better get something out of this. So, we'll see. God. Whitney, what have they done to you? Anyway, remember that Mayfair Supper Club I teased about probably an hour ago? This is us finally getting inside. Made a reservation for this place. It's a very fancy place. Needed a reservation to get into this joint. So we had a 5:30 seating. And they have a show that runs throughout the evening there. The problem is the only guarantee that you get to sit for 2 hours. So we basically got to catch about a little over an hour of the show. But very fancy interior. And like I said, a lot of these places embrace the bisexual lighting. Very much strong with the bisexual lighting. We love to see it. And this shot here is basically, we're sitting at a table and we're facing these windows. They may be like, what's going on out there? Why are the glass so bright? Is this broad daylight? No, actually the fountains at the Bellagio are squirting. You'll see more footage of that later. But yeah, you could actually see from your table, you could see the Bellagio fountain shooting off. And that was something I know Rio wanted. Rio has always wanted to see the Bellagio fountains, but circumstances didn't always make that possible. Especially because when we went for TwitchCon, like all of the F1 shit was in the way. And then the last time we went, we just never really got around to it because reasons. And this time was like, I wanted to see this shit. So not only did we actually go see the fountain, and you'll see it later, but the place that we're staying at had a view of it. So anytime you wanted to see the Bellagio fountain coming everywhere, you had the option. Now, I did get a little drunk in there. The unfortunate thing is the Mayfair Supper Club does not have the, I'll let that one through here. The Mayfair Supper Club doesn't have the drink menu online, so I can't fully tell you about this, but this was a Manhattan. And I didn't know about it when I got the damn thing, but you see a flask next to it, and it's a souvenir you get to take with you. So it's, it's a stainless steel flask. I'm sure it costs fucking all, but it's got the logo of the joint etched into it, so I polished off the fingerprints off of it and all that, so I have a dumb fucking thing that can sit on the shelf of tchotchkes. I didn't actually have a flask before, so now I have one whenever I'm feeling like a drunk degenerate, I suppose. This is a Manhattan. It costs $50. It's got some fucking whiskey that's unique to the Bellagio. And I spent 2 hours drinking that thing, and I was fucking wasted by the end of it. A Manhattan is all liquor. I spent 2 hours drinking that thing. 2 hours! And it still got me wasted. Well, there's also, to be fair, there is a chocolate martini involved. You'll see it later. But I was like, okay, this looks like a drink right out of a Yakuza game. That is worth the $50 price tag. I was like, $50? This better be the best drink I've ever had. You got lucky. Yeah, I didn't even know it came with a flask when I ordered. I guess in retrospect, the menu might have mentioned that, but I didn't internalize it at the time. And then Rio had, I believe it was called a Lady Luck. I seem to recall her saying it was like a grapefruit martini? Something along those lines? Very delicious. Very delicious indeed. It went down very nice. Also, one thing I was also, my own take-home flask. Exactly, Stormy. And what I came to realize when I was rinsing the thing out, there was like probably still an ounce left there. I could have still gotten wasted off the damn thing. Because later on, I rinsed the thing and I was like, oh my God, there was still booze in there. Fuck, I just washed it down the drain. Because what happened is when he brought the drink by, it was just the glass with the giant cube, ice cube, and, you know, the blackberry, whatever the thing on a stick. And then he opened up the flask and he poured it in. Very fancy. Apparently the guy didn't empty the whole thing out. I was like, oh my God, I wasted it. And whatever. But, one thing I also made a point of, one thing a lot of people forget when they're in Las Vegas is to hydrate. You're doing all of this walking around. I mean, I don't think Rio gave me a final count, but apparently on day one, we might have walked 10 to 13 miles. You do a lot of walking. And one thing I made a point of remembering is anytime someone put water in front of me, I drank it. So the water guy at the Mayfair Supper Club in the Bellagio must have filled up my drink at least 5 times. Because I'm like, oh, water, gimme! Because I'm getting older and I have to, you know, remember that I gotta drink water. ABW, always be water. They have water? Yeah, apparently in Las Vegas they have water. The Lake Mead is actually doing pretty well from what I understand. So, this is a better shot of the drink. The $50 Manhattan with the giant ice cube looks like it came right out of a Yakuza game. The glass of water I kept guzzling, and the flask you just saw earlier. Now, the Mayfair Supper Club, and I believe the next picture will vindicate me on this. No, it won't, because that's my 8-ounce filet mignon. Okay, well, that wasn't the point I thought it was going to steak, but yes, they have steak. I guess that's a truffle on it. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I guess that's fancy. And, I don't know, some sauce I did not internalize. Did I try to take over the Hoover Dam? No, I did. I accomplished it already, Venture. In fact, one thing I have to do when Fourth Wall figures out what its hats are doing is, you like all those various hats like military veterans wear? That they were like in Korea or something. I have to make a hat that denotes you were a veteran of the battle for Hoover Dam. Someday I'm gonna make one of those. But anyway, this is my 8-ounce filet mignon. Ordered it medium, it was very delicious. Rio had salmon. So basically we did the exact same order we did at Hell's Kitchen like 2 years ago. Basically, I ordered a steak, she orders a salmon. Yeah, we basically did a surf and turf by proxy. And we shared an order of fries. They were very nice. They had fries and cheese and ketchup. But, you know, it was like Bellagio ketchup, so it was like, you know, regular ketchup, but it felt expensive. Oh, don't worry. I'll tell you how much this cost at the end of it. Don't worry. You'll find out. I don't think there was anything unique to the ketchup, to be quite honest. I think it was just ketchup. Now, I hope the next picture will finally vindicate me. It being the Mayfair Supper Club, you may be wondering, why did this place need a reservation? Why is it so expensive? Why is the lighting so bisexual? Okay, that's still a great picture, but that actually doesn't serve the point. This is Rio, looking very lovely, and oh god. Okay, sorry, something in me has just been activated. It's not anything Rio did. Okay. Some of you may remember a somewhat iconic clip I have on the Queen Pib Show. It's one of the most popular clips of the Queen Pib Show, and unfortunately, it's about to be replicated. Here's my partner, Rio. She's wearing a dress, a very lovely watch. She looks amazing. Here's me. I look like your dad. Nice glasses, nice shirt, extremely expensive Seiko on the wrist. What the fuck is going on back here? The dress code for the Mayfair Supper Club is business casual. Why are you letting this fucking bum in with a Columbia t-shirt? What is the point of having these dress code rules if you're not gonna enforce them? This guy's not looking at the camera. I can make fun of his shirt. This is what Bobby De Niro was screaming about at the ass end of fucking casino. Now it looks like Disneyland. Bunch of people think they can show up to business casual events just looking like a fucking idiot at Bass Pro Shops. And this reminds me of a guy who complained that he got 2 slices of pizza and a beer at Caesars for $34. Like, where the do you think you are? Do you think maybe you'd have more fun downtown? You know, maybe those places are a little bit more accustomed to your palate of showing up looking like any other fucking idiot on the strip. Two of these people were making an effort. You, sir, were not.
The fuck do I do with you now?
He'd fit in right at the El Cortez. That's actually a place I think that would actually let me wander around and drag. But I'd have to ask. Like, here's the thing. Like, I understand everyone has different styles, different tastes. And not everyone, I mean, this isn't any, I mean, the watch is expensive, but, you know, pair of slacks, nice shoes, a shirt, it's not that expensive. But, like, I'm not going to sit here and say that you have to wear a collared shirt. Like, I'm not saying, like, I had the same problem at the Dita Von Teese show, too, where, like, you don't have to necessarily wear a collared shirt, but it has to look nice. It has to look presentable. Like, you mean, you could be wearing, like, a crew neck white sweatshirt or, like, a tasteful sweater, whatever the hell it is. Like, yeah, not a graphic tee. Exactly. Rothy's got me on this. Yeah, a black V-neck, like, right, like, you don't have to wear a collared shirt when you're mask presenting. You don't have to. Like, you can wear other options. It just doesn't have, just don't, like, and it could even have graphics. Like, if it's got, like, a nice design on it. Like, a very nice full shirt design. Tasteful. You know, maybe, like, you know, the trim I'm wearing on this fucking hoodie or something. Like, you can wear a crew neck shirt, t-shirt even, and it can be tasteful, but, like, come on. Come on. Come the fuck on, seriously. You're in the mood to give that guy props, not giving a shit. I mean, I feel that too. Isn't it a Vegas trip unless there's an underdressed man I can make fun of? No, you're absolutely correct. But yeah, I don't know, like some of these places, like I don't know if they actually enforce the dress codes or not, because at the end of the day, they still want to get paid, but like, I mean, come on. I would eat on Fremont Street and drag. I know, it's kind of on the bucket list. Anyway, I hope the next graphic finally spells the point here. At the Mayfair Supper Club, they have a show. So on top of the bisexual lighting, you get a show. And, you know, the show moves in phases, and there's things we didn't get to see because they weren't there later in the show, because, look, we're from New Jersey. Vegas is a 3-hour time difference. I'm not doing a 9 o'clock table seating. That is midnight where I come from. It's not happening. But yes, the stage name for this performer was Mrs. B, as in Mrs. Bellagio. She is wearing a very lovely, custom-made, purple, tuxedo jacket with matching purple glittery thigh highs. And I mean, she looked absolutely amazing. I did not record any of the singing, and there wasn't a no pictures policy, but I'm like, I don't want to give the whole game away, so I have a couple of pictures from this, not too many. tasteful pictures. She was doing an amazing job. Then later on, like a whole band comes out. Here's us having a couple of drinks, having a good time. Because at that point, we've got most of our drinks in us. Here's Rio going, and I mean, I don't know that she needed to do this, but she was like, she wanted to make sure that they wouldn't kick us out for not ordering. And I don't think they would have, but you know, this is just her making sure she wanted to see the show. She ordered chocolate martini, and we didn't finish it, but it was fun to sip on and get even more fucking wasted. And also, a cake, a black something. What's the one they have in Hot Fuzz? Because that was the thing. Like, he said he had to order the black something gatto. Black Forest, yes, that's a Black Forest cake. Yes, a Black Forest gatto that has, you know, like the big fancy pants piece of triangle chocolate around it, and a gold flake because of all the things I need to be shitting. Apparently gold is some of it. We did not finish it, but we did get most of it down. It's very delicious. Very delicious indeed. And later in the evening, the show continued. I regrettably did not catch this performer's name, but as you can see, she looks absolutely amazing. Lots of songs were sung. Lots of fun times were had. And again, like I said, she looked amazing. And this show also included several dancers as well. And I'm being tasteful. I inadvertently took some pictures that featured butts, but the only butt I will show is my own. So you don't get to see that, but they, you know, accompanying dancers would go around the venue and, you know, dance while the songs were being sung and all of that. And they also had dudes. I mean, even that guy is what. Also, I love how like the hand reflexively went there. Pib, why are you zooming in on that with your hand? I don't know. Maybe it's just a subconscious thing. Gonna move that off there now. But yes, you know, a couple of dudes in a show as well, because Vegas believes the dudes should be in these things too. So, you know, they're wearing very glittery outfits as well and hanging out, you know, doing a very good job of what they're doing there. The feather boa is very lovely. I agree. I want her fucking shoes. Like, I'm in this weird position where, like, oh my god. See, I look at it's a two-stage process. I look at something and go, oh my god, that is the hottest thing ever. And a second thought, which is usually like half a second behind, is, oh my god, I want to wear that. I know. But anyway, I neglected to mention this, but by and large, the patrons of the Mayfair Supper Club on Tuesday night were abiding by the dress code policy. Many of the patrons were either wearing suits, dresses, or at least other attire that, you know, fit the policy. I just saw the fucking Columbia shirt in the picture. Wait, what the hell is this? Anyway. And I did not catch this singer's name as well, but he joked that he looked like a celebrity, and he did look like the spitting image of Pete Davidson. I'm pretty sure it's not Pete Davidson, but I suppose these days, who knows? I mean, if you told me it was Pete Davidson, I'd believe it, but I don't think it was Pete Davidson. If it was Pete Davidson, he'd be probably over at the Link, not the Bellagio. But anyway. So yeah, eventually we polished the whole thing off. Well, I shouldn't say polish off. Let's go back to the shot of the cake here. All right, everyone wants to know, what was the bill? Before tip. Now, bearing in mind the meal represented in entirety was this grapefruit martini, this Manhattan, this filet mignon, this smoked salmon, this little platter of fries, this chocolate martini, and this cake. Before tip, $308. After the tip, $360. I can tell you, I felt like I think I paid very appropriately and I got exactly what I wanted. The bill should just read ouch. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mentioned earlier, like the Las Vegas tourism bubble. Like, there are frankly some things that are just priced out of, like, you know, most people. And I would say that this would be one of them. Like, not everything is for every person because capitalism be fucked. But for what we got, you know, good food and a show, it was appropriate. Yeah, screaming and wallet, exactly. Anyway, holy crap. We're almost 5 hours in a broadcast, and I haven't finished night 2. Oh, fuck. Anyway, this is the view outside the Bellagio, looking over at Planet Hollywood on the left, the Marquis for Paris. The Aria is behind the This is the Aria. This is the Cosmopolitan. Here's a little bit of the Bellagio. We got out and again, this is where the Bellagio fountain is just getting ready to come. Just getting ready. And then I have this video, which again, I was rather hoping Windows Photo Viewer could play it, but apparently only the Windows 11 one is capable of that. The Windows 10 one has to download a 99-cent add-in. So if you'll excuse me a moment, I will tell this thing to open up in VLC, because why not? And I will unmute this footage here. So I have about 1 minute of the Bellagio. The Bellagio fountain usually plays about every 15 minutes. I will simply present this, and I'm going to shut the fuck up.
You lady luck, but there's room for doubt. At times you have a very unladylike way of running out. You're on this date with me. The pickings have been lush. And yet before this evening is over, you might give me the brush. You might forget your manners. You might refuse to stay. And so the best that I can do is pray.
So that was... Now, wait a minute. How come that song is not in Final Fantasy Origin Stranger of Paradise? Why did they use My Way when they could have used Luck Be a Lady, you know? Anyone just think about the electric bill these things cost? Look, there's too many depressing things in this world already. But yes, I recorded about the first minute of it, and then I just put my fucking phone down and enjoyed myself. So yes, the Bellagio fountain is usually set to a song that has multiple... You okay there, computer? You're okay. Whatever you say, computer. I'm sorry I made you play an MP4 file. Anyway, yeah, the Bellagio fountain's got lots of different configurations, and it can play for different songs. So that one was for Frank Sinatra's Luck Be a Lady. It was a very lovely show to see. Let's keep going here. Now we went back inside the Bellagio and a look at the conservatory. You've seen it in previous trip recaps. Again, they were kind of celebrating the Chinese New Year and the Year of the Snake. The Bellagio Conservatory is free to observe. It doesn't cost a penny, but everyone's like, oh my God, there's things you can do in Vegas that are free. Yeah, but let's be honest, you're going to Vegas for the gambling. The free stuff is just the thing you do in between the gambling. But yeah, you got, again, I think I might have another picture, but again, look at the snake. She's serving. She is the moment. Again, we love to see it. Also, they have the money tree, which is full of money or washers. I'm not sure which it is. I'm pretty sure that's meant to be money. So you got that as well. I didn't take as many pictures of it this go around as I have in past ones, because normally we hit up the Bellagio Conservatory during the day. We hit this thing up at night. This thing was packed. It was very difficult to get pictures, because everyone's around being a fucking Instagram person. So I was like, I'm just gonna take a couple of fucking pictures and leave and just, you know, look at the thing with my eyeballs. So that's basically what I did. You got this little marquee here. You can't really see it because the lighting is difficult, but it's like, it says like MGM Resorts International. The symbol in the center, Google Lens tells me that is blessing. So these little pandas. Oh, actually, this is a better view of the, you know, the sassy neck. Who has clearly been constructed from a shitload of either, I'm assuming, artificial roses, because why the fuck would you use real ones on this one? So, then the pandas were somewhat of a similar story in that I don't think black and white, I mean, anyway, as you can see, those were real. Oh, well, fuck me, I guess. All right, I deferred to the horticulturist in the relationship. Almost everything in there is real, unlike these things. Anyway, so again, the panda was made out of it too. This is also not the furry content I was teasing. This is not the furry content I was teasing like 2 hours ago. I did, however, take a picture of its butt. Because while this is not the furry content I was teasing, I know where my bread is buttered. I figured somebody would want to see that, so I took a picture of its butt. Deal with it. And again, here's another picture of the little dragon thing with the, you know, the extremely sassy rose-covered snake behind it there, or whatever the hell flower it was. And, you know, a little marquee towards the back of it here. It's got like little LED things that look like fireworks popping off, and more of them pandas and shit like that. It looked very nice. Didn't, like I said, I didn't take as many pictures as I would normally because, again, the place was packed. It was very difficult to take pictures that didn't have people in them. And this is, you know, towards the back, another thing of the little sign that says blessing and little panda things. Some jackass stuck a sticker on it advertising their Instagram account, which I will not promote. I appreciate the hustle, but please know you're a jackass. And here's Rio in front of one of these pretty trees. And again, you see how many people are behind her, and it gets worse. The people behind her, not her. No, she's always amazing. Because I think the next couple of pictures, no, not this one. This one just gets better. Aw. I guess, you know, I guess we're kind of cute. I guess. Oh, never mind. I guess we'll come back to that later. Okay, so my Bellagio talking point comes up later. Just put a pin in the thought of all of these people standing back here. We will reference that later. Hey, Alexander. We wear high heels outdoor, and yeah, it can get to be a bit much. Welcome on in. So yeah, Now we are sitting in the lobby of the Cosmopolitan. So we're kind of replicating the trip we made earlier in the day, just at night. Now, at this point in the day, I am in DMs with Doladar. Because I was half the strip I was spending shitposting at her, saying, oh my god, I'm in your favorite place in the Luxor. And she fucking hates the Luxor, and it's understandable why she hates it. But she unironically loves the Cosmopolitan. And she asked us earlier in the day, now this is the lobby, you know, the check-in desk is back here. And the check-in desk also is like, all of these columns are like screens. And this thing at the top is like mirrors that make the room look bigger than it is. And then whatever's going on these things will also has a design that happens behind the check-in desk as well. And apparently this thing cycles through many different designs. And Rio seemed to recall this, and Dola confirmed that apparently there's one where it just looks like silhouettes f***ing. And they were like, oh my god, what if there were like kids in there? So we sat here for a while just to see if it would come up, but the problem is he's got like 8 or 9 designs. So we sat there, taking pictures of them, and texted him to Doladar. This one was like people making out in like elevators and stuff. You can see like the outside of an elevator, but the inside of one over there. Then you had... You know what, I'm not even going to tell you what that is. I can assure you it's not 2 people fucking. Actually, the next picture might help to explain what's going on here. They're doing like a weird perspective thing with like mirrors and stuff. So you'd have like legs and arms and people and stuff, and it'd just be mirrored. But it gave a lot of like John Carpenter's The Thing. In fact, I'm fairly certain this is a boss in Dark Souls. Isn't this the Moonlight Butterfly? One of those optional bosses and you have to go at it with ranged weapons because it doesn't really get up close until like one particular attack. I think that's exactly what that is. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. So I thought, I'm like, oh my god, it's the Dark Souls boss. And this is Mediterranean tree balls. So they went from, I don't know, people making out in elevators to weird perspective stuff to plants. This is apparently an Avita's lantern, suncatcher, cloud, fruit light, whatever the hell that all says. So these designs keep going through the entire lobby of the Cosmopolitan. Here's one with Little Red Riding Hood going into the door from Deadly Premonition. She's going into the Red Room alongside Dale Cooper and Frankie York Morgan. And at that point, it's like, all right, I'm tapped out. I can't sit here any longer and wait to see if it does the fucking. So, at that point, I think we tapped out on the concept. This is, if you look in the background, it's actually the high limit room for the Cosmopolitan. But if you look at the foreground, I think that's actually the vines that sometimes prevent you from leaving in Dead by Daylight. Like, I don't play Dead by Daylight anymore, but I'm pretty sure those are like the creeper vines that stop the killer from fleeing out the gate. I think. You're afraid they're going to start using AI-generated images? I mean, I'm worried about that too. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if they did. But yeah, I think that's meant to stop you from getting in there. If you don't have enough money, those things just physically shoot up from the ground and don't permit you to get in. Now, hey, we finally made it to day 2. Oh my god.
I'm Luigi, #1.
We made it to day 2, and I can tell because this was the place at Park MGM where we were getting breakfast. The Side Betty Grill. Very nice place. You could get basically, you know, 2 egg sandwiches. They had like 2 eggs in them and a coffee for like $35. Or, as the guy at Caesar's Palace would call it, overpriced. This is day 3. No, you and I are using different naming schemes. The day we went to see Dita Von Teese, we showed up at like evening, so I call that day 0. Monday was day 1. Tuesday is day 2. This is day... Wait, no, Rio is doing it right. All right, no more whiskey for me. No, Rio, you're doing it wrong. Proceeds to explain exactly how Rio is explaining it. This is why she plays the slot machines and I play the tables. Anyway, this is where we regularly got breakfast on all of the days. Generally didn't have to wait too long to get an order, and I feel like a lot of people didn't even realize this joint was there. It's starting with 0. What am I, an engineer? Adjacent. But a very nice place, and I mean, the wait staff got to know me because I was actually tipping them. So, here's her, about ready to enjoy her breakfast sandwich, which was very delicious. And at this point, I was realizing, Pib, you didn't really take a lot of establishing shots of the Park MGM. You want to maybe do that sometime? So I was like, okay, I'll actually take some pictures of the inside of this joint. I mean, it's fancy, but not loud. Again, a lot of this architecture is just the same stuff that was obviously when the property was known as the Monte Carlo. So, again, smoke-free joint, kind of... You know, sometimes it's got a little bit of the bisexual lighting as well, but, you know, sort of a more chiller place. I mean, that's not to say the place didn't have its share of drunks. There was one night we got there, we walked back into the fire alarm. I think that was actually the end of night 2. I think we got back there and the fire alarm was just finished going off. And an announcement on the PA was saying, no, everything's fine, don't fucking worry about it. I'm like, what the hell happened? Why is the fire alarm going off? But anyway, so yeah, it looks very nice in there. You got machines, people playing. Again, this is like 9 or 10 in the morning, so that's why the place isn't packed. You know, more shots of, you know, the interior. Because again, at this point, I was like, I should actually take pictures of the place I'm staying at. Because I've taken pictures of a lot of the other places, but I didn't take pictures of this joint. So, a little bit more of that in there as well. Very nice. Again, this is a smoke-free property, so it smelled very nice. A lot of these properties smelled very nice, including the Mandalay Bay. We were very disappointed when we searched all the shops in the Mandalay Bay, and none of them were selling like a signature scent spray or like a candle or something. We were very disappointed because we were actually kind of wanted to get something like that. Because some of these places will have a signature scent that isn't just, you know, alcohol, vomit, cigarettes, and regret. Unfortunately, we couldn't get one for the Mandalay Bay. Like the joke I would tell to Rio when we were walking through the Park MGM is, I would go, do you smell that? And she'd say, no. And I'd say, exactly. That sounds disgusting. I know. But anyway. Still in Park MGM. At this point, I was like, wait a minute, Pib. Start taking pictures of empty pits. Why? Because if you wanted to Photoshop yourself as a blackjack dealer, you're gonna need pictures of them. Again, you're not seeing every picture I took, but I started taking pictures of empty pits so I could do that. So this is one of the pits at the Park MGM outside the High Limit Room and the entrance to the Nomad. This is back to the Bellagio because we remembered we had a $60 voucher we hadn't cashed in yet. And I mean, I'm the kind of sick fuck who will take chips home. I am not taking a $60 paper waiver home with me. So we went back to the Bellagio the next morning and got that thing cashed out. And then, you know, took more pictures of the inside of the Bellagio. And like I said, empty pits. And then I finally sat down and played the Derby Deluxe. We will have video footage of that momentarily. But everyone, and there was actually also a gentleman who came in after I sat down. He was curious about how one plays this machine. So I'll basically give you the same speech I gave that guy, because the beauty of it is this thing zooms in enough that I can actually tell you. Or I can zoom it in. So, unlike when we play the silly horsey races here, where I only say you can wager on evens and odds, this one, you can bet a couple of different ways. Now, you can bet on just the horse, and you have, denoms you can wager, and you can pick the dollar and put dollars everywhere, 5, 10, 25, 50, and so forth. I think there's a limit, but I don't remember what it is. And you can bet on an individual horse, and like their odds are presented here. If you've played the horse races at the Diamond Resort and Casino in Grand Theft Auto Online, this may be somewhat familiar to you. So they're presented with various odds, like I think this says 6, this says 2, this says 6, this is 60, 7, and 4. So if you, if like for example, if you bet on the long odds horse here $1 and the fucker actually won, you'd get $60 back. And you can also bet the quinella. So if you see the end of those horsey races and it shows you which 2 horses came in first and second place, that's the quinella. So how that works is, in addition to just betting on the horse, you could also bet on which 2 horses come in first and second place. Now, you don't have to guess the order, you just have to guess which 2 would come in first and second place. So for example, if you thought, for whatever reason, horse number 3 and horse number 4 would come in first and second, and you wagered there and it hit, if you put $1 there at 129x, you'd win $129. And there's also this one that's basically a scratchy here, where you hit this button, it randomly generates a finishing order, and depending on how many of it matches from the start to the end, you win escalating amounts of money. So what I would usually do, especially if like the odds on favorite horse was like a 3 times, I'd bet a couple of different horses. One to cover the bet, another 2 to kind of wild out. And I mean, it worked sometimes and it didn't work some other times. So I know what you're wondering. What does this thing look like when you're playing it? I bet on horse number 1. There's little video screens showing the action as well.
I'll take that.
A 1. So as you can see in this particular endeavor, I wagered $1. I actually wagered on a couple different horses. You can see I wagered on number 3 as the odds-on favorite just to cover my losses. And I'd wagered on, you can't see it, but I wagered on number 5. It's a bit further down. I wagered number 1 who had an $8 rate of return. So I put $3 on the table and I won 5 basically. Yeah, the animatronics look good. Again, this is a game that's actually made by Konami. It's only a couple joints on the Vegas Strip have this machine. Again, we've seen it at the Link, the Horseshoe, the Bellagio. I think we've seen it at the MGM Grand as well. No, let me take that back. I've seen it at Link, Horseshoe, Bellagio. I think they had one at Caesars. I think. Either Caesars or the MGM Grand. But not every joint has this machine. Because, I mean... Oh, hang on. Because obviously, it's kind of a big fucking machine. And again, Konami. We don't just make patchy slots. We also make simulated horse races. The D downtown has it? Oh yeah, as well as the old school Sigma Derby. Nice. I have a picture of the mannequin pissed outside the D, but I've never actually gone inside the D. Anyway, I don't know if Zach is still here because it's like midnight where he is. But I was like, hey, if my boy Zach Busty ever wants to, spruce up his name, what if it was spelled like that? What if it was Zach Busty spelled B-U-C-C-I? I'm just saying. It's an option. I'll clip that up and send it to him later if he's asleep. Oh shit, he is here. Yeah, exactly. That's how you would spell it if you wanted to be bougie. This is the Gucci store inside the Bellagio as we're headed towards Caesar's Palace. But yes, I took that picture just for you. Yeah, alt account number 3. There you go. For when you're doing like, I don't know, fine dining reviews or some shit like that. Anyway. Now go to bed. It's late over there. Now we're moving over to Caesar's Palace because I wanted some chips for Caesar's Palace because I've been there, but I never bothered to actually play table games. So we're working our way on over there, over to Caesar's little ecosystem. We were mostly hanging out in Mr. MGM's spot, but obviously Caesar's is all the Caesar's property. And it looks like the Caesar's in the video games. I know you're shocked to hear that. So I got a couple of pictures at a joint. There's Hell's Kitchen, Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen. The Flamingo is flanking it on the top. We've eaten here before. We ate there 2 years ago. Very nice, but I mean, it obviously didn't have a show. They don't, film Hell's Kitchen there, which is very disappointing. I think the Mayfair Supper Club was better, but Hell's Kitchen was still a very nice meal was had there. We just didn't do that this year. Also, the fire thing's not going off because it's like, 10 in the fucking morning because I'm a morning degenerate. And there's a little view of one of the fountains at Caesars. There's a shot of the Flamingo back here. Another fucking Gordon Ramsay restaurant. Now, Rio will correct me and say, now, there used to be a Margaritaville at the Flamingo when it closed. And Rio will correct me and say, no, the Gordon Ramsay took the place of like a bar they had. There was some fucking jackass country singer who opened up a restaurant in the place of the Margaritaville. But I'm blaming Gordon Ramsay anyway. Mr. Ramsay, you have too many restaurants in Las Vegas, and clearly Margaritaville had to die to make that happen. How fucking dare you, seriously? I'm blaming him anyway. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay got like 5 or 6 restaurants in Las Vegas. Mr. Tofu and your barrel ass, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. We're getting through this whole trip tonight. I am completing the show as a one shot. I mean, normally on a Saturday night, the show would be done, but we're going to keep going. Again, if anyone is legitimately curious and wants to watch the whole thing, but, it's getting late where you are, again, the VOD will be immediately available on Twitch, obviously, afterwards. So, if you want to, have your coffee in the morning or what have you and watch the rest of the show, there is absolutely no shame in catching the VOD on this one. I completely understand. So don't worry about that. Nor Gordon Ramsay have experienced having a European guy yell at you. I know it's very disappointing. You go to a Gordon Ramsay restaurant, he's not even in there. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. I don't think he even gives a shit. Anyway, still moving on here. Oh, hang on, I gotta zoom out here. This is the front entrance to Caesar's Palace. I'm always weirded out, like, all the marquee lights for Caesar's Palace are red, but the text here is blue. Like, it's inconsistent. I don't like it. Like, again, why is the lettering up here red? Like, on this tower, it's red. On this tower, it's red. On other towers facing other directions, it's red. Why is it blue? See, Caesars, this is why you're losing ground to MGM. He gives a shit. He gets his paycheck. That's very true, Ryan. Very true. And, I also made a point of taking a couple pictures inside Caesars. I don't think I think at some point I got pictures of the table pits because reasons. So this is a high limit slot area. Very fancy. I mean, if I told you this was Caesar's Palace, you'd believe it. Very well lit and very expensive looking. This is a empty pit for Ultimate Texas Hold'em that I clearly took for photoshopping purposes. I did also, so I also played blackjack at Caesars, and I kind of bombed out, but whatever. But here's an annoying horror story for you. So now I was playing blackjack, I'm hanging in there. I think I may have bought back in at some point, I can't remember. But guy was changing out the shoe because he'd run out of cards, so we had to redo that. And I'm like, there's always been a thought in the back of my head. I've never done this in my life. Where I'm like, Pib, be a rich jackass for 1 second. Put put $100 bill down the table. Ask for a blackjack. Play $100 a hand for one hand. Like, I've always wanted to do it, but I've never had the gumption, the testicular or breasticular fortitude to actually do it. And I'm sitting there as he's, getting the cards ready. I'm like, do it. And then I chicken out. I don't do it. He gets the shoe ready. He starts dealing. He deals me a blackjack! And I mean, I'm smiling and happy because I got a blackjack, but inside I'm screaming, that would have been one way to take a $100 chip home with me. See, that's the other problem with gambling, and that's where you have to be fucking careful. We're like, I will low roll a machine on a low denomination. And the thing is, like, and the casinos know this. They're like, we might give you some wins to low roll because we want to lull you into full sense of security. And if you up your bets, we'll take it all from you. Because the thing is, you might, again, that situation I just told you about, where I played, I don't know, $25 and I got a blackjack. So it being 65 blackjack on a strip, I won like, what, $30? If that. And, the sensible person would look at that and go, oh my God, Pibby, you won $30 on a $25 bet. And the degenerate is going, oh my God, Pib, do you have any idea how much fucking money you lost on that not betting the 100? So I am still someone who has not done a $100 bet on blackjack. I don't know if that day will ever come, but sometimes you gotta listen to your gut, and sometimes your gut will fuck you over. But apparently that was one time I should have listened to it. Anyway. More shots of the interior of Caesars. Very gold, kind of looking like my outfit, but, different ecosystem. This is a sports bar at Caesars. And again, here's the thing. Like, here's how you know you're at Caesars, right? And I can show this because it's tasteful art. If you're not surrounded by statues that got boobs, butts, vagines, and dicks out, are you really at Caesars? I can show that it's for artistic purposes, but that's how you know you're at Caesar's Palace. That's how you know you're either at Caesar's Palace or you're at the forum shops at Caesar's Palace. There's statues with dicks, butts, and boobs everywhere. It's how you know. Where's all the privates? Those are actually outside. Actually, there's some of them inside too, but they didn't make the cut this year. But yes, there are actual statues with dicks. Like they got versions of Michelangelo's David, for fuck's sake. So yes, you can see statues with dicks. You got that as an option. This is at the I need to change the music for this story. So this is what you're looking at here is some hats that were on sale at the gift shop at Caesar's Palace. And the one on the right perplexed me. I gave it a nice long hard stare. And then I took a picture of it. And I'm looking over at Rio, right? And I'm like, why would you need an upside down text Caesar's hat? And I thought about it for a second. I was like, well, wait a minute. Suppose for a moment you're with someone, they're laying down on the bed, on their back, and they've got their head dipped all the way back. And then, you kind of take your ding-dong and go... You're, doing your thing. If they're wearing that hat, then it would appear it would appear right side up. But wait a minute, if you're throat fucking someone and their head's upside down, wouldn't the hat fall off? Well, that can't be what that hat is meant for. And now you have my thought process as to why I took that picture. It's for mirrored steerings on hotel elevators. I mean, that's better than my guess, Nilbog. That's better than my guess. Welcome on in. I don't know. I like my theory, though. I like my theory because it involves oral. But then again, if your head's upside down, the hat would fall off. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this is like a cord. And like you just take it and you pull it down over your head, then the hat doesn't fall off. I know what we're buying if we go back there next year. Now I have to buy that hat and find out. Pib, wouldn't that involve you having to... Yes, shut up. Look, I can give it and I can take it. Deal. Anyway, moving on. I love her. Why would someone give head while wearing a hat, though? I don't know. I'm not going to question people's motives while they're giving head. They're giving head. Who cares? Look, I don't care what you got to do to psych yourself up to give head. You're giving head. That's the important thing. Anyway. Again, if you didn't see statues with boobs, butts, or dicks, were you truly at Caesar's Palace? So anyway, there's a pedestrian walkway from Caesar's Palace that leads across the street that leads to the Horseshoe and the Cromwell, as well as the Flamingo, but we gave the Flamingo a pass this year. And, oh, sorry, my mouse isn't clicked in here. And before we went across that, you know, there's like this little nice shot you could take of Caesar's. I'm guessing at night, maybe those torches are lit or some shit like that. But, you know, it was like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning, so that wasn't going to be an option. And finally, we have an outdoor shot of the Bellagio. Finally, on day 3, we've got one. Now, if you haven't been to Las Vegas, but you've played Fallout New Vegas, you're going, that building looks familiar. If you've played Fallout New Vegas, that's the Ultra Luxe. You know, with that restaurant in it. The Gourmand. Where they had to go out of their way to specifically tell you, no, we no longer carve up and serve and eat people here. My t-shirt that says, no, we don't serve human meat here should answer all questions raised by the shirt. So, again, if you played Fallout New Vegas, that's the Ultra Luxe. If you're in the real world, that's the Bellagio. But if you're watching the real world, no, that's the Palms. That's further west. So we're heading into the Horseshoe, and already I'm like, oh, this doesn't look so good. What's wrong with the fucking sign? So the Horseshoe is kind of a weird property. It was formerly known as Bill's Gamble. No. The Horseshoe was the original MGM Grand. So the original MGM Grand was built in like early 80s. Then it suffered a 5-alarm fire that killed 80 people. I know, really uplifting stuff. And it was subsequently sold off, and it was turned into the Horseshoe. Actually, no, it was sold to Bally's Manufacturing. So it was Bally's Las Vegas for a while. And, you know, people go bankrupt and shit. Now it's Horseshoe Las Vegas, which is meant, as Nilbog has pointed out, as an homage to Binion's Horseshoe, which was a joint in downtown Las Vegas. And I mean, inside, I kind of get downtown Las Vegas vibes from it. I mean, kind of looks a little bit like, I mean, take your pick, the Four Queens, the Downtown Grand, Golden Nugget, Binion's Horseshoe. So, I mean, you kind of get downtown vibes from it. And downtown vibes to me basically means low ceiling with lots of sections that don't got anything going on. He was born and raised in Vegas. This is your hometown turf. I can appreciate that. Yes, every once in a while I just have to visit the damn place. So, Horseshoe we kind of shot in and out of because I didn't really care for their chips. They're kind of basic looking, but I figured we were in here, have a look around, then get the fuck out. I do seem to remember them having the, I want to say I didn't see it this go around, but I do remember them having the horsey race machine near the sports book a couple of years ago. I'm assuming it's still there. Hey, Dictionary Boy, you went to Vegas for your birthday. It was fun. Good. I hate to think you had a bad time. That would have sucked. Anyway, also, we found Flavortown. We actually went to Guy Fieri's restaurant at the Flamingo last time we were there. It was not called Flavortown. We were very disappointed, but apparently it's because the Flavortown is in the Horseshoe. If What's-the-Face ever goes to Las Vegas, I know exactly where she's going. She's gonna go to the Horseshoe, apparently. Also, between the Horseshoe and Paris, Las Vegas, there was like some intro to some gizmo store, paraphernalia store, or whatever, and it was flanked by an Optimus Prime on one side and a Bumblebee on the other. So I did exactly what you think I did. I might have touched his pee-pee. I might have. Cannot confirm or deny that I touched Optimus Prime's pee-pee. Rio was like, you want to touch Bumblebee's pee-pee too? No, I see him pissed on John Turturro in the 2007 Transformers. No, I'm good. So you can go from Paris to New York without leaving Nevada? I know. And then you can go to the Luxor too, and you can go to Egypt. So there, we finally found ourselves inside. Oh, we are finally inside the wonderful Paris, Las Vegas. Do I still have that stupid thing from the goddamn Saboteur show we did? Oh, I do. Oh. No, I don't. Wait, no, it's not that sign. It's, shit, hang on here. No, it's this one. Glad I still have that there. No, don't do it again. God damn it, stop. No, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stand down. I also have to make sure that Asset is actually shut off. I think it's actually shut off. No, it's not shut off. Now it's shut off. So, anyway, this Paris, Las Vegas is, as you can guess, based off the country of Germany. Wait, no, it's based off of Paris. You know, not Tom Paris, the guy from Star Trek Voyager, though that would be an interesting joint. The sky painted ceiling. Oh, this is actually one of the first joints we were in Vegas this go around. But what happens is there's a lot of places in Vegas, like indoor places that sort of simulate the sky with a silly ceiling. The pharmacies, the shops, as portions that look like that. The Miracle Mile outside Planet Hollywood has that. I think there's a couple other places that kind of do something similar, where you're indoors, but they kind of make it look like you're not, even though you are. Reminds you of that home nuclear bunker they did that in. Right, exactly. So it, also like the first Resident Evil movie as well. So yeah, a couple of places kind of do that as well. They emulate the outdoors, exactly, too. And this is also where I started DMing Roselle Red to start shitposting in her DMs. And I was like, we're seeing Parisian representation here, so I gotta send that shit right to you. Also, I went all the way to the stupid representation of France. I must eat at the Cafe Americano. Who the f goes to a place called Paris and then eats at a place called Cafe Americano? It's like going to Epcot and then having burgers at America. Why did you even come to Epcot? Go to China and have alleged Chinese food like everyone else. Also, the thing about the about Paris is it's got the Eiffel Tower, and you'll see more pictures of it later, but they kind of missed an opportunity with this. Like, they kind of have a representation. I don't know if it's one-to-one with the outside of the building, but I mean, you can see this thing that's meant to be, you know, some of the lower legs of the Eiffel Tower, but they just goes into the ceiling and, you know, you can't see any higher than that. Like, they didn't paint anything on the ceiling that represents to it's like it just goes into the sky and just stops existing. And Rio and I both looked at that and like went, why doesn't it keep going? I mean, I know it's a low ceiling, but like, why the fuck doesn't it keep going? It should keep going. Why isn't it continuing to go? Caesars, this is why you can't do anything right in Vegas. By the way, Caesars, anytime you want me to stop this slander, comp me a 1 week at the fanciest room at Caesar's Palace. Give me $100,000 in chips, and I'd like a stretch Escalade. Interior temperature must be no warmer than 65 degrees. 65 degrees exactly. And then I will stop committing slander upon your properties. Oh, and a salad. Chat says I want a salad as well. You do all these things and maybe I'll stop slandering your properties. Oh, look, all I'm saying is Caesars was not as generous with the comps as MGM was. That's why we stay at the Park MGM. So, seems like a video game clipping error. Yeah, we'll get to more of that later. Again, this is how you can tell you're in a Parisian themed joint because, oh my god, La Seine! But it's like Sin City, but it's like referencing the Seine? The river? Don't know if I took video of it, but like, it actually is like a marquee that spins in a circle. It's really quite cute. I liked it. Looked very nice to put right in front of the top dollar machines that don't pay out. Because why the fuck would a top dollar machine ever pay out? If you made some YouTube videos about your Vegas trip, I could probably get some comp tickets. Yeah, believe me. I am being quite generous with the stream markers. I'm going to have TikToks and YouTube shorts for weeks. Anyway. Again, more simulation of the interior, because I wanted to take more pictures of the inside of Paris, Las Vegas, because we never actually set foot inside Paris, Las Vegas before. And I wanted to make sure we did things we didn't do before, and Rio's always wanted to go in here, so I was like, let's go inside Paris, Las Vegas. In fact, you can see her right down there, actually. And then I seen this cafe, and I'm like, oh my god. I look over Rio, like, oh my god. It's like, what? Oh my god. Look at all those silhouettes up there. Oh my god, do you think some of those people are gonna fuck? I mean, I know there's still silhouettes and they're not going anywhere because it's just a representation of people. It's not actually a thing, but I'm like, they're totally gonna fuck. Pib, why'd you sense to the first fuck, but not the second fuck? I was warmed up by then. Look, the first fuck, you want to take it slow, but the second one, you're all warmed up, ready to go, and you're going for broke on this sort of thing. Anyway, this machine kind of threw me for somewhat obvious reasons. God dang it, why did the wife tell me we had to stay in Paris, Las Vegas? There's too goddamn French and gay in here. I gotta play me my Patriot jackpots. I gotta play me my goddamn Patriot jackpots so I can remember to salute the correct red, white, and blue. Not like them French fucks who checks notes, fight the Nazis way before we did. Hey, waitress, could I get me some of them freedom fries, god dang it? And an order of jalapeno poppers while you're at it. Yeah, USA, Canada's 11th province. Yeah, exactly. Ever since the Four Nations concluded, Canada, turns out, actually now owns America. Anyway, this picture I actually skated because I went to the store and I bought, I've been buying like magnets and stuff, and I bought this mini Luxo, but I was like, let's buy a little mini thing of the Eiffel Tower as well. So I bought the Eiffel Tower, and I go back to my chair, and I'm like, oh, Rio, do you want a drink? And now in Vegas, sometimes in some places, you buy 2 drinks. They give you a free shot in the form of a mini bottle. And there, they had mini bottles of, apparently, White Claw vodka. And, actually, I have that mini bottle here. The problem is, we have been live for 5.5 hours. And I was thinking if we got here early enough, I would chug it and review it. But I think we're going to have to save that for another time. Apparently, this is White Claw Spirits Triple Wave Filtered Flavored Vodka Black Cherry. 30% alcohol per volume. So we'll try it some other time, I guess. Tonight will not be the night for that. So this is the outside of Paris, Las Vegas, looking up at the statue of, the Eiffel Tower. And I guess you can go up that thing, and Rio didn't want to do it this year, but I was like, some other year we'll do that. And when I sent this picture to Rose, she made the same comment that some of you did. She's like, why is it clipping into the building? And I'm like, actually, it's a funny story. What happened is one of the water spouts in the Bellagio hit it, and it kind of crashed into the building. Very weird. I mean, those water spouts in the Bellagio go so far, and if, God forbid, one of them gets off kilter, oh my God, it can kill somebody. So that's why the Eiffel Tower, Paris, Las Vegas is clipping into the building. Yeah, Vegas is one big clipping area after all. I mean, how else do you explain the insert punchline here? Yeah, I know, it's so wild. This also kind of threw me outside. It's not the facade per se, but like you got the France flags here, and they're like flanking with like American flags. I'm like, get that shit off of there, seriously. I'm an American now, and I say, get that shit off of there. Put the French flags up. This is Paris, Las Vegas, not America, Las Vegas. If I want to have that kind of inflated sense of self-opinion, I'd go to Resorts World. At least 3 people burst out laughing on that one. Like, comment, and subscribe if you're one of those 3 people. Anyway, next to Paris, Las Vegas is this little itty-bitty joint called the Cromwell. I did not take any pictures of the exterior of it, but it's a very small property. It was formerly known as Bill's Gambling Hall, and it's kind of a horned-up property. Do you get that impression from looking at it? The rooms are all themed, and some of them are very horned up. Again, looking at the interior of the Cromwell, it looks like a place that you would go to. This is strippers called the Diamond Hyman. I mean, if you don't get that off the interior, I don't know what to tell you. So, I did actually play there and get a couple of chips. Oh, this was the content I said the furries were gonna get. I did not actually get around to playing this machine. I just saw this and thought of you. This is the one time I was actually consciously thinking of the furries when I took pictures. Next time I go, I promise I will play this machine. I just kind of got my butt handed to me by Caesars earlier, so I was feeling a little gun shy. I did start a howl, I know. A couple of people in chat got in on that too. I'm impressed. Well, like I said, some of you all play this. It just didn't happen this go around. And, that's just a shot of the flamingo. Feels very weird seeing the flamingo marquee not lit up, but then it was broad daylight, so I guess what are you gonna do? You all see the little marquee here advertising the RuPaul's Drag Race Live. I have not seen that show yet. I don't know, some of you will probably go see it. It's very interesting seeing reviews written for that show because you can very much tell that some of the people attending it are Drag Race fans and not people who attend Las Vegas shows, because they attend it and think they're going to get a live taping of RuPaul's Drag Race and get interactions. And what it is it's a scripted Vegas stage show themed around the television program. So basically what I'm saying is TripAdvisor's got reviews from people who are thrown out because they understand they were watching a stage show. So if you ever need some amusement, look up the reviews for this show on TripAdvisor sometime. Oh my god, I will love to hang out my favorite queen. They got very mad at me because I kept screaming at them. Because they're watching a Vegas show, you dumbass! I'm sure they appreciate the effort, but they gotta keep this thing moving along here. Otherwise, the people won't be able to get out in time to watch the strip show that takes place a half hour later. And Wayne Newton's already up past his bedtime. Anyway. Wayne Newton at this point, I believe, still has his residency or whatever the hell it is at the Flamingo. Another picture here. It's only notable for two reasons. One, the eyesore is still visible over there. And two, the ongoing demolition job at the Mirage, in which now the rear marquee for the Beatles Cirque du Soleil show is now missing off the back tower of the Mirage. So if you're curious about that, that's the way the Mirage looked as of last Wednesday. So you got that going for you as well. Wayne Newton's still around, proof of necromancy? Yeah, him and Barry Manilow. Yeah, the British Beatles, not to be confused with the Australian Bee Gees, now playing at the Excalibur. This is the inside of the Bellagio again. Now, do you remember when I told you to put a little pin in the back of your head about how busy the Bellagio Conservatory was the previous evening? This is actually also the lobby of the Bellagio. This is the check-in line. As you can see, it's not a short line. All of these people are waiting to get checked in. There is also a mobile check-in that you can use with either your email account or I'm sure the Caesars, the MGM Rewards app. And when it came to getting in there nice and quick and easy with the mobile check-in, which I always recommend you do, all of these people decided they'd rather stand in the line instead. And I was looking at this and I was saying, what's the wrong with all these fucking people? Why aren't they just doing the mobile check-in? And Rio, looks over at me and she says, oh, they're trying the $20 trick. I'm like, oh. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to work on the Bellagio on a Wednesday. Yeah, go ahead, see where that gets you. For those unaware, the $20 trick is where when you're checking in, you casually slide the person behind the desk a $20 bill and ask about an upgrade. And then the person behind the desk looks at you, pockets the 20, and then gives you the room they were going to give you anyway. Yeah, you're going to get the fucking suite from The Hangover just because you slid the fucking concierge a $20 bill. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, let me tell you how to. Let me know where that gets you. Like, comment, and subscribe if that actually worked. All right, we found our way finally back to Park MGM. It occurred to me I did not take pictures at this point of the indoor little atrium that's got like these really expensive shops that just charge you money just for looking at them. I don't know if I have a picture of it in this roll here, but outside it also mentions that this pavilion is called the Italy, named after Italy. And the problem is every time, now, some of you who have, now, those of you who watch my Mortal Kombat shows, can you guess where this is going? Every time I see it in my periphery, I think it says fatality. So for the duration of the trip, I was referring it to as the Fatality Pavilion. And if you've seen the price tags and anything in there, you would agree that that is an apt descriptor. You would agree. Yeah. But it works in movies. No, it doesn't. Anyway. And that's another shot of it there, of the interior of Fatality as we have come to know it. A lot of people got very drunk in there, and everything in there costs like $50. Like, for instance, this bag of San Carlo, I don't know, Rice Krispie Thins or whatever, $50. Okay, it might not actually be, but, you know, once you add the drink in, it is. Ah, okay, I did include a picture. Again, you can see why I would think it was called Fatality. Because, I mean, it's got most of the letters. And, you know, you just kind of squint, the E kind of looks like an F. So you can see why I would think that. All right, now we found ourselves back inside New York, New York, which again is the property next to the Park MGM. I think we stopped in here to get some lunch. You know, we were hungry. May as well get some lunch. And we're like, we're in New York, New York. Why don't we get a slice of pie? 2 slices of pizza, a soda. I don't think it cost us $34 that guy was bitching about at Caesar's Palace. And Jon Stewart's will be very proud. Obviously, we ate it like true New Yorkers, with far too many napkins and with the thing folded up in one hand. Yeah, gee, I hope there's no conveniently located CVS next to the Park MGM for cheap snacks and drinks. That's where the Park MGM gets you. Those rooms don't come with refrigerators. We got one at the Flamingo that had a refrigerator. And we put that thing to work, as well as the one at the Casino Royale. The Park MGM did not include a refrigerator. So, exactly. Fold that thing, you barbarian. Exactly. Ad Italy. Actually, this is again, New York, New York. And, you know, I just took another picture of the interior of New York, New York. Because, again, they're leaning into the theming, you know. It's a little trip through the 5 boroughs, you know. You get you know, the Bronx, Staten Island, Harlem, Chelsea, Hell's Kitchen. Pib, you got 2 of those wrong. Yeah, I don't give a shit. You got at least 2 of those wrong. What the fuck do I care? I'm in Jersey. Fuck you and your shit-ass city. Pip, I thought you said you love New York. Yeah, I do. I love it and I hate it. Fucking deal with it. Anyway. More shots inside the New York, New York. I guess I don't really get New York off of this, but, you know, it is what it is. Here's Rio sitting down at the... This isn't... Actually, I don't even remember if she went on this machine or not. This is a quick hits. We initially liked these machines because they were very generous to us at Caesar's Palace a couple of years ago. And then they kind of dried up ever since. But, you know, she looks cute and adorable and amazing, and I fucking love her. So I obviously could not take this picture. Nah. And also, here's her winning at Hot Pots again. Now, this is where I have to tell a story. So, there's 2 Hot Pots machines, and I'm like... And there's also an empty blackjack table with a $15 minimum. So I'm like, you know what? Tell you what, I've seen you win at Hot Pots a million times. I'm going to go over and play 21. And I'll just, look over at you and check your progress. And I authorize you to do subsequent buy-ins if the need arises. Like if you put in your hundo and you bomb out, put in another hundo. Whatever. Because at this point, she's probably won like $1,000 on these machines at this point. So I go over and I played at the 21 table, and it's just me for a while, and I'm hanging out and chatting with the dealer, having a good time, and I'm about ready to bomb out. And I'm not sure if I'm going to buy back in, but right before that happens, family comes in. It's like older mother and father and their son come by. Sometimes it's kid's first trip to Vegas, and he's of age, so he's allowed to gamble. And I'm like, all right, tell you what, I'll buy back into this. And I look over at Rio, and I've been looking back at her a couple times, and she's been looking kind of apprehensive. I'm like, okay, well, she's still playing, so she must be doing okay. So I buy back in to the game at New York, New York. I actually don't do half bad. I kind of hang court and I have a good time, and I make back the initial 100 and a little bit of extra change on top of that, too. And I look back, and I see Rio's on the bonus on Hot Pots, and then I look over and I go, what the hell is going on there? So I play for a little while longer, and then I punch out. I take my winnings and I go back to her, and I see, oh my god, you're winning all this money. And she's like, yeah, but it cost me $200 to get here. So she put in the initial 100, bombed out, put in another 100, and I guess it was getting real dicey towards the end. But then it popped and it gave her 300, so really she won $100. And to be quite honest, I didn't mention this way the fuck earlier when I said the Excalibur gave us all the money in the world. When she sat down that first Hot Pots, she put in 100 and it ate the whole thing. She put in the second 100 and then it popped and she won all this fucking money. So, Hot Pots still very generous, but that one was like, I'm starting to think I've had enough of your shit. So ultimately she won $100, but like I was looking over and go, oh my god, she won 300, and I get over like, no, that's not how the story went. Again, that's why it's called gambling, not guaranteeing. Empty pit, because again, I needed pictures for, pinups and stuff. I mean, you can see it looks like it says New York, New York. It looks like the front of the property. You got the statue, the hotel towers look like buildings, the Statue of Happiness and all that stuff. There's also a Swatch store in there, but I don't know if the pictures for that show up. We'll find out later here. So this is the Statue of Liberty that's outside New York, New York. And I asked this of Rio, an earshot of like probably everyone around me at that point. I was like, do you ever wonder if she sticks that up her butt? I mean, if you think about it, if you look at the scale of it to her, I mean, it would work. Look, not all the things that come out of this mouth will be witty. Sometimes you're going to deal with a couple of duds. It's been known to happen. No one has won to that. So I'm the first. I think you're being a little bit facetious, but anyway, and yeah, you can see the MGM Grand back there, and the MGM, the BetMGM thing, hashtag not sponsored. Also, PiB highly discourages sports gambling. It's a fucking waste of your money. Get up to $250 paid back in bonus bets if you don't win. Yeah, but you don't get to keep that money. Also, I know that says BetMGM app, but I feel like if I zoom out a little bit, it actually looks like exclusively on the bottom app. There you go, BetMGM on the bottom app. But anyway. This is a picture of the one of the various drink fridges. I believe this is at the Excalibur. Now, this picture is generally completely absent of any purpose, but I took this picture deliberately to remind myself to bring up something. I don't know what happened, but Coca-Cola has done something to piss off the entire city of Las Vegas, because I did not see a Coca-Cola bottle anywhere except for that stupid light-up marquee on the strip. Coca-Cola has done something to piss off Las Vegas, because you couldn't find it to save your life. I'm not saying I was looking for it. I'm saying if you were looking for it, it was only Pepsi. You could literally only find Pepsi anywhere. And I mean, Coca-Cola's on the shit list for two reasons. One is for BDS, and two, because allegedly they were working in coordination with ICE for deportation. So either way, legitimate reasons to tell Coca-Cola to go fuck itself. I'm just guessing that's not what happened here, because it's Las Vegas, for Christ's sake. There are no principles. Anyway. This is me drinking a Mountain Dew Baja Blast Hard. Sitting in front of what I told you earlier was my favorite machine at the Excalibur, because it's 20 cents a pull. It did not taste like a Baja Blast. It was delicious. I got a little tipsy. It did not taste like a Baja Blast. So, your mileage may vary on the concept. So if you see one of those, I mean, you can drink it for the experience, but it's not like they put booze in a Baja Blast you got it from Taco Bell. I'm out here doing the research so you don't have to. Anyway, here's a line hit I got on this for some fucking reason. I don't know why. The stupid machine actually paid out. It wasn't supposed to. I was playing it for a joke. It's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna pay out. Cool! That's not what I was expecting. I won like $4.50. Also, at this point, Rio's played Hot Pop for like the billionth time, and when you're doing the little bonus, it's got little features that if you fill up all these holes, you get the grand, which is like $10,000. And of course, that never actually happens, but it'll fill up 4 of them just to tease you. And it's always like this cute little dancing bell pepper. So this isn't it, but I have video of it dancing because I figured it could also be a shitty ass emote I had at some point. So just a little guy encouraging you to gamble harder. Because, yeah, here's, so apparently, okay, so again, we're at the Excalibur. She's won another $100 on this thing. As I see, oh, wait, no, it's gotta be more than that, because she's got 200 in here, and then she won 124, so she must have won a lot of money on this thing again. Again, I told you, this thing's bankrolling the trip at this point. I have no idea why I included this picture of the BetMGM Sportsbook at Excalibur. I honestly don't know why I included it. Moving on. This is a Cherries Jubilee machine at the MGM Grand. Now, this machine is a meme amongst YouTube gambling shows, because apparently this thing is a progressive jackpot that has a very high chance of paying. So what happens is anytime you go to the MGM Grands in the evening, there'll be like 4 people all playing like 2 or 3 of these machines at a time. Like there was at one point here, we were walking past and Rio had to tell some poor bastard, the thing hit, you're not paying attention. It's not playing because the thing hit. That's why it's not playing yet. Now, I didn't win the progressive, but this is apparently me. On $3 winning $100. Now, we just assumed we were going to lose all our money to this thing. And, well, one of us did, and one of us offset the other. So it all came out in the wash. So on $3, I got Cherries Jubilee, which paid out $100. But had it been 3 Cherries Jubilee, apparently would have paid out $1,000. Obviously, it didn't do that. This is food. This is 4 walking tacos from did not internalize name of place. Oh, Tacos and Ritas at MGM Grand. 4 tacos and a beer. I'm pretty sure it costs less than the 2 slices of pizza and the beer at Caesar's Palace. That's probably why I took this picture. It was really good. Those are really delicious tacos. Absolutely. I have no notes. They were incredibly delicious. Oh, that's why I included this picture. So I could bitch about that if I hadn't bitched about it at that point. Okay, I'll repeat it. Modelo, I mean, they're all shit-ass beers. What are you gonna do? I just needed a beer. But anyway, yeah, again, I seen a TikTok where some guy was complaining that 2 slices of pizza and a beer at Caesar's Palace was $34, and it's like, again, where do you think you are? You're on the Las Vegas Strip. If you don't want to pay that, fly the fuck up to North Las Vegas, go to Jerry's Nugget, you can get steak and eggs for $7. Maybe the strip ain't your thing, and it's okay. It can be hard to admit to yourself that maybe you're priced out of the joint. The Vegas tourism bubble, by the way, is popping. I don't mean the place is popping. I mean revenues are going down because people can't afford to go here anymore. The people who can afford to go here are starting to go, maybe I should go somewhere else instead where I get better value. Like downtown and other casinos. Anyway. Yeah, fuck you up with some Modelo and 80-degree weather. Yeah, no kidding. This is, I don't know, just an inside shot of the MGM Grand. He hasn't been there since 95. Yeah, no kidding. As you can see, the gold and green theme is pretty evident. I didn't take a picture of it, but over here is I didn't take a close-up picture, but this is the PvP zone. This is where all the poker tables are. Again, I call that the PvP zone because that's where people go at each other. Except instead of banging, they're just fucking each other over with the cards. And you have a nice shot of the Excalibur at night. You also got the Mandalay Bay down there. Statue of Liberty from New York over there. I also took a video for some B-roll here. This is just... I'm not even going to bother bringing that one up. It's just... Actually, no, I will bring that up just for a moment here. Just to kind of show how maybe the Vegas bubble is popular. But so this is Tuesday night. I mean, it's kind of the off season, but still. This is Tuesday night in Las Vegas. And I mean, look what you don't see coming up and down Las Vegas Boulevard. Cars. Like, it's not always necessarily going to be packed, but like, you go, did they forget to load the cars? Oh, there's some. They show up eventually, but it's like, ooh. I mean, I get it. It's the middle of February, but like, still. I don't know. Maybe the people screaming on TikTok that Vegas is dying, maybe they are onto something. Next time you're in Vegas, hitting the circa downtown. Yeah, next time I go to Vegas, I'm going to be going downtown at some point. Either just to visit or actually going down there and staying. Anyway, we make it back to the Park MGM. I take another picture of Eatery, just or Fatality in case I hadn't done that. This machine, I sat and talked to this machine for a while. I put $60 in it, which was progressively, increasingly 20. Actually, no, I think I put $40 into it, and just like, this thing kept hitting, like, not tremendously so, but like, it kept hitting to the point where like the same $40 went through for like an hour. I probably got like 1,000 tier credits off this machine. Just kept hitting and enough to just keep me in. So I just kept coining in and having fun. And that's what I want out of a slot machine. Yeah, maybe you took $40 from me, but you entertained me for an hour. Who lost? Technically me, but still. So yeah, this is back at the Park MGM at this point here. Or as it's come to be known, the place that is adorning a little bit of real estate above my ass right now. Again, the Queen, again, not sponsored by the Park MGM and MGM Resorts, but oh, babe. This ass might be for sale. I mean, it's not actually, but I have to say that. Anyway. So, yeah. And, oh, wait. So wait, this was day 3. So yeah, this was the final full day. Yeah, this was the final full day in Vegas because now we're at Thursday, which was the day. Okay, so wait, no, I have to issue an addendum. So wait, now I have to fucking redo this so I can do a TikTok clip. Okay, pretend like the last 3 minutes didn't happen, okay, chat? Good. All right, are we clear on that? Good. Okay, so this is, well, I wasn't going to show this. It's just, you know, video footage of New York, but actually I will show it to you. Give me a second. Let me pull this up. Open with thingy. If you watch here, this is last Wednesday at like 9:30 or so. 9 o'clock, 9:30. I mean, look at Las Vegas Boulevard. It is dead. I mean, foot traffic is down. You're not seeing very many cars. Maybe the people screaming that, you know, Las Vegas is turning into a ghost town on TikTok. Maybe they're onto something. Who can say? Thank you, chat, for playing along with my little suspension of time and belief. So now we're up to Thursday. We're going to be flying out that day. But, you know, we hung around a little while longer. This is the Crack Shack? I can't remember the name of this place, but it's basically a chicken joint. We went there for breakfast. We didn't actually have chicken. We ordered breakfast. As you can see, this painting here is based off the very famous film based off the Hunter S. Thompson novel. You know the one. The Grapes of Wrath. We can't stop here. This is chicken country. Yes, I know it's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Don't worry, I know. You know, I mean, I'm just being a shit. But yeah, it's based off of the, you know, the film adaptation of the book. And then I took, you know, one last... Don't worry, this recap's just about done. Took one last picture of Las Vegas Strip from our hotel room here. Said, all right, Vegas, it's been real. We're going to be saying bye to you. Congratulations on taking $900 of your money. But there's one last thing, a couple last things I want to do before we go. I was like, we didn't actually go to the titular park of Park MGM. I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, but the park is like a little pavilion that runs alongside the Park MGM. It leads to a couple of restaurants, beer gardens, and then the T-Mobile Arena. This is where the hockey team plays, UFC events take place there, concerts, that sort of thing. And there's this, you know, big, you know, statue advertising the park. So obviously I take the picture. And then, you know, I was thinking of the feet degen, so obviously, you know, I got you covered. Queen Pib, not a feet person, but number one with feet people. And I wasn't even going to think to do this, but my partner, Rio, reminded me, are you going to take a picture of her butt too? Like, oh yeah, you're right. I should. You should totally take a picture of that butt. So I did. Because I know where my bread is buttered. Anyway, to rewind here, I took a picture of T-Mobile Arena just to say that I did. Again, apparently UFC stuff takes place there. And then, yeah, I took a picture of the apple bottom, as it were. It looks very nice.
Because she got a great ass. And you got your head all the way up it.
So true, Mr. Pacino bestie. Yeah, I'm not a feet person, but I'm number one with feet people. Not a furry, but number one with furries. Exactly. Anyway, our next scheduled broadcast, I normally give this speech like 3 hours ago, will be, well, technically today, because it's Sunday now. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Next scheduled broadcast will be Sunday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. We'll be back to the grind and back to the job. We'll be picking up where we left off on Resident Evil Director's Cut. We'll be right back where we left off. So, you know, Jill, and I'll wear something iconic. You'll love it. It'll be great. It occurred to me I didn't actually take a picture of a store, but there is a Swatch store inside New York, so I felt compelled to stop by and maybe I picked up something. I was thinking that I was going to buy another one of their Omega collaborations and get another Moon Swatch, because the problem is with Swatch is like some of their designs are actually only available at physical locations. They can't be bought online. So I was thinking about maybe getting one of the Moon Swatches that ain't available online. And I looked in there and I went, actually a different design kind of spoke to me. So I bought that, and I actually have it behind me somewhere. You'll see what it looks like later here. But one of the last things we did here at New York is we slow rolled. We hung out at this Ultimate Firelink, because we never played any of these Firelink machines. And the thing that always bugged me about these machines is I look at this logo and I'm like, that's a Pokemon logo, right? Like, that's just do this with your eyes, right? Like, either squint them or squint and cross them, whatever. And you go, oh, that's and put it in your periphery, like, that's a Pokemon logo, actually. So it's like, these people can tell what the they're doing. You know, if you kind of see it in your periphery and you're not paying attention, you can be forgiven for thinking it's Pokemon. I can assure you it's not. So, like, we're like, all right, we're going to kill some time before we put our luggage in a taxi cab and fly the fuck off to the airport. So, like, let's put $100 in there and slow roll. Let's play the lowest denomination. You know, we're going to do the Krabby Granny Drinky Winky, but without the drinky. We basically only hit the play button like every 30 seconds. We took our time. And proceeded to turn $100 into $200. You can't see it because of my logo down here. But we slowly won little mini bonus after mini bonus. To the point where it says $162.95 down here off of an initial $100 buy-in. Now this is $58 up here. So we won on 3 of the 4 days we were up. Day 3 we kind of wilded out. I didn't mention that, but yes, we lost quite a bit of money on day 3. I mean, no, not enough to put us in Hawk, but enough that Vegas kept some of its money. But on day 4, the day we left legally up. But only legally up on the day, not on the trip. And then one last look at the outside of New York, which is apparently having Jay Leno for some reason, because why? You know what brings in the millennials? Jay Leno. You know, the guy who reads typos in the Palookaville Post. Who cares? Oh, there was one last thing I had to do before we left. I had to take a picture of Tucker Carlson's girlfriend. I couldn't not take this picture. I had to. I had to show Tucker Carlson what his ex-wife is up to. Apparently she's hanging out on Las Vegas Boulevard. Hanging out with Chris Cuomo. Oh my. Tucker Carlson, he wakes up every night screaming because he doesn't have her in his life anymore. Shame. Anyway, by the way, the Park MGM has this little museum in it called the House of Gaga. Should I have mentioned that earlier? You people don't actually care about Lady Gaga, do you? Should I have mentioned the entire time we were staying at a place that had all this shit in it? Is that a thing I should have done? Okay, you don't actually care about it? Okay, good. I just wanted confirmation on that. Pib, did you deliberately not only wait until the last second to go in there? Yes, of course I did. I walked by every time and I said, oh my god, it's the Lady Zionist Museum. Pib, how do you know she's a Zionist? Well, she's done concerts in Israel. She said how much she loved the place at those concerts in Israel, and she hasn't made any statements since, so I can only go based off of past statements. Yeah, but she works for trans rights, and I won't admit that the lady's not useful for a couple of things, but the problem with activism, if it's not intersectional, it's just ultimately serving white patriarchal stuff. If your advocacy is not intersectional, it's regressive. But I figured I'd let you still enjoy the joining anyway. It has the meat dress if that's the sort of thing you care to hear about. I'm told this is a dress that either looks like meat or is meat. It can't be made of meat. The thing would be absolutely covered in bacteria by now. Yeah, that meat dress is jerky by now. Exactly, B-Rat. Yeah, there's a thing in it says, the meat dress. Custom red carpet dress composed entirely of raw meat. Ew. Pair with matching raw meat hat and shoes. Preserved by American Taxidermy in Burbank, California. From the MTV Video Music Awards, September 2010. Ew. Ew, and I cannot emphasize this enough. Ew. Whatever. And, this is basically us on our way out of here. This would be my reminder to show you the MGM Grand, fucking piggy bank here if I hadn't done that at that point. Could I smell it from my room? I didn't smell it, so I just assumed it was synthetic. I didn't actually read the thing. I think Rio actually took these pictures. Yeah, Rio's the one who took these pictures, so I didn't know that the thing was actually meat, but I wasn't catching any whiffs of it, if that's what you're asking me. So, this is us on a taxi ride out of here. I think this is the last picture specifically of Vegas. I think there might be a few more pictures in here. Yeah, they must have sealed in that glass airtight. Yeah, no kidding. And, one last picture I took was of, you know how I know I could get away walking around the Vegas Strip in my drag? Because you got the icon legends with their asses out soliciting people for pictures for $20. And they're serving both cheeks. I didn't give you pictures of the cheeks because I didn't pay for it. What do you mean you didn't pay for it? I was in a taxi cab. What was I supposed to do? See, you can see the outside window of the taxi cab and everything. What was I supposed to do? So, but you could, I bet you, I tell you what. This guy, these people over here are about to be asked if they want to have pictures with them. By the way, don't ever accept anything anyone hands you on the Las Vegas Strip and assume that if someone wants you to take a picture with them, they will hassle you for a tip. You legally don't have to, but they will probably spend the next 20 minutes hassling you if you don't give them $20. Yes, not all heroes wear capes. Some have giant synthetic feathers. I know. Or they also have...
She got a great ass! And you got your head all the way up it!
Now, is this next picture what I think it is? Oh. No, this is just us on the way out of here. By the way, I saw lots of regular Teslas, no Cybertrucks. Did not see a single Cybertruck. I was surprised. This is just us on the way to the airport. You can see, what the hell's back here? You got, I don't know what that is. Pretty sure that's the Venetian. There's Resorts World. There's the Sphere. We didn't say hi to the Sphere at all. Yeah, the Wynn, the Encore Resorts World, the Sphere. There's the Fontainebleau. The Strat. I think the Sahara's in there somewhere. That's where Mr. House hangs out. And that's just, I think that's a view either from the airport or from the plane. I can't remember which. Yeah, no Nazi wagons, no, just regular swastikas, no incel caminos. So yeah, that's how close the airport is to the Strip. Like, I mean, we could physically see the place we were staying from the airport. Right there, Park MGM. So. So okay, so this was the swash that I bought. You'll just have to take me at my word that it's in this box. I've been live for over 6 hours. I'm not pulling this thing out of the box. It's called a System Stalac. It's an automatic watch. It's got a little bit of bling around it, and it cost me $280. But now wait a minute. Diamonds, it can't possibly be diamonds for what I spent for it. But now hang on here. If this watch cost me $280 with a custom band at the watch store in Las Vegas, and inside, and we bought it at the New York, and at the New York, we slow rolled this machine from $100 to $200. Doesn't that mean that this $280 watch really cost $180? No, Pib, it cost $280. You're just offsetting some of your losses. People don't want to get cyber stuck. Yeah, no kidding. That's the thing. They fulfilled all the orders. They don't have people to sell Cybertrucks to anymore. They literally ran out. Now, there's a few more pictures in here. Not many. They're just pictures I took after we got home. Now, you may have noticed this Park MGM hoodie that I've been wearing. If I were to bring the whole thing down, it's technically a crop hoodie because it only goes this low. Like if I stood up, like it doesn't go any lower. Like if I'm mask presenting, I could still wear this, but like I'd have to wear high-waisted pants, which I can do. It's just, it wouldn't work nearly as well. And you know, because they figured I wouldn't deny you the tatas. I haven't been sitting in this chair for a week, so, you know. Wait, hang on. I gotta do a slow reveal here. Hang on. Shut the fucking casino music up for a second here. Let's pretend you're doing a redemption. You're not, but it is like, ooh, you want to see what's going on? Mm-hmm. You want to see all this, don't you, huh? You want me to take it off? You want me to show you? Ooh. You got it? You want to see this? You want to see this? Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at these giant, heaving breasts. That have actually been out the entire evening. I only covered them up for like 30 seconds. But anyway. So at the Park MGM, I buy, little tchotchkes when I go to places like fridge magnets, other incidentals. I have a really cute deck of cards I didn't take pictures of, but I gotta do that sometime. They also had some merchandise. They had done some fucking collab where it was like stuff branded with the resort, but it was on like severe discount because, I guess they were discontinuing it or something like that. So in addition to buying this hoodie, for a look for the return show and maybe also for some looks if I brought the twins with me to Las Vegas, I decided I could do with a new sort of light winter / primarily fall and spring coat. And it's got the Joints logo, the Joints logo on it here. And I figured I would take a picture of that thing while I was wearing this. I think I actually have the price tags in the next shot here. So Yeah, they were, I don't know, some fucking collab. You can see how the top one was for the fleece or the jacket you just saw, which is apparently sticker price $365. It was marked down to $156. Then when you got the MGM cards, 5% off. So I figured, what the fuck? I'll buy myself a nice new jacket. And then the hoodie was less than $30, so you can see why it's part of the outfit tonight. I mean, Christ, the amount of Prime subs you've been throwing at me tonight, I'm pretty sure paid for it. Again, I will remind you, the hoodie that looks really great above my butt. And now, I think I know what the last picture is here. And this is the money shot. This is the shot that I think some of you have been waiting the entire show to see. Now, I'm not saying I have a problem, but I'm the sort of person who likes to collect casino chips. And as you can see, I collected a couple. I'll save you the math. This is $673 worth of chips. Yeah, it's a couple of bucks. Let's see. You've got now the denominations: greens 25, reds are 5, blues or whites are 1s, black chips are 100. Let's see. We've got $35 from the Bellagio. You got $61 from Caesar's Palace. You got $50, $60, $64 from the Cosmopolitan, $6 from the Aria, kind of bombed out there. $32 from the Cromwell. You got this shit adds up fast. You got $37 from Excalibur, $17 from the Luxor, $32 from the MGM Grand. Let's see, 25, 50, 50. That's 30. That's 88, 182, 45, $88 from the Park MGM. 25. Let's see, $40, $48 from the Mandalay Bay, and $80 from the Venetian, as well as 8, 5, 10, 15, 23, 25, 25, 73. 100, so what, $173 from New York, New York. Why do I have duplicates? Because I'm sick in the head and I like casino chips. I collect them. It's my thing. Oh, also, I needed at least one chip from the Park MGM for each of my coworkers. That explains what 6 of these are doing here. It does not explain the rest of them. So the good news is on subsequent trips to Las Vegas, I don't have to keep many chips because I already got a bunch. Again, also, I had to replace the $1 Luxor chip I gave Dola. So as you can see, I did that. Now, one thing I will also point out here is the chips did not... Remember when I told you, when I showed you some of those $100 chips in like the Mandalay Bay Hundo, which I did not keep? I turned that one in. How it looked kind of dingy. These chips have all been meticulously cleaned by me. So when I got home, next day, I took some soap and some water and a toothbrush, and I cleaned all the gunk out of the chips. So that's why they all look showroom nice. And it took a little while with the foil chips, because, like, you know, I'm not going to fucking, you know, like that stamped gold foil. I'm not going to take a fucking toothbrush to it. I'll wreck it. So I'll just take the gunk off the outside and leave it at that. So I had to spiffy up all these chips. So I guess if you're ever curious as to what some of these chips look like, One thing you'll tend to notice is that a lot of them will have some kind of etching on the outside, you know, like you have the inlay design. So like if you're looking at, if you got your PIB Grand chips or what have you, and you've got the Heimdall that I sold you, like you got, like, okay. Like you have, like, okay, let's look at the MGM Grand ones down here. Like you have the inlay design and then the outer design. Now the ones I sold you don't really have an outer design. It's just, you know, flat color and it gets the job done, but at least, you know, more room for the inlay. Whereas these ones will all generally have some kind of etching into it. For like, for example, obviously the MGM Grand one, say it's MGM Grand Hotel Casino. The Luxor one, it's got little onks in it as well. The Excalibur has, well, you know, that. None of them can come clean from the casino, or are they all floor chips? They don't come like that. They generally tend to come pretty dingy looking. Like I said, I cleaned them up. Do they all make that pleasant chip noise from the movies? Yes. Yes, they do. Sounds just like the ones in Balatro. Sounds magnificent when you stack them like that. Caesar's Palace, the $1 denomination just has the Paulson logo. The other ones all basically say Caesar's Palace. They got a little logo there as well. Interesting thing is, one of the 25s I kept from Caesar's Palace, this one's an older chip. Apparently it's a little bit dingy looking because it's kind of faded a bit, but apparently that's a chip from 1993. The sickos on eBay want like $60 for that thing. Of course, the problem is you got to find someone willing to pay $60 for that. So it doesn't mean it's worth $60. It's worth 25 from the Caesar's Palace. And then, you know, you got the Aria, got it's on the logo on the outside. The Bellagio, same story. New York, New York. Those ones just have the Paulson logo on the outside there. Except some of them, you know, there's different designs. Like these are older New York designs. These are newer ones. I mean, yeah, people collect these things like coin collecting as well. So my grandfather was into coin collecting, so that's my excuse. And then, you know, you got different versions from the New York, but they're all still valid. And then the 25 chips have the Las Vegas Golden Knights look on them, but they still point out that they're, you know, New York chips there. And the Park MGM. The nice thing I liked about the Park MGM 25 chip is that it's the same sort of color of the green shade that the Park MGM uses as its primary color. So big points for using a different, you know, just not like a regular color of green, like, you know, like the ones, the Cosmo, the Bellagio, Caesars, like the usual green color you're seeing here. They stuck with the one for the branding, and it makes them look really nice. And the last one here is these Venetian ones that don't look the same. Now, the thing about the Venetian and the Palazzo is they're sister properties, but the chips, they use a hodgepodge of them for both. So if you're looking specifically for one joint's chips, it's very difficult to do that because you'll wander into the Palazzo and they got Venetian chips, and you wander into the Vescia and they got Palazzo chips. So I got a 25 for the Palazzo, a 25 for the Venetian advertising the ear of the monkey, a 25 from the Venetian advertising the ear of the dragon, and it's the $5 from the Venetian. Join us next fucking Las Vegas trip when I probably get a bunch of them from like downtown or something. All right. NBs, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. If you've been here the entire 6.5 hours of the broadcast, you have made it through the entire trip recap. Congratulations.
Mamma mia!
That's it. There's no more pictures after this one. And Rio's probably going, thank f***, I wanted to be asleep a while ago. But I wanted to do the thing as the one shot, and I like to think that I nailed it. All right, folks, here's the deal. We have been live for 6.5 hours. You understand, this is 2 hours over my usual runtime here. So this program's gone a little long here. But it is getting late. I got to get up in the morning. I got to go grocery shopping. Because that's what happens when we're out of town for a couple of days. You tend to have to buy more food. So it is getting late. You have been beautiful. Yeah, you have been marvelous, but it's getting late. I got to go shopping tomorrow. I got to go to sleep at some point. So what we are going to do is we're going to start to wind down for the evening. All right, well, there you go. You got to spend 6.5 hours living a Las Vegas vacation vicariously through me, the person with the biggest titties. And you got to see me complain about people not enforcing the business casual dress code at f***ing restaurants again. There you go. Maybe we go back next year. Who knows? But I figured, you know what? I didn't give you all the pictures. I didn't give you all the tea. But, I like to think maybe it's some fun learning about a place maybe you don't go to. Or maybe all the people living there go, wow, this bitch doesn't actually know anything. Your mileage may vary depending on which viewpoint you were. All right. Before we figure out where we're going, let's read off the list of gratuitous. Your biddies, rates, subs, and tippies to this channel will never require it, always appreciate. We love to shout at the end of the show. Over on the tippy side of things, thank you very much to QSMB TV, Shipwreck, and O2 to Zone for the tippies. Thank you. Over on the Twitch side of things, a lot of prime. It's like it's resub days because you haven't been live in a week, you idiot. Thank you very much, Mike from Canmore for the resub, Banzai Merlin for the resub, Tiarki for the resub, Pizzo for the resub, Bruce for the resub, Sassas for the resub, Pong LaPong for the resub, QSMB TV for the gift sub, Amalgamame for the raid, Trinetta for the raid, Gandalf the Grey for the resub, Trashy Queen for the resub, Dognet for the raid, Tibby for the fresh sub, Rothy for the resub, Mr. Tofu's Barrel Ass for the resub. Thank you. All right, if you're subbed to the channel, you can grab the first one. If you're not subbed to the channel, you can grab the second one. We love to spread the love around, not always at the same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you off somewhere where we think you're going to have a good time. Let's see who's up to what with who's on this wide, wonderful world we call it Twitch here. And I'm not usually late this live on a Saturday, so let's see what we got here. That's an option. That's an option. That's an option. I'm checking a couple targets here. It won't take me long. All right. Oh, what is going on over here? Oh. You know what? We got some principled people in here, and we got some late night warriors here. How would you like to hang out with a principled late night warrior? Friend of the channel, Ferocia, is apparently watching newly transferred TV ads from the early 2000s. Not only are you getting someone who is principled, is a very good person, and, also knows how to fix a mean drink because she's a bartender. Apparently, she's going on some old school stuff. So everyone's going to go, oh my God, I remember this. I remember that. Let's go say hello to her. She'll get you through the rest of the night because this broad, I swear to fucking God, she will probably still be live 14 hours from now. She goes very hard in the paint, so we're going to go show her some love. We'll be live next tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, for the resumption of our playthrough of Resident Evil Director's Cut. We just got to the guest house, because, you know me, sometimes I play a game and it goes real fast, and sometimes, well, it fucking don't. So come on by tomorrow night, and maybe, just maybe, we'll play it long enough for you to hear the one song. You know the one. You know the one. You come on by tomorrow, maybe you hear it. Thank you very much to everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, lurked for a bit, put up with my bullshit here the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Mwah. Good night, everyone. Again, why isn't Lady Luck in Stranger of Paradise instead of My Way? Whatever. See you later, folks. Mwah.